Some dreams are built on hope, others are forged in desperation. This is a retelling of Midnight Cowboy by James Leo Herlihy, a story inspired by the author's own loneliness navigating 1950s New York, watching wide-eyed strangers chase impossible futures in a city that devours the weak. First published in 1965, the novel has since sold over 12 million copies worldwide. Its author, a gifted actor turned writer, captured the raw nerve of American alienation long before it was fashionable. The story later reached an even wider audience when it was adapted for the big screen in 1969, winning 3 Academy Awards, including Best Picture. This is a third-person retelling told from my own narrative perspective, and the visuals you see are created with today's technology. They may not be perfectly accurate to every scene, but they will help you visualize the world. So please bear with me as we step into 1960s New York. By the end, you may find yourself questioning what it truly means to belong. And at the end, I'll share fascinating facts about the book, its Oscar-winning adaptation, behind-the-scenes stories from the set, and a few fun discoveries most readers never notice. This is the story of a cowboy who never rode a horse, arriving in a city that never cared. The story begins. The new boots change everything. Walking out of the Houston store, Joe Buck feels something release low in his body, a power he never knew he had, radiating from his pelvis. Strange new muscles engage in his buttocks and legs. The sidewalk sits beneath him now, the world down there while he stands above it, and the space between belongs to a beautiful animal himself. Strong, exultant, ready. He silently declares himself ready, then immediately wonders what that even means. Knowing he thinks best in front of a mirror, his eyes search for a reflection. His boots click against the concrete, each sound meaning power, as he approaches a store window. A new yet familiar person strides toward him, broad-shouldered, swaggering, handsome. He silently tells his reflection he's glad to be him, then asks himself what all this ready business is about. What is he ready for? Then he remembers. At the dilapidated XIII, a place missing its O in any real name, he feels how absurd it is for someone so rich, hard, and juicy to stay in such a worthless spot. He races upstairs, retrieves a large package from the closet, unwraps it, and sets a black and white horsehide suitcase on the bed. The beauty of it overwhelms him, the contrast of black and white, the lifelike softness, like owning a miracle. He checks his hands for dirt, brushes the hide anyway, not because it's dirty, but to ward off future filth. He pulls out other recent treasures: 6 Western shirts, new slacks, underwear, socks still in cellophane, 2 silk neck handkerchiefs, a silver ring, an 8-transistor radio, an electric razor, cigarettes, gum, toiletries, old letters. Then he showers and begins grooming for the trip. He shaves with the new razor, cleans it carefully, splashes Florida water on his face, armpits, and crotch, combs Brill cream through his hair until it looks almost black, chews and spits out a stick of juicy fruit, applies leather lotion to his boots, pulls on a fitted black $7 shirt with white piping, ties a blue handkerchief at his throat, arranges his whipcord trouser cuffs so they hang half in and half out of his gleaming boots, revealing the yellow sunbursts at the ankles, and finishes with a cream-colored leather sport coat so soft it seems alive. During grooming, he avoids looking at his total image, focusing only on whatever patch of face or hair he's working on. He doesn't want to wear out the impact of seeing himself whole. Now, preparing for the final appraisal, he turns his back to the mirror, rolls his shoulders, breathes deep, bends his knees, cracks his knuckles. He settles into his habitual slouch weight on one foot, imagines a pretty, adoring girl, gives that mental image a crooked smile, lights a Camel, hooks a thumb into his garrison belt. Then he swings his eyes back to the mirror, as if someone beyond the glass just called his name, Joe Buck. He loves what he sees today. the sweet, dark, dangerous devil surprised in that dirty XIII mirror. Beyond his reflection, the splendid suitcase waits on the bed. In his hip pocket, $224 more money than he's ever owned at once. But most of all, he feels possession of himself inside his own skin, standing in his own boots, driving his own muscles, holding all that beauty and hardness and juice and youth. The frightened, lonely person who used to haunt his mirrors is gone. Any more splendor might buckle him under its weight, even now. If he savored this good fortune one instant longer, he might wreck it all by weeping. So he gathers his things and leaves the XIII for good. Approaching the Sunshine Cafeteria, whose sign shows a yellow sunburst with a clock reading 20 to 7, the words, "Time to eat," Joe imagines a scene. He walks inside. The pink manager in a soiled gray suit shakes a finger at him for being late. Joe grabs the man by the ear, drags him through the astonished customers into the scullery, shoves him against the dishwashing machine, rests one boot on a crate, and asks whether the machine would fit up the man's ass. He makes the manager bend over, spots a billfold, takes his pay plus a bonus, stuffs the money into his jockstrap, and walks out with everyone watching in awe. The pink man stays bent over for days. What actually happens? He clicks across the street, pushes through the revolving door, swings his new body past tables toward an employees-only door, passes through heat and steam into the scullery. A middle-aged black man fills a tray with dirty dishes, places it on the conveyor, smiles, and points to a mountain of wire baskets. Joe stands next to him, says he's heading east. The man realizes Joe isn't coming to work. Joe says he just came to say goodbye and look around. A fat woman bursts in shouting for cups, then leaves. They shake hands, and Joe feels reluctant to let go, inexplicably wanting to put on an apron and start working, though that's impossible. He asks what he's hanging around for. The man agrees. Asks what he'll do back east. Joe says Eastern women who have to pay for it because most men back there are faggots. The man shakes his head, says he doesn't know about that. Joe insists he just explained it. The man still doesn't know. Joe says there's no use hanging around. Then, dressed like a cowboy, he suddenly knows he isn't one at all. He stands slack-mouthed, his blue eyes fixed on the older man's face, his look silently asking for a father's blessing as he goes to seek his fortune. But the man isn't his father. Joe isn't anyone's son. He walks out of the scullery. The place owes him a day's pay, but he has no stomach for facing the pink manager. Besides, he knows he'd never actually tell the man to put the machine up his ass. Out on the sidewalk, evening soft and clearly spring, the clicking of his own heels feeds his heart as he heads for the bus station. Soon he feels fine. His thoughts thousands of miles away, walking Park Avenue in New York. Rich ladies swoon at the sight of a cowboy. A butler taps his shoulder. An elevator whisks him to a penthouse. A golden door opens onto an apartment carpeted in soft brown fur. A woman in a sheer black negligee, overwhelmed and quivering, throws herself onto the floor. There's no time to undress. He takes her immediately. The butler hands him a check with the amount left blank for him to fill in as he chooses. The depot jukebox plays a big Western woman's voice, singing about a wheel of fortune turning. Climbing aboard the bus, Joe takes it as a message she's sending all the studs east to clean up. He smiles his crooked, gleaming smile down the aisle, savoring something he can't name about destiny, a way of climbing inside time that gives a man ownership of everything. There's a click, and then the world operates for him. The jukebox plays only what he needs to hear. Even the Greyhound runs for his convenience. He asks for a bus to New York. The man says right away, and he steps on. The world is music, and his is the rhythm that owns it. The beat is him. When he thinks of Eastern women, the singer finishes the thought, yearning, yearning, yearning. That's what they're doing back there. And there's a seat waiting. 2 of them, one for his butt and one for his feet. No reservation needed. The whole world is reserved. He slings his horsehide suitcase overhead, the driver shifts, and the bus moves on his schedule because he is the schedule. Though Joe Buck is 27, heading east on that Greyhound to seek his fortune, he has as little life experience as an 18-year-old, in some ways even less. He was raised by various blondes. The first three, who cared for him until age 7, were young and pretty. There was constant coming and going in that household. He was never sure which was which. At different times, each seemed to be his mother, mama this or mama that. But he later learned 2 were just friends sharing a house with his real mother. All 3 were nice to him, let him do as he pleased, brought gifts, fondled him often. At least one sang around the house constantly songs about a baby coming home, tumbleweeds, accentuating the positive, a lady in red silvery wings. Thinking back, Joe always assumed the singer was his actual mother. A war was happening. Some of the blondes worked in it, leaving at all hours in slacks and babushkas with lunch pails. There were bus trips between Houston and Detroit. Joe remembers living in both cities. Uniformed men came into the house, stayed a while, left. Some were called husbands, but no one ever told him any was his father. He later surmised he was born out of wedlock. On a day of an exceptionally still, white sky, he was delivered to a 4th blonde in Albuquerque, New Mexico. He never saw the other 3 again. When he thought of them, he thought of that white sky and imagined the yellow-haired women hiding behind it. The 4th blonde was his grandmother. Sally Buck, silly, skinny, prettier than all the others combined. Enormous gray eyes with lashes black as pitch and waxy thick. Knees so sorry-looking and knobby they made you cry. Joe would always carry those poor, sad, bony knees with him. Sally ran a beauty shop. Gone 10 to 12 hours a day, so the boys spent after-school hours with cleaning women, none of them blonde, none in lavender or pale green or lemon dresses, none who seemed to look at him, and if they did, it would have been with very ordinary eyes. Sundays weren't much better. Sally usually dated. She had a weakness for men, especially outdoor ones, ranchers in western hats. Big, broad-shouldered, ruddy-faced men went for pretty little Sally in a big way. She was all gossamer and perfume and fingernail polish. They were all leather and muscle and manure. Each was titillated by the contrast. Joe was sometimes taken along. He liked and admired many of Sally's men, but only one paid him more than fake attention. That man was Woodsy Niles. Blue beard, bright eyes. He showed Joe how to ride a horse, make a slingshot, chew tobacco, smoke cigarettes, and a special way to hold himself so he could piss an arc higher than his own head. Woodsy walked as if he believed no moment should pass without pleasure, even crossing a room or opening corral gates. He sang in a fine manly voice, accompanying himself on guitar. Sometimes, when they spent the night at his ranch, Joe would wake as late as 3 in the morning to songs from the bedroom where Woodsy and Sally slept. The boy assumed Woodsy woke up feeling too strong and handsome and salty to waste himself on sleep, forced to let off excess in a chorus or 2. When Woodsy sang about the place in the sky where strays are counted and branded, Joe got the blues in a strangely pleasurable way and had to restrain himself from joining those beautiful people. This was one of the first things Joe learned about lying with a woman at night. You sing songs to her. The whole house got the good of it. But Sally inevitably fell out with Woodsy as she did with all the others, and Joe was left to pine for him like a gone-away father. Surely it was during this time that Joe began to see himself as some sort of cowboy. After that love affair ended, a flurry of Sundays followed, in which Sally took the boy to church. She loved the promenade aspect, the chance to dress up during daytime to parade her lovely hats. The boy set her off well. Everyone said they looked like a mother and son team, which seemed to chop an entire generation from her age. For Joe, these visits were different. After regular services, adults had coffee in the basement while youngsters attended Sunday school upstairs. There, Jesus replaced Woodsy Niles in Joe's affections. A young lady with warm, humorous, kindly eyes taught him that Jesus loved him. A painting on an easel showed Jesus walking with a boy child, only the back of the boy's head visible. But Joe felt he was that child. They sang about how Jesus walked with him, talked with him, told him he was his own. One day the teacher told about a terrible Friday in that gentle, bearded man's life. She passed out small colored pictures they could keep. Jesus looked right at Joe, and his eyes seemed to say something about seeing awful misery and suffering, something fierce, but having a cowboy like him for a friend was a comfort. Something like that. It gave Joe a personal, strong feeling of connection to that suffering, along with a desire to alleviate it. Studying the picture, it occurred to him that clean-shaven Jesus might have a blue face like Woodsy's. He wondered about other similarities. For several nights he placed a plug of tobacco and a pack of Camels in front of Jesus's picture on his chest of drawers. Each morning, he checked to see if anyone had come for a chew or a smoke. No one ever did. Soon he lost belief that anyone was walking with him, talking with him, telling him he was his own. Jesus joined the people behind the sky with the three blondes and Woodsy. That church-going ended for good when Sally landed a new beau, a telephone lineman. He walked into a shop one afternoon, wide leather belt low on his hips and heavy with tools, to make an installation. Sally's pupils dilated at the sight. By the time he returned to his truck, he had fallen under her pretty little gray-eyed spell. The following year, Joe saw hardly anything of his grandmother or anyone else. A listlessness took him during the fall of his 14th year. By Thanksgiving he stopped going to school. He couldn't summon the effort to get there or stay awake. Several boys of his temperament drifted away that year. Some stayed for the social life, but that never included Joe. No one disliked him. No one really noticed him either. He was just the one with the big front teeth, sometimes called Buck, the one who seldom spoke, never had his lesson, and always angled a seat in the back. Truant officers visited Sally's shop from time to time, but nothing came of it. Joe was left alone. He got up at noon, combed his hair a lot, smoked, ate peanut butter and sardines, and watched thousands of miles of film unroll on Sally's television. He kept that TV going from noon until long past midnight. Away from it for any length of time, he became confused and disoriented. He urgently needed its images, especially its sound. His own life made very little noise, and silence had enemies in it that only sound could drive out. The TV had lots of blonde women, and every last one looked somehow like one of his own. Every stagecoach, covered wagon, saloon, and general store, watched long enough, would prove to have a blonde in it. Swinging doors or curtains would part, and out would come Claire Trevor, Barbara Stanwyck, or Constance Bennett, looking for all the world like his own familiar yellow-haired women. And that tall man, riding high in his saddle, face to the sun, jaw squared toward goodness and justice, bursting with hardness and strength and purpose, played by anyone from Tom Mix to Henry Fonda? That was Joe Buck himself, in a sense. During this television addiction, something astonishing happened. He became, day by day, bit by bit, feature by feature, as tall and strong and handsome as a TV cowboy. One day, when summer had come and gone and come again, Joe swam in the river. He climbed out and looked down at himself and discovered he was inhabiting the body of a man, shimmering new, conveying himself through mud on a man's strong legs. His arms and body had developed full muscle structure. On his chest and limbs grew a perfectly presentable man's growth of dark body hair. Tremendously excited, he hurried home on his bicycle to study the situation in Sally's bedroom mirror. His face had changed too, its outlines more squarely defined. His mouth had grown up to accommodate his big teeth. They had become a good white shiny asset. So pleased with what he saw, he dressed up and went strutting about the neighborhood, supposing others would find it remarkable. No one did. He stopped at Sally's shop. She said his clothes looked awful, they'd gotten too small. He argued. They weren't any smaller than before. She insisted they were, gave him money for a new outfit. Later that afternoon, he paraded through Albuquerque in bright blue slacks, an orange sport jacket, and oxblood shoes with cleats on the heels. Sally said the outfit seemed to clash a little, but he looked real cute, and asked if he had a girl. At home, straining his eyes toward the mirror until they were nearly inflamed, he wondered what happened to his delight. The new man was still there with all his beauty intact, but somehow the marvel had gone sour. The elation had broken apart and become a misery. Suddenly he knew why. A dreadful thing had come about that day, an awakening to his own lonesomeness. Having never had a real friendship, Joe doesn't know how to create one. His method: pick someone he likes and hang around, hoping something forms. He tries this on a grocer's widow, 2 gas station attendants, a girl who issues money orders, an old immigrant shoemaker, a movie usher. None understand what he wants. Gradually, he realizes conversation is necessary, but he rarely has anything to say. When he dredges up a few words, listeners remain unmoved. He's simply no talker. His best conversations are with Sally, but even those happen on the run. He sits on the edge of the bathtub watching her paint herself in the mirror, most of her attention going to erasing 20 years from her face. Little left for him. In the fall of his 17th year, hungry for affectionate connection, Joe wanders into the World Movie Theater one evening and begins a brief, pleasurable, terrible association with a girl named Anastasia Pratt. Her name is legendary among Albuquerque's young people, though she's only 15. Legends rarely derive from fact alone, but Anastasia's behavior from age 12 stunned the imagination. No one could make it seem more bizarre than it already was. She's known as Chalkline Annie, suggesting the order needed to serve the large numbers of boys to whom she makes her body available in a single half hour. Behind the silver screen at the World is a large storeroom for marquee letters, usher uniforms, towels, soap, supplies. In one corner are carpet ends left from the theater's last refurbishing. It's there that Anastasia Pratt's legend is created in the flesh. She also works in living rooms, bedrooms, parked cars, garages, school grounds at night, even along desert highways in fair weather. But it's on that stack of carpet ends where she's most often used, and by the greatest numbers. Neither pretty nor unpretty, she appears an ordinary schoolgirl, so ordinary that against her actual behavior, the effect seems studied. Usual clothes: skirts, blouses, sweaters, ankle socks, saddle Oxfords. Chestnut hair combed straight back and held with a clip. No makeup to speak of, just plucked eyebrows and a little lipstick. Daytime, she walks always alone to and from school, carrying her books. Open-eyed and listless and mildly troubled like any virginal, solitary adolescent. Without knowing her special activities, you'd have no reason to look twice. With that knowledge, the contrast stuns. One young wag calls her Virgin Jekyll and Miss Hyde. 3 people are totally unaware of her conduct. 2 are her parents, a strict, hard-working, irritable bank cashier father, and a thin-lipped, shifty-eyed piano player mother at the Truth Church. The third ignorant party, until a certain Friday evening in October, is Joe Buck. They meet at the World Water Fountain. Joe steps back and holds the faucet for her. She drinks, looks at him gratefully, smiles. He smiles back. She asks if he'd like to sit with her. They sit about a third of the way down the aisle. Anastasia immediately presses her knee against his and begins wiggling provocatively. Suddenly they're holding hands. Just as he begins worrying about his sweaty palm, she takes his hand and uses it to caress her thigh. Then she boldly studies his excitement with her own hand. Finding it considerable, she grabs his face and begs him to kiss her. Joe isn't disinclined, he just hadn't thought of it. But her request carries such urgency, such desperation, that when he kisses her, her lips cling to his mouth, as if taking some life-giving substance. He feels like he's administering to someone fatally wounded but not quite dead. A pack of boys comes down the aisle and sits behind them. Voices react: recognition that it's Anastasia Pratt, disbelief, questions about who the guy is kissing her, calls to Annie, asking who she's got. Anastasia turns around and in a whining voice tells them to shut up, to give her a chance. They mock her offers to give her a chance, to knock something against the back of her seat for luck. Joe doesn't yet understand what's happening. He's seen couples necking in this theater left unmolested. He's frightened and confused. Apparently, in his inexperience, he's doing something wrong, but he has no idea what, and even less idea how to handle himself. One of the gang stands and leans over, recognizes Joe from grade school, calls him by name. Joe doesn't know the voices behind him, and is afraid to turn around. A friendly, urgent voice whispers that if he's been kissing Anastasia, he'd better go swallow a drugstore because she's copped every joint in Albuquerque. Joe turns and sees a dark Italian boy from school, Bobby Desmond. Anastasia gets up and flounces up the aisle. The gang runs after her. Before leaving with the others, Bobby Desmond pauses to tap Joe's shoulder and tell him to come. Joe follows. In the back of the theater, 6 high school-age boys block an exit. Anastasia pleads weakly to be let through. A tall, skinny, pimply, loudmouthed blonde boy says Gary Amberger is upstairs dying to see her. She denies it, but her eyes ask if it's really true. The boy says okay, he isn't. He'll go tell Gary he's not there. Anastasia argues. Then they're all trooping down a side aisle toward a red exit sign at the left of the screen. Joe brings up the rear behind Bobby Desmond. As he goes through the curtains under the sign, he hears a Hollywood woman on screen say the situation has gotten entirely out of hand, and their only hope is to pretend nothing happened. They file up a short flight of steps into the storeroom. Someone turns on a light. Anastasia asks where Gary Amberger is. The blonde boy Adrian Schmidt says he's over on the carpets and calls out a greeting. She accuses them of lying, of tricking her to get her there. Then she calls out, asking Gary to say something if he's there. From the screen drifts a woman's voice telling someone to blow out candles and make a wish. A little girl's voice refusing because they haven't sung Happy Birthday yet. Then a chorus singing. Anastasia says she wants out, which gets the door closed. Everyone in the room except Joe knows she doesn't want out at all. She says she still doesn't believe he's back there, but she's going to take a look just the same. In the corner, Adrian Schmidt lies on the carpets, exposed and handling himself. Then all the boys expose themselves. Anastasia Pratt pulls down her panties and lies on the carpets, petulantly demanding that somebody nice has to be first, otherwise nothing doing. Adrian is told he has to wait until last as punishment for lying about Gary Amberger, but she knew there wasn't any Gary Amberger anymore. He moved to Battle Creek, Michigan 3 years ago, and everyone knows it. As the young men labor over her, Anastasia lies perfectly still, head to one side, biting her nails idly, barely paying attention. She's like a doomed cancer patient taking radium treatments that can't possibly help but taking them anyway, just in case. She tells one to hurry up, that she hasn't got all night, but nothing she says carries much conviction. When Joe's turn comes, he climbs on. Anastasia's interest awakens somewhat, maybe to the novelty of someone new. She turns her head aside, and Joe whispers, asking what's wrong. She says she was just wondering what words you could make from those letters, the stacks of marquee letters that, put together a certain way, would spell out what was to become of her. Someone speculates that Joe is back there kissing her. Bobby Desmond tells them to let him alone. A third asks for a cigarette. Adrian complains about being made last. Bobby warns them to shut up, or she'll cross her legs and go home. An old lady's voice from the screen says not to tell, or it won't come true. Joe whispers to Anastasia, asking if this is all right. She asks what he means, and then why he's asking her. Adrian complains about timing him, suggesting they should all be timed, because otherwise a guy can just crap. He starts proposing a new rule. Anastasia puts her hands on Joe's head and draws him toward her. She whispers that he's the only one since Gary Amberger. She usually never feels anything, but he's the best. She begs him to kiss her. Her body comes to life under him. Her breathing sounds like she's climbing the steepest hill in the world, making her need for his mouth more urgent, as if her own breathing mechanism is inadequate at these altitudes. But Joe can only think about what Bobby Desmond told him. She begs him, says he's got to. Her face is wet. Then what's happening to Joe makes everything else unimportant, and in gratitude he clamps his mouth against hers, letting her take from that contact something that makes her shudder and cling to him in a prolonged, violent seizure. Even when the moment ends, she won't release him. She weeps quietly and holds on to his back for dear life. Adrian announces he's had it. He'll count to 10, then he starts counting. Another old lady's voice from Hollywood reminds the children that they're all the family poor Sarah has, and it's their duty as Christians. Then a door slam, 20 times louder than life. Anastasia puts her panties back on and refuses to let Adrian touch her. He comes at her as if to beat her up, but the other boys hold him back. She marches out of the storeroom, down the stairs, and into the passageway, holding her head absurdly high, staggering slightly drunk. As she passes under the exit sign, glorious music from the screen accompanies her re-entry into the dark of the theater. In adolescence, a person walks past places a lot. He loses his imagination to someone and, afraid to declare himself, walks past that someone's place on dreamed-up pretexts, hoping for a miracle, or at least a glimpse. Joe loses himself to the idea of becoming part of that pack of boys from the storeroom. But Adrian Schmidt, the tall, blonde, pimpled, impatient loudmouth, blames Joe for the rebuff he suffered that Friday night. When Joe starts walking past the magazine store that's their hangout, Adrian glowers at him through the window. He turns the others against Joe, all except Bobby Desmond, so that one day they all come out on the sidewalk and make kissing sounds at him. Meanwhile, Anastasia Pratt, having lost her imagination to Joe, starts walking past his house. Each afternoon after school she walks slowly down his street. Joe watches from behind Sally's Venetian blinds, notices how she cradles her school books like an infant, impressed by how she keeps her face aimed straight ahead while her eye works the place over like a burglar casing a jewelry store. One day she stops at every house, ringing doorbells to sell raffle tickets for the Truth Church. At Joe's door she pretends surprise, explaining about the rotisserie raffle, asking if he's lived here long, would he like to buy a ticket. Joe looks at her lips, then past her, hearing those kissing sounds in his mind. He shakes his head. No! She knows what he's saying no to. Without moving, her face strains toward him, eyes watery and deeply troubled, asking if he's sure. He nods. She turns quickly, walks down the steps. Her rear end moves back and forth in a way that makes his stomach jump. Then he notices how sorry her back is, how sad and lonesome the backs of her knees look. He hears himself making a sound. When she turns back, he says he doesn't know if he has any change. The tilt of her eyebrows pulls at his heart. So Joe's first woman is this 15-year-old chalkline, Annie Pratt. They hide like thieves. He's ashamed of her and himself. He hates paying the price. She exacts those desperate kisses, and yet, because her need for them is so great, it thrills him to give them. He has too much time for brooding. He makes promises to himself that in her presence are impossible to keep. He thinks of her stomach, and the smaller mound below it, thoughts that, coupled with some sense of her terrible lonesomeness, make idiots of his resolutions. Then the parents of Anastasia Pratt receive an unsigned letter revealing not only her activities in the storeroom, but her visits to Joe. Mr. Pratt comes to the house intending to beat the life out of that boy, but he's a small man and ends up going to the police instead. Joe never learns what happens at the station, but the next afternoon Sally calls from downtown to say it's all over. They're putting the poor girl in a nice home, Sally's euphemism for an insane asylum. The end of Anastasia Pratt's career causes considerable talk. Joe's name, linked with it, achieves a certain notoriety. The stories aren't always accurate. One version says he forced her into multiple acts for his own financial gain. Another says he made her pregnant. Another, that he's formed in a way that drove her mad. Gradually aware of his new position in town, Joe feels ashamed and embarrassed. Everything about his life, truancy, idleness, dependence on his grandmother, piles up, and he develops an acute sense of his own worthlessness. He despises the thought of asking anyone for a job, and since nothing presses him to do so, he continues avoiding it. Sally's shop thrives. She shows no concern. His lack of employment extends into his 19th year, then his 20th. She keeps giving him money for clothes and sustenance, paying him as little attention as ever. He keeps the yard shaped, washes her car occasionally, once paints the house and repairs the roof. Now and then he drifts into a sexual connection with someone, always with the shameful certainty that he's being exploited and made a fool of, yet hopeful that one of these experiences might bring a real friendly alliance. Bobby Desmond is typical. For about a week, having long since broken from the magazine store pack, Bobby seeks Joe's company rides in his car, stops by with six-packs, It turns out Bobby just wants the experience of being used by Joe, the same way Anastasia was used that night. Joe, eager as always to oblige, gives him what he wants. 3 weeks later, when Bobby gets married, Joe is disappointed not to be invited. The persons, female and male alike, who are so eager to avail themselves of his splendid body, never seem to notice it's inhabited by Joe Buck. He gives the impression of being absent even while present. A lone, lonesome childhood taught him that today is barren as a wasteland with nothing worth looking at, and made his mind an inveterate wanderer, always gypsying about in places where a worthwhile tomorrow might happen. Even while laboring over some lady in the hope of pleasuring her so keenly, he'd win her devotion forever, what he seeks in these early acts of love. Even then his mind trots on ahead, savoring a future life he will have made with her. This is how Joe drifts into his 20s, with nothing remarkable enough happening to press him into manhood. When he's 23, the government calls him into the army. He's afraid he won't do well, and he doesn't, but he stays out of trouble and writes many letters to Sally. He reports that it doesn't look like he'll make corporal, that Columbus, Georgia isn't so hot, and neither is the army, that they have him driving trucks. He asks what's new in Albuquerque, how the days are. He says he's getting sleepy, tells her not to do anything he wouldn't do, signs it with love. He adds a postscript they call him Cowboy there. That's true. Some sergeant calls him Cowboy one day, and others take it up. He's pleased, and begins walking in a new way, hooking his thumbs into his back pockets as if his trousers are a low-slung gun belt. There's much complaining in the army, and Joe finds he has as much to complain about as anyone else, so he learns at last to take part in conversations. The young men around the big table say, "She-it," a great deal, and call each other man. One soldier from Cincy goddamn naughty has a system of fitting cuss words into unexpected corners of his talk. Joe likes these mannerisms and adopts them for his own. Bit by bit he's acquiring a personality, a style of his own. He's having a pretty good time overall, and the months pass more quickly than usual in the army. In October of his second year, he writes to Sally about the 59 days remaining before he would re-enlist, a joke he marks as such, asking if she died laughing. He mentions an inspection, complains that the brass have nothing else to do, says he passed easily, tells her to keep the home fires burning, admits she's the only thing he misses, and signs off with love. This is his last letter to Sally. He's never certain she received it, because back in Albuquerque something terrible has happened. His grandmother finds a new beau who owns a big ranch. He's a few years younger than Sally, which seems to require some white lies. She tells him something that hasn't been entirely true for 45 years, that she can ride horseback. People later say the beau should have known better from one glance. The poor little thing is brittle as glass. One Sunday afternoon at 66 years old, Sally Buck mounts a raspberry roan and rides into the desert with her sweetheart. The horse throws her. The old lady simply breaks to pieces. The news reaches Joe late one afternoon while he's cleaning his truck at the motor pool. A chaplain's assistant hands him a telegram from a woman who works in Sally's shop. His precious grandmother killed falling from a horse. Deepest sympathy. Funeral Friday. Joe reads it several times. The assistant asks if he's all right. Joe doesn't seem to understand. He goes behind the truck and lies on his side underneath it, shaking from head to foot, the telegram stuffed into his mouth, arms clasped around himself. The young assistant doesn't know what to do, asks if he's all right, gets no answer. He tells Joe to come out. Joe stays where he is, eyes wild. The assistant fetches help, 2 soldiers to pull Joe out, and a doctor to inject him. They put him in the hospital under sedation for several days. He's unable to attend Sally's funeral. After 3 weeks, he returns to duty. When his time is up, he tries to re-enlist. The army doesn't seem to want soldiers who react that way to the death of a mere grandmother. They pay him off. He goes back to Albuquerque, not realizing until he arrives that no one is waiting for him. He checks into a hotel and calls on Sally's friends. Sally left no will. She had a sister in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, one she never mentioned. That old woman knows nothing of Joe either. She came down, liquidated everything, including the house Joe lived in since age 7, and went back to Idaho with the proceeds, never to be heard from again. At 25, head full of grief and worry, Joe feels the need to think. But he's unused to having many thoughts, and his imagination has severe limits. There's nothing wrong with these faculties, they're just untrained and don't serve him in emergencies. He stays in the hotel for days, spending most of his time in his room with the shades drawn, night and day blur. He doesn't always remember to eat. He sleeps a lot and has nightmares. Awake or asleep, he pines for Sally, sometimes calling out for her. Once he's certain she comes into his room while he sleeps and sits on the edge of his bed. He wakes, and there she is, fidgeting with her fingers, as real as could be her face and profile, looking at the night sky through the open window. He asks her what he's going to do. She gives no sign of hearing him. Then she says something unclear, either, "I'll get my house back," or, "I can't ride horseback." Either way, it's no help. But he's glad she showed herself to him once more. One night, he dreams a dream that becomes recurrent, an endless chain of people marching across the side of the world. From a chill, dark, silent corner, he watches them come up over the eastern horizon, all joined at the belly button by a golden rope of light, walking to a rousing march beat, moving until they vanish behind the western horizon. There are bus drivers and nuns, musicians and soldiers, Chinamen and pilots, hillbillies, fat men, red-headed women, miners, bank clerks, millionaires, store detectives, swamis, babies, grandmothers, thieves, every kind of person but his own. He runs close to the marching stream, hoping to slip into an opening, but each time ranks close, the chain tightens, exclusive and impossible to break. He's forced to remain on his chill, dark, silent edge. After this dream, he can't stay in that hotel room. He dresses and walks the nighttime streets of Albuquerque, wondering how familiar places can feel so strange. The buildings seem to say that he may know them, but they don't know him. He walks to the old neighborhood, stands outside Sally's empty house, all windows black. He goes around back and knocks on her bedroom window, half expecting an answer. He waits. The thing to do, he decides, is get the hell out away to someplace. He returns to the hotel and packs his few belongings into a duffel bag, amazed that all his years can be stuffed into something so small. In Houston, Joe hopes to find a barber he knew and liked in the army, a man named Natale with a long Italian surname. He spends over an hour at the bus station poring over the phone directory, failing to find him. He dials away $1 worth of dimes before giving up. Out on the sidewalk for his first good look at Houston, he concludes, it's no improvement on anything. It doesn't look like this town needs any Joe Bucks in it, but they've got one. God damn them. He walks until he finds a hotel. It happens to be the cheap, dark place with a missing O in its sign, poorly ventilated rooms, a bathroom floor always covered with water. It's a cold January day. He sits on the edge of the bed, wondering what to do about his predicament, not quite certain what the predicament even is. He sees a future for himself sitting on the edges of hotel room beds, trying to get his thoughts straight. In 50 years, with a long white beard reaching the floor, he'll surely find himself in just such a place, asking why the world everywhere is as peculiar as Albuquerque, and why he's shut out of it. His only window gives onto an air shaft. Traffic sounds seem to come from a great distance. That silence, combined with his uncertainty, puts him under a spell that lasts for hours. Later, these hours will remind him of a childhood period when the TV set broke time became an actual burden, immovable, like a solid mass through which movement was impossible. Now, in this room, a chill enters him that has nothing to do with temperature, more the quality of death. Sleep saves him. He sleeps a long time, and when he wakes it's night. The memory of those damp, clammy hours is like a specter's hand on the back of his neck. He dresses, races a comb through his hair, and hurries out so fast he might be fleeing some slimy, wart-covered thing chasing him into the streets. Some blocks away, a brightly lit street. He walks toward it eagerly, like that dreamer moving toward the golden chain where life is. As he draws nearer, Silence gives way to traffic. Soon he's standing in front of the Sunshine Cafeteria, the place with a yellow sunburst over its door. Walking into the sunshine, he feels embraced by sudden light and flesh and color in the heart of a dark, dead country. The place is nearly full. He has a sense of knowing personally everyone in it. There are couples, pairs, groups, silent people and chatterers. Solitary people, mostly men, smoking and staring over empty coffee cups. A few travelers, some night shift workers, the inevitable loiterers found everywhere on Earth, and a number of that special breed known best in the USA. At first glance, these young men appear to loiter in packs, one table, one parking meter, but they're as unconnected to one another as they are to the prairies and cities of their homeland. In their eyes and demeanor is a restless sadness, probably incurable, as if they're suffering some nameless common loss, something of worth snatched from them with shocking irrevocability, until they've forgotten even what it was. Joe stands just inside the door, scanning the crowd for a familiar face. If he found one, he'd go over and ask where the hell they've been. Finding none, he's tempted to pick a stranger and say it anyway. But that takes nerve. He orders coffee and a hamburger at the counter. While waiting, he finds a face he likes in a mirrored column. He silently admires the good-looking, dark-eyed, tousled-haired, white-toothed image, returning his crooked smile with such warmth. He asks it where the hell it's been. The mirror answers silently that it doesn't know where all, but it's back. He and the mirror have a good laugh. So Joe starts hanging around this friendly place at night. One night he falls into conversation with the busboy, a pretty, rather sissified Mexican. Joe, worrying over his finances, asks if they pay anything for hauling dishes. The boy shrugs $1 an hour. Joe presses, but you can eat stuff, right? An idea blooms. The next day he gets a job at the Sunshine on the afternoon shift, finishing at midnight. He likes the place so much that when midnight comes he stays on, eating a big meal and smoking over coffee most of the night. On his second night, the Mexican busboy stops at his table and says he first thought Joe was a house dealer. Joe denies it. Later, Joe asks what that thing was, what he thought. The boy apologizes for his English, then on his next trip says he was sure Joe was a hoss dealer. Joe asks what that is. The boy is skeptical of Joe's ignorance, but convinces himself it's real. He explains a hoss dealer is a grinding motion with the hips and a rubbing of thumb and forefinger for money. Joe has loose images, but nothing that assembles into a clear thought. The boy gives up and says Joe understands very well, then switches off to a table where his friends gather. Joe has noticed this group before with interest: 5 young men. 4 laugh a great deal, chatter, gesture often, dress with ostentatious boyishness, their eyes darting like birds unable to perch. The 5th is different. He neither laughs, nor speaks, nor gestures. His attire seems careless: old Levis, a faded denim shirt, dirty white sneakers, sandy-colored hair loosely brushed aside, his eyes mostly still and remote. He listens to the chatter with amusement, but no real involvement, his detachment giving him superiority. The 4 are given sufferance, so long as they amuse him without making demands. He's clearly killing time, and seems to need no one. The Mexican boy stops at that table, says something, then heads toward the kitchen. The 4 turn to look at Joe. The 5th doesn't. He rises, gets fresh coffee, and comes directly to Joe's table. He asks to sit down. Joe, flustered and pleased, agrees, shuffling chairs unnecessarily, unhinged by his sudden role as host. The visitor extends his hand and gives his name Perry, spelling it. Joe shakes his hand, gives his own name, offers a cigarette. They light up. Joe finds Perry looking at him peculiar eyes, humorous, yet touched with death, the kind of eyes with which a young person who destroyed himself by some absurd blunder would observe his own funeral. Not knowing how to cope with those eyes, Joe laughs and shrugs, faking the situation. Perry smiles faintly, then stops looking at him altogether, leaning back spread-legged, totally relaxed and self-contained, watching the street through the front window. Joe is impressed by his good fortune sitting at a table with another person for the first time since the army. He wants to prolong the situation but doesn't know what's expected. He thinks of conversation starters, but if Perry joined him to share silence, he doesn't want to spoil it by talking. He develops a deep, mysterious admiration for this stranger. If a wizard offered to let them exchange identities, Joe would seize it without questions. He couldn't give any reason, but it's this people like Perry walk into a place, and their favor is sought. That's all. Often they're beautiful, but not always. The thing is, they're doomed, and have accepted it with a deadly grace unusual in the young. Elated and uncomfortable, Joe sits in Perry's presence. After a few minutes, Perry's former company, the colorful four, get up and head for the door. A tall, red-headed leader bids Perry good night, dear. The second and third giggle. A short young man with a double chin wishes him lots of luck. Joe watches them file out. Perry doesn't. This night begins a mysterious, silent friendship lasting weeks. Each night after Joe finishes work and eats his midnight meal, Perry wanders in from nowhere and establishes himself quietly at Joe's table. At first, there's minimum talk, fetching coffee, passing sugar, but many nights no words pass at all. They look out the window together, sometimes observe an interesting table. Occasionally their glances cross and hold for a second, mostly just sitting together through the nights with no apparent connection, sharing the time, sharing the place. No one could say why. There's no guessing when Perry might leave or where he goes. He simply rises after 10 minutes or hours, sometimes nodding, sometimes not, then goes through the revolving door and past the windows out of sight. Joe gradually conceives that Perry is the keeper of some remarkable secret that with luck will one day be imparted to him, a secret about where Perry comes from at midnight and where he goes at dawn. Somehow, Joe will be allowed to partake of those unknown activities, walk with Perry into the mysteries beyond the revolving door. The emptiness of his existence, the long lonesome sleeps of the age tell, the senseless hours in the scullery will be altered. Perry will look upon him with peculiar grace, make some simple gesture signaling the beginning of this new time, and the waiting will end. Joe's thoughts on these matters aren't well formed. He doesn't even know them as thoughts. He knows Perry only as a man knows his fate when visited by it in his blood. Perry is the visitor. Joe is the host, waiting for the visitor to state, in his own good time, the nature of his visit. One night Perry unexpectedly asks, "What's the story?" but doesn't seem really to be asking. He keeps his eyes on Joe. Joe shakes his head, says he doesn't know but seems to say he's just waiting. That's all he knows. Another night, out of the blue, Perry asks if Joe makes the scene. Joe is at a loss but fakes it, says, "Yeah, that's right. Hell yes," with no notion what he's talking about. On a few occasions Perry speaks. His voice is deep and low, just above a whisper, intimate as the grave. One morning at dawn he asks if Joe is for real, then leaves without expecting an answer. Then one night Perry gives him that long look from the first night. Joe is nervous. It's time for something. He's desperately anxious to know what's expected. He puffs his cigarette, stalls, laughs and wheezes, shakes his head knowingly, taps the table. Then suddenly, almost involuntarily, he stops all the false activity and sits still, simply looking at the man across from him. His eyes clearly say, "Help me," but he has no idea any message is being transmitted. Perry nods slightly, eyes sympathetic. Then the amusement becomes more pronounced. Suddenly, all that can be seen in them is the mystery, nothing more or less than his own doom. He turns his gaze to the street again. At that moment, as if by some outlandish plan, the revolving door spins. A small man in a green necktie and brown tweed sport jacket is coming toward their table. The man approaching is young, about 30 but nearly bald, with a high, naked-looking forehead and burning beady eyes magnified many times by thick spectacle lenses. He looks like a mad young scientist in a silent movie. He stops at the table and says Perry's name. Perry gives no sign of hearing. The man continues, his voice caramel soft and caramel sweet, asking if Perry knows how many times it's been this late. A long ash falls from Perry's cigarette onto his trousers. He brushes it away and keeps smoking. The man asks if Perry knows what time it is, that's all. He changes tack, pulls a chair from the next table to face Perry, sits down with deliberate patience, folds his hands on his lap, and stares. After another long moment, Perry asks Joe if he wants coffee. Before Joe can answer, Perry addresses the third man as Marvin. Marvin won't break his staring game. Perry orders 2 cups of coffee, 1 black, 1 with cream. Marvin, pressing his lips together and raising his thin black eyebrows, acquires an imposed-upon look, sighs, and goes to the counter. Joe smiles and guesses that Marvin is Perry's brother. Wrong. Marvin returns with both cups, placing them in front of Perry. Something in the situation keeps him from acknowledging Joe's presence. Perry tells him to serve his friend. Marvin slides 1 cup across the table. Joe thanks him, smiling at the big forehead, tipping an imaginary hat, fighting an absurd impulse to draw on it. Marvin resumes his seat and his impassive stare. Perry reminds him that his friend was thanked. Marvin says he's welcome, sir. Then, when Perry supplies Joe's name, says Joe is welcome. A moment passes. Perry asks to see Marvin's billfold. Marvin protests. Perry's hand stays extended. He always means immediately unless he specifies otherwise. Marvin places his billfold in Perry's hand. Perry counts 4 $1 bills. He asks how much is in Marvin's pocket. Marvin quickly removes his hand from his tweed jacket pocket. Perry specifies that pocket. Marvin hands over a small wad of bills. Perry holds it without counting. Marvin admits it's 70. Perry returns the billfold, keeping Marvin's 70. He then asks for the car keys. Marvin absolutely refuses. Perry asks him to repeat what he just said. Marvin asks how he'll get home. Perry asks if his feet are killing him. Marvin accuses Perry of doing this to impress his friend. Surely, his friend is very impressed. Perry says he'd planned to come to Marvin's home tomorrow afternoon, but Marvin's poor behavior may require adjusting his plans. Marvin asks what time, late afternoon or early afternoon. Perry asks for the keys again. Marvin says he'll give them, but say what time. Perry asks if Marvin is suggesting a bargain. Marvin makes a sound. Perry tells him not to whimper. Marvin tries to laugh but manages only a twitch of the eyebrows and minor explosions of breath. Joe completes his mental plan for the drawing he'll never place on Marvin's big blank forehead. A girl child with long mascaraed eyelashes. Marvin puts the car keys on the table, asking if 5 o'clock works. Perry thanks him for the use of his car and all his other kindnesses, claiming appreciation from the heart. He rises and tells Joe to come. Joe rises slowly, confounded. He feels that if Marvin would show his eyes, everything would be all right, but the spectacles grow out of his face like flesh and horn and muscle. There's no removing them. Marvin grabs Perry's arm. Perry stands stock still, holding the offended arm aloof, back turned, commanding Marvin to remove his hand and sit back down. Marvin obeys at once. He presses for a time, about 5 or after, or what? Perry finally turns to the little man, bestowing a long, ambiguous gaze that looks like contempt and tenderness both. "Sometime tomorrow afternoon," he says. He wants Marvin to sit still and stay that way until he's gone. Does Marvin understand? Marvin sighs his acceptance. Perry won't remove his eyes until the reply comes without the implication of resistance. Marvin says, "All right, thank you, for good measure." Perry goes through the revolving door. Joe follows. Passing the window, Joe looks in at the little movie scientist Eerie, sitting there in motionless obedience, his thick glasses catching the cafeteria light at an angle that makes them look like 2 high-powered flashlights tracking Perry's departure. In the parking lot, Perry leans on the fender of a white MG. Joe stands before him, thumbs in his hip pockets, smiling uncertainly, wondering what's about to happen. The night is cold and clear. The stars, like the possibilities, seem brighter and more numerous than usual. Joe laughs. Perry smiles, shakes his head indulgently, and uses Joe's name, knowing it's the most sacred word to its owner, reaching not just the ear, but the heart. He asks what Joe is laughing for. Joe shakes his head. Still smiling beats him. He laughs more, pretending to understand everything but fully aware he's making a fool of himself. Perry says they've got to get him cooled, tuned in. Would he like that? Joe agrees. That's just what he needs. Perry asks if Joe knows what he's talking about. Joe admits not exactly. Perry confirms that Joe doesn't know anything much, but that's valuable. Otherwise he couldn't learn. Does he want to learn? Joe says yes, he sure does. Perry says it's a good thing he doesn't know much then. Joe frowns, afraid to risk another laugh. Perry asks if Joe trusts him. Joe nods vigorously, meaning to express all his respect and affection. Then he babbles something about being fairly new in town, a stranger trying to get a point across, but it's not coming out right. Perry tells him he doesn't have to say where he came from. He's here, isn't he? Joe confirms he is. By God, this isn't like army conversation where laughing and pulling a certain face got him through. Perry keeps pretty close track. Perry says he's going to help, but Joe needs to relax and trust him. Does Joe have a room nearby? Joe has one in a hotel. Perry asks, where do they walk? Or drive? Joe says either way. Perry asks how far. A few blocks. Perry tells him to get in. They park the MG across the street from the place, walk past the desk clerk's cubbyhole, and go up to Joe's room. Perry sits on the edge of the bed. Perry notices there's no radio. Joe admits he doesn't have one yet, but plans to get one. Perry tells him to make himself at home. It's his room, and he's with a friend, so relax. Joe sits on a straight-backed wooden chair, insisting a radio would make a big difference. Perry agrees. It's very bad not having one. Joe says he wants a transistor, not one of those little dinkies, something with power. Perry repeats it back, exactly, a radio with power, not a little dinky. Perry lights a thin hand-rolled cigarette, inhales with a hiss, holds his breath, and hands it to Joe. Joe tries to imitate him, but gives away his inexperience by exhaling immediately. Perry explains, this isn't tobacco. It's a special cigarette containing dried leaves and flowers of a hemp called cannabis sativa. He compares it to the high-powered non-dinky transistor Joe is saving up for starting tomorrow, then corrects himself. Joe and Perry are the radios. The cannabis sativa is the juice, the power. He demonstrates the technique through sign language. They finish one cigarette together in silence, then another. Joe gets up to open the window. Perry tells him not to. Joe notices he's enjoying his own movements in a new way, and smiles, admitting the stuff helps. Perry tears up the tiny ends of both cigarettes, drops the fragments into the sink and washes them down the drain. Unlike tobacco, the butt must be disposed of entirely. Joe suddenly realizes that was marijuana. Delighted, he says no wonder he feels so nutty, calling Perry a sneaky devil. He moves around the room, testing his responses to movement, to seeing, to simply being altered, heightened, more amused with himself than ever. Perry lies back on the bed, taking a long while to adjust himself comfortably, ankles crossed, hands behind his head. He asks if Joe is comfortable. Joe says he's fine, but suddenly something is wrong. A nameless threat creeps silently into the room from under the door and through the window cracks. He can't stop it, or even describe it. Perry asks if there's anything he wants. Joe says no, he's fine. Perry disagrees Joe needs help, and Perry, in concert with the cannabis sativa, is here for that purpose, to help Joe find out what he wants and show him how to take it. Joe feels like his heart is filled with air, painfully close to bursting. He presses his palm against it, which doesn't help. He picks up a book of matches, fiddling with it to distract himself from the anxiety, bending them, twisting them, putting them down, picking them up. Perry continues. It's not just tonight Joe doesn't know what to do with. His whole life is a burden. He frowns a lot. He picks things up and puts them down. He has plans for burning down the world, but he's losing motion, losing time. He's got to get cool, find out what he wants, and rule out everything else. Perry asks what Joe has to do. Joe repeats find out what he wants, and rule out everything else. Perry says he's getting tuned in. Lesson 1 done. Now exercise 1, this room. What does Joe want in it? Just name anything, and Perry will see to it he gets it. Joe starts to scan the room. Perry tells him to look at him instead. Perry asks again, "Is there anything at all he wants?" Joe studies Perry's face, straining for a clue, finding none. Perry says there are people quite a few hundred who would pay considerable sums to be in Joe's position right now, locked in a room with him and being asked what they want. Joe is dizzy from the mental effort. Then Perry is off the bed, suddenly standing before Joe's chair looking down at him. His movement from the bed was so quick as to be almost violent. The quiet and Joe's mood are instantly annihilated. The strange young man grips his shirt front, compelling Joe to look up into his face. Joe is surprised to find no anger or violence in the man's eyes, just a gently penetrating look. After a long moment, Perry says if they're going to be friends, there's one rule: no crap. None. He's sick of people who know what they want and won't take it, won't even speak up and name it. When he asks what Joe wants, Joe answers, just says whatever that thing is. Joe understands. Perry's face breaks into a smile. He releases Joe's shirt front and sits on the edge of the bed, bridging the space between them with his eyes. When Joe's eyes join his, Perry tells him to say it. Now name the thing he wants. Joe silently calls himself a stupid bastard, tells himself to say something, anything that'll be a start. He stammers, closes his eyes, frowns, inclines his head toward his body, as if what he wants is trapped in his stomach and might be conjured out by an act of will. Perry encourages him. Joe declares himself hopeless. The truth is an ugly son of a bitch. He lifts his shoulders, wanting his face to disappear into his body. When he opens his eyes, he half expects Perry to be on his way out. Instead, Perry is looking at him as gently as ever, with even more concern than before. Perry asks why he's hopeless. Joe confesses he's dumb. One dumb son of a bitch. He can't talk right, can't think straight. He laughs, but his face is grave. He sees nothing funny. He's hung something ugly, ungainly, unforgivable in the air between them. He hammers at it with laughter but can't get at it. The more he laughs, the bigger it gets. Suddenly, he sees in his mind a beautiful picture, Sally Buck's gravestone, pure white and utterly blank, needing to be filled in. A crayon in his head draws a quick sketch on the stone, a cartoon of himself. The picture completes, he can look at Perry again. He hears himself say, to his own surprise, that he keeps thinking he'll wash dishes, and they'll bring in more and he'll wash them, then come up here and sleep some, then wash more dishes. Then he waves his hand back and forth, searching for the word. Perry prompts him. Joe says it die. He tries one quick, harsh blast of laughter to kill the thing in the air. Nothing will. It's too big, too ugly. In his mind, a shovel appears, placed in the hands of some shadowy creature who digs a grave next to Sally's. Then an open coffin sits beside the new grave, containing a beautiful young person himself. He thinks, is that all he gets? Just a coffin for all his being young, his juice, his good looks? The sadness overwhelms him. Suddenly he's crying, writhing on the floor of the XIII room, looking at a stranger's dirty sneakers, gasping for breath. He feels the necessity of getting that stranger out of the room. He says, "Go," but can't get anything else out. Something inside him now, far bigger than his lungs, is using up all the space where breathing should happen, poking at his liver and his heart and all his vital places, hurting like a handful of knives. The dirty sneakers have a person in them. Joe's mind demands over and over what this son of a bitch wants with him. Doesn't he know Joe is? The stranger grabs his shoulders, pushes him onto his back with great force, and straddles him. The sudden actions drive out the big, sharp-edged, heavy horror. He breathes again, emitting sound with each exhalation, and the groans comfort him. Only live people make such noises. His face is wet. He's been crying, but he's not ashamed. It's the marijuana, that's all, not his fault. He looks up at Perry straddling him, his face hovering very near. Perry speaks in that friendly, deep, sweet, dark narcotic voice, betting Joe feels a whole lot better. Pinned down by somebody friendly, wise, calm. Good, at last. What now? Perry continues. All Joe has to do is let him know, give a signal what he wants. Otherwise, how can Perry give it to him? Lying pinned beneath Perry, Joe's mind races. Who is this bird sitting on his belly? Is he God? Santa Claus? Magic? Give him what he wants. Is he crazy? If Perry asks one more time, Joe will tell him all right. He'll tell him. He wants a blonde lady to fuck, someone to take care of him all his life. Long eyelashes, fat dimply knees with meat on them, a yellow dress with real tits inside, no foam rubber like poor old Sally, home a lot, bringing him food in front of the TV, coming up to him during the boring parts to say she loves him so, crying about how much, he'd act amazed. Never seen anybody love somebody that much. How come? And she'd answer in a voice milky as her tits, because he's Cowboy Joe Buck. He does her so good. He doesn't waste his juice trying to make a living when he doesn't know how anyway. Besides, there's something special about a cowboy who loves as good as he does and takes his time, so he can just sit back, handsome and hard, and tell her what he wants from the kitchen. Jell-O with cream? A peach and a drumstick to nibble while she sings Blue Moon. Then they'd make love on the floor, and when it's over, he'd sing, "Get along, little doggy." That's nothing unusual, Perry says. Marijuana often induces hunger. They're sitting at the counter of an all-night eating place somewhere on the highway. Perry smokes and drinks coffee. Joe finishes the last of 2 hamburgers. Perry asks if he wants another. Joe shakes his head, mouth too full. He feels wonderful, like a baby who's cried his lungs out and then been spanked and fed, inexpressible warmth toward Perry. Perry asks who Sally is. Joe is caught off guard. How does Perry know about Sally? Perry explains Joe said her name a lot during the crying jag, asks if she's an old girlfriend. Joe lies and says yes, then silently scolds himself. Perry said he likes the truth, but a grown man can't go telling somebody he's been babbling about his grandmother. Perry asks what Joe would like to do now. It's only 4 a.m. Joe deflects, asks what Perry wants to do. Perry insists this is Joe's night. Joe protests he doesn't know shit about stuff to do. Perry says he knows what he likes, everybody does. Joe mentions what they used to do in the army, go into Columbus and pick up a whore. Nothing special. Perry asks if that's what he wants now. Joe backpedals. He doesn't have to have a woman. He's fine, doesn't need anything like that. Then he asks if Perry wants one. Perry says never mind about him. Joe wants a woman, right? Joe admits he supposes if something were right there pulling at his elbow, he'd just as soon grab it. But he doesn't want Perry to go to any trouble unless Perry wants one too. Perry says no. Joe says to hell with it then, unless there's something close by, where it wouldn't be too much trouble. Perry rises and tells him to come. Perry starts to hand the cashier a $5 bill. Joe tears it from his hand and gives her a 10, then pushes the 5 into Perry's hip pocket. Perry smiles and says nothing. On the edge of the parking lot, an outdoor telephone booth. Perry leaves the door open. Joe leans against the side, listening. Perry dials and waits, then addresses someone named Juanita, identifying himself as Perry. He tells her what he wants her to do. Wake up Dolores, give her a good bath, and he's bringing someone nice for her, a very handsome young man. He tells Juanita to keep still and just listen, then hangs up. Joe stands with his mouth open, shaking his head slowly, unable to grasp his good fortune like a child to whom a guardian angel has chosen to make a material appearance. His voice trembling with love, he calls Perry a goddamn son of a bitch. In the car on the freeway, Perry says Joe has wrecked his evening. Joe is alarmed. What did he do? Perry explains that much of his pleasure comes from spending Marvin's money on other people, and Joe wouldn't let him pick up that tab. Joe laughs, relieved, but Perry is serious. Don't ever do that again. Joe asks if Marvin is some relative. No, just his employer. He's employed by Marvin to perform a highly specialized service, reminding Marvin how loathsome he is. His remuneration is based on the extent of his success. He held his first such position in the East years ago, and learned something invaluable: to look beneath what people say they want, and give them what they're really screaming for under their breath. Perry hands Joe a cigarette to light. Joe leans forward against the windshield, lights it, and places it between Perry's lips. Perry continues: people who talk most about their great appetite for tenderness are really just asking for terror, only they don't know how to pronounce it. Anyone who simply wants tenderness and shuts up about it is different. But the ones who babble endlessly about it, any form of kindness or even decent treatment would make them sick. You can't give them straight terror either, even though they worship it, because they're too chicken-hearted to take what they want. So you learn to be terribly cool, measure everything out with teaspoons, and call it by other names. Nothing can be simply what it is. Even while they're groveling in full horror, they have to think it's love. So you touch them on the head occasionally but not too often, and pretend it never happened. Promise terror with your eyes and punctuate with small wounds, never drawing blood. With Marvin, Perry thinks he's doing extremely well. Before meeting Perry, Marvin saw himself as the size and value of a worm, but couldn't bear such an exalted position. Now, in just a few months, Perry has reduced him to something like an underfed maggot, and Marvin is delighted. Couldn't Joe tell? Didn't he seem pleased? But this won't last. Marvin is too ambitious. Ultimately, he'll want Perry to step on him entirely, grind him out of existence. But Perry hasn't signed on for that. He's better at intermediate stages where subtlety is required. No good with hammers and bread knives. Besides, Marvin can't afford to be murdered on his salary. If he's lucky, someone might lose control someday and do the thing for free. But not Perry. He knows his work. Joe agrees. Perry sure knows a lot, then asks how old he is. 29 going on 100. Joe says he's 25 and has just pissed away his life. He didn't really get the whole drift of what Perry was talking about just now. What does Perry think of that? Perry says, that's pretty amazing, but that's what he likes about Joe. His virginity. The word slips out before Joe can stop it, an admission that he's no virgin, just dumb, but he's been with plenty of women. Perry cuts him off, explaining, that's not the kind of virginity he means. Joe presses, genuinely confused, desperate to learn whatever this is. Perry just stares at him so long that Joe starts watching the highway instead, uneasy. Then Perry looks away, shakes his head slow like he's seeing something impossible, and mutters that Joe will understand. Relief and gratitude flood through Joe. He reaches over, squeezes Perry's shoulder, calls him the best buddy he ever had. But that feels thin, wrong, so he keeps going, words tumbling out. The army, all those guys he knew, none of them ever did for him what Perry does. Driving him all the way out here, that hamburger back down the road, that stuff matters, sure, but the real thing is Perry actually talks to him, says Joe. This and Joe that. He's never heard of anyone anywhere having that kind of friend. He fumbles for the word, lands on "goddamn-it friend," hoping Perry sees what he's driving at. Perry says he understands, then asks Joe to shut up. Joe pulls his arm back slow, stares ahead, stops breathing for a second. He asks if he said too much. Perry reassures him no, but repeats the request for silence. Joe agrees, that's the least he can do. The little sports car exits the freeway into a chaotic sprawl of trailer parks, supply shops, old houses, and small factories in Newville, Texas. Then it rolls onto a bare field with no trees, no bushes, no path, no driveway, nothing but dirt surrounding a big old frame house, placed like a giant's abandoned toy. Perry parks alongside. As they climb the front steps, a porch light flicks on, the door opens, and a tall, ungainly figure named Coom Baby barefoot holds the screen for them. Pale, oddly built, small head, no shoulders to speak of, but thick and heavy from stomach to ground. Gray sweatshirt reading Habvard, torn Levi's, sneakers, gold earrings. He greets Perry in a soft, high Texan voice. From inside, an angry voice bellows to kill the porch light. Coom Baby smiles, reports that his mother wants them to fall on their asses, and shakes hands with both men. Perry introduces them. Joe returns the greeting. Tom Baby leads them through a hall into the living room, moving like a cow with loose knees, always seeming about to collapse. He steps aside and welcomes them to the palace of Mother Goddamn. The room is stuffed with thick, oversized furniture from Grand Rapids 1930s modern. On the mantel, framed signed photos of unrecognizable famous-looking people flank a sequined vase, holding the American flag. On striped dark pink walls hang prints from the Sistine Chapel ceiling, details of bosoms, backsides, hands. On the far couch, squatting Buddha-like on the center cushion, sits a small middle-aged hag in a red satin kimono. Enormous watery pale blue eyes rimmed with feverish red and sleepless black, rapacious, active, belonging not to her but to some nightmare foe. Across her mouth, a quick deadly slash of purple paint, a cigarette butt jutting out with a hot red coal on the end. She shouts Perry's name in a surprising man's voice. Perry returns the greeting. She dismisses it, then says hello to Joe. While Joe gets introduced, Juanita Collins Harmeyer, barefoot her son, disassembles himself into a rocking chair. She commands him to tend bar, bourbon all around. He rises with less effort than expected, repeats the order. As Toon Baby leaves, Joe spots an 8-foot stuffed toy giraffe leaning against the dining room archway. In his imagination, he lets Toon Baby climb onto it and ride away not just into the dining room, but clear out of Texas. Then the giraffe weakens under the burden, and there's a dreadful collapse of skinned knees and broken limbs. While Joe copes with that inner crisis, he and Perry take seats in big chairs facing Juanita across a mirror-covered cocktail table. Juanita tells Perry she went through one bitch of a commotion for him tonight. Perry smiles, says she always does. She shoves forward a dirty tobacco-stained hag's hand with bitten nails and fresh scratches on the back done by that goddamn animal when she woke her up. Then she throws those big eyes into Joe's face and says he better like animals. Joe grins at her, but inside he's sick. What he sees is a cage with a creature half lady half tiger pacing, starved. He doesn't want any animal. He wants something soft and fat and gentle, full of rounding sweet places to hide. Juanita tells him that's what he's getting. Then she turns back to Perry, asking if this scratched hand is bad. Last week, she bit me, drew blood. Toon Baby returns with old Overholton jelly glasses. He suggests telling what Mother did to her. They'd love to hear that. Juanita asks Perry if he said something smart, warns the half-breed to just keep it up. Toon Baby hands whiskey to Perry, and Joe takes a sip from a third glass, starts toward his rocking chair. Juanita picks up a heavy-cut glass candy dish and barks princess, taking aim. Toon Baby feigns surprise, apologizes for forgetting her, places his glass in front of her, pours another for himself. She puts down the dish and picks up the glass, then demands music, asking whether they're running a cat house or a funeral parlor. Tom Baby wonders aloud that if she's the main attraction, it might be a cross between. She tells him to shut up, her voice rattling the place. He leaves. Juanita explains to Joe that she always makes it clear to strangers this big-ass rooster, with the dimple where his dick ought to be, a sack of gumdrops for balls, he's no son of hers, not by a damn sight. Just the mistake of some broken-down night shift nurse at General Jones Hospital in Shreveport, who switched kids on her. She claims total recall of the night she got planted with that kid, where she was lying, how it felt, what happened after. Darlington barefoot and her on his porch, drink in one hand, looking at the moon in the other. Poor Toon Baby. Isn't what you get to remember a time like that? Her kid came out with black hair. She was wide awake, saw him. What else would Darlington barefoot's son have? Pink? And next morning they shoved at her. This mess, all mouth and rear end. Her titties dried up in horror on the spot. She pulls apart the kimono to show 2 stringy breasts, not a drop of milk from that day to this. Tom Baby returns from the dining room, where he's put on the ink spots. He observes that the whole point of that story is to show her poor old boobs. If she waits for a demand, well, one can imagine how long that wait would be. Juanita cocks her eyebrows, pretending to listen, then announces she caught every syllable of that insult. Her notebook is full, and God help him. Tom Baby clarifies that all he said was they'd like to see her vagina next, then presents the music with a flourish. Juanita demands to know what he said. Perry carefully enunciates that Toon Baby hoped Dolores would be ready soon, and so does Perry. Juanita isn't buying it, then launches into the story of Darlington barefoot taking one look at this thing born with a call. She had to hold her nose every time she came near it, and he was off like greased lightning. Can't blame the man, his daddy was a brave. So what was he going to do, take this gland case back to the tribe? Fat chance. Tom Baby adds that therefore Mother, already flat on her back, had no difficulty making a living except she specialized in faulty vision types, drunks, the blind, etc. He winks, raises his voice, says he was telling them how hard she's always worked to support him. A red flash on the couch, a glass of bourbon lands in the rocking chair, but Toonbaby has already vacated it. He picks up the unbroken but empty glass and asks his mother if she'd care for a drink. Juanita tells Joe she puts up with him because she loves him like her own. Call her a damn fool, she makes no bones about it. Toonbaby says he loves her too, along with snakes, policemen, war, big hairy spiders, and cancer of the rectum. Juanita insists whatever he's saying, however sassy it sounds, it's based on affection and respect. A door slams in the back of the house. Tom Baby announces Dolores just rang for her mother. Juanita tells him to light a fire under her and say ahora misma. While Toonbaby is gone, Juanita frets to Perry about that poor thing. What's to become of him? Every time he tries to make a living somewhere, some policeman chases his ass back home to Mama. Enough to break your heart. So she puts him to work here. He just came back from Pensacola after 3 months. She thought maybe she was rid of him, but he dragged back last week. He won't even talk about what happened. He's ugly. He's a fag. Put together like Donald Duck, and nobody can stand the sight of him except her. She sent him to beauty school. He can't make a curl to save his life. Can hardly wipe his own twat. All that hell and him not even her own. Inferior blood, she says, and there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it. She blows her nose hard, admits you're not supposed to cry in this business, but she's sentimental and does as she pleases. Juanita finishes the liquor in Tom Baby's glass. As it works inside her, she hunches her shoulders, holds her head back, presses her lips together, eyes closed. Then, like a priestess, she takes a deep breath and points to head, throat, chest, stomach pain. Here, pain here, pain here, who cares? Not her, pain doesn't bother her. She tells Perry to reach the bottle. Tom Baby comes simpering back, settles into his rocking chair, and reports with relish that Dolores wanted to know how old the señor was. He said roughly 73, and she's in there crying. Juanita makes him repeat it until she hears it. Then she disentangles her legs and stands. Joe catches a glimpse of her knees, notes a similarity to his grandmother's except in Juanita's. There's nothing very sad in all that boniness. She tells Joe she's going to be rude as hell and take Perry into the kitchen to tell him something secret. Eager to be agreeable, Joe waves his hand and arranges his face to convey long familiarity with whorehouse kitchen secrets. On her way out, Juanita stops at his chair and looks him over close range. She nods, calls him quite a horse if she had one like this. She'd head east to New York City. Here, tell it's all fags there, fags and money and hungry women. Young stud like this in the stable, she'd clean up good. She shrugs, jabs her thumb toward Toonbaby, and leaves with Perry. Joe knows the woman who just left is frightful. She said things appalling enough to shrivel Tom Baby's balls a dozen times over. Clearly selfish, callous, disagreeable in all possible ways. He also knows that Toonbaby, hands-folded grandmother like across his stomach, has a cold, skinny black tongue connected to a heart full of poison. The house itself, with so many darknesses beyond the darknesses he can see, is fearsome as a nest of vipers. Still, he would move in with these people on a second's notice. They are not alone in the place but two, sharing the horrors of it and of one another. He sees clearly without knowing what name to give it, love or hate, or how it came to be, or what it could lead to some kind of priceless safety in their connection. Joe feels the half-breed's soft eyes on him. He licks his bourbon glass and toasts Toonbaby. Toonbaby has no drink. His hands fidget on his stomach, a damp smile on his mouth. He repeats the toast back, keeps smiling, keeps looking. The Andrews sisters play Juanita appears in the doorway, beckoning to Joe. They have something for him. Joe follows her through the dining room into a long dark hallway. They stop at a closed door at the end. Juanita hits it with the back of her hand, calls out to Dolores. She looks at Joe, tells him to go ahead and enjoy himself, turns the knob, and gives him a gentle shove forward. In the corner of the room stands a girl no more than 17, short, dark, clean-faced. She wears a long blue robe held tight around her body for protection. She looks at Joe with a mixture of fear and hostility, trying to think of ways to keep him at bay. Joe closes the door and steps toward her. She stiffens. He asks what's the matter. She says nothing. Puzzled, he starts to leave, but when his hand hits the doorknob, she says, "No." He turns. She studies his face. The fear and hostility gradually drain away, leaving nothing but resignation. She turns her back and slowly unties the robe. Stepping out of it, she walks quickly to the bed in a way that makes Joe feel he's stealing something from her. She lies flat on her back, stares at the ceiling, motionless. Joe walks over and looks at her face. She won't meet his eyes. He tries not to look at her body, feeling it hasn't truly been offered to him, but his eyes aren't entirely under his control. They travel quickly. Sweet plumpness, olive-tinted cream, many soft round places, 2 tipped with perfect rosettes, and one, the softest of all, dark tufted, mysterious. He holds his hands in front of himself. He stumbles over words, wants to say something important, something deeper than a thought. A fact about himself: making love is the one special use he's found for his manhood, so he can't pridelessly climb onto someone just to take pleasure. Too much would be lost. But such facts, scarcely understood by their owners, don't easily become speech. He starts to say he doesn't particularly think unless she's in the mood. Why don't they just? She says she doesn't speak, doesn't understand. Joe walks around the foot of the bed to where she stepped out of the robe. He picks it up and places it over her body. She looks at him, astonished. He shakes his head several times, trying to convey his reluctance. She studies his face for trickery. He offers a cigarette. She declines. He lights one for himself. She looks at him a long time, then lifts her head, resting on her elbow, and looks some more. She says hey, and pats the place next to her on the bed. Joe walks over and sits with her. She takes his cigarette and rubs it out on the bedside stand, leaving another black mark on the maple finish. The girl takes Joe's hand, kisses it, and smiles. He kisses her hand in return. She takes it again, kisses each finger in turn. He mirrors the gesture, then kisses her palm. They look into each other's eyes for a long time. Then her face crumples toward a frown, tears gathering on her lashes. She has things to say. 2 things. That won't be said tonight. Not to Joe Buck. Maybe never to anyone. He bends over her, touches the tears away with his tongue, then pulls back and grins with all those fine white teeth. She starts to laugh, pulls at his clothes. Moment later, they're both on the bed, holding, being held, exploring, caressing, touching, sampling, kissing. Then comes a preliminary moment, very quiet, gentle, dangerous, important. Neither breathes, until they breathe together. The deepest embrace follows. Then the easy beginnings of giving and taking and taking and giving that makes the girl's eyes lose focus. At a certain moment he waits, and waits, until she calls out to him in her own tongue words of love that he nonetheless understands. When he knows he's waited long enough, he begins building for her the finest thing he's capable of. Then suddenly he stops moving. The girl clutches his shoulders. Joe cocks his head, listening. He withdraws so quickly she cries out in pain. He jumps from the bed, stares at a closet in the corner. The door stands ajar. The girl sits up, calls him crazy, but Joe stays standing. After a moment, the door pushes fully open from within, not a closet, an adjoining room. Perry sits on a stool. Juanita stands behind him. 2 baby barefoot towers above both. Perry is smiling. He tells Joe to go ahead, don't let them stop him. Seconds later, Perry is on the bedroom floor. Joe straddles his chest, still naked, fists working hard, bent on obliterating that smile. The girl screams. Perry offers no resistance. In fact, he looks directly into Joe's eyes in a way clearly calculated to provoke him further. Juanita barks out short, unintelligible phrases of ugly words and Spanish. Joe stops for a moment, fist held over Perry's face, begging him to quit smiling. Please. Perry won't quit. The blows continue. The girl pulls at Joe's shoulders with all her strength. Then Juanita and Tom Babby surround him, 2 hands all over his naked body as they drag him away from the bleeding man on the floor. Joe struggles to free himself. Then a fist catches him in the stomach. Juanita's fist. It takes his breath. On the bed's edge, he doubles over, gasping for air. Surrounding his lowered head, legs form a kind of cell around him. Still, he feels hands all over him, some soft and damp, gliding across his back and thighs. Combined with the pain in his stomach, the hands sicken him. He begins to retch and vomit, but nothing comes out. The hands continue. One begins manipulating him in a surprising way that triggers a kind of nightmare panic. When he manages to pull in a little air, he uses it to gird himself for more struggle. Then Juanita's voice, a loud whisper, says that if Toon Baby wants it, there's only one way he's going to have it. A crash obliterates everything, then instantly recreates it from a totally different perspective. The room becomes a hole shaped like a well. Joe lies at the bottom, looking up. No, only his head is at the bottom. Everything else, even his own body lying on the bed, sits above him. Beyond his toes, way up near the top, stand the half-breed and the hag, arguing mutedly, as if his ears are submerged in liquid. The woman floats out of view. Joe seems alone with a big yellow-looking thing leaning over the bed's edge, reaching down with both hands. Then the opening at the top is completely covered by this fat form, darkening everything. The air feels cut off, but when he gasps, some remains. Desperate for light, he works his neck muscles trying to pull his head up. Gradually, he becomes aware of some effort above, someone trying to release him from the anguish and darkness. A giant force applied at the well's top draws Joe slowly upward, using his sex as a handle. The closer he gets to freedom, the more intolerable the constriction. He fights to cooperate, straining every muscle. Then, just as it becomes clear what exactly is being enacted upon him, something breaks deep inside. He's fought too hard and lost everything, his life spurting out uncontrollably, shamefully pleasurable to be at the end of the battle. But he hasn't won anything. Nothing remains at the top of the hole, and he's still way down at the bottom where Perry pushed me, he thinks. My friend Perry shoved me down a hole. 2 days later, Joe hasn't left his room. He's pale, hungry, something wrong with the back of his head. But even in this sorry shape, he holds a new idea with no effort. Only one person in this world has his interests at heart. He addresses his mirror image with excited enthusiasm that looks a great deal like love says. He's going to take care of Cowboy, work his butt off, coddle him to death. This crapper they call a room? He's getting out one of these days. His head isn't broken for good, not by a long shot. He likes the new determination in his voice. Something new and wild and dangerous lights up his eyes. He's delighted to see it there. In these days alone, Joe has stumbled upon new fuel. He's taken a lot of angers, large and small, old and recent. The one against Perry sparked the others, but isn't special. Together they make something bracing, almost intoxicating fury itself. He's taken out all his years like things stored in a trunk, picked through from memories to sustain this fierce new power. Everything his mind lights on seems usable, supporting the view that the world's indifference stems from downright hostility. He doesn't know what it's based on, but there seems something about him no one wants to be kind to. This feeling always just below the surface, of being a person with no real place, an alien even under his birth's red, white, and blue, someone who doesn't belong even in his own neighborhood, is one of many he doesn't know how to consider. He's always gone about with a slight frown of uneasiness, head cocked for clues to the true meaning of language, spoken, but clearly not his own, walking softly as if unsure of this peculiar planet's very ground. Thinking it all over now carefully but inexpertly, there seems to have been from the very beginning a campaign to make him aware always of his own alien status. The awful conclusion: nearly everyone he's known is part of this conspiracy. Even those with whom he enjoyed sexual popularity, especially those refused any contact with his other aspects. They took their pleasure and ran like the wind, no doubt laughing at the earnestness with which he gratified them. They have a very special place in his new fury, but not exclusive. He ticks off old teachers, the army, his little pink boss at the cafeteria, Adrian Schmidt's magazine store mob, and on. The greater number have no name. Just about everyone he went to school with. Scores of clerks and public servants and strangers who dealt with him brusquely or condescendingly, or ignored him altogether. The list flourishes until it includes buildings and banks and libraries, whose workings he doesn't understand, and whose employees always treat him as if he came to rob or defile. Eventually, he realizes the entire city of Albuquerque is in this category, and if Houston is no better, it's a safe bet that Hong Kong and Des Moines and London town are no better than Houston. Following this logic, the map of the entire world quickly fills with the color of his fury. But in this sweeping view, Joe feels something has been glossed over or left out, some first-class son of a bitch playing hide-and-seek in his memory. Who? Or what? Then he thinks of Sally Buck. Her voice on the telephone, telling him she's got a late appointment and might stop for a beer or two, telling him his grandmother is going to Santa Fe for the 4th, and she's got herself a new beau. How's that for an old lady? He'll be all right in town, won't he? Sally Buck standing in her bedroom doorway, saying she's going to hit the hay and get a decent night's sleep for a change. She'll hear about his day in the morning, but too tired to follow now. Sally Buck in her beauty shop, explaining the waiting room is for ladies, and he can take that magazine along home, just don't play too hard. Telling him there's no point waiting around, she might have to stop off somewhere anyway. Can't he tuck himself in like a big fella? Signing a report card with a sigh, asking where on the back. There, now run along, she's got a head waiting for a set. Sally Buck. Joe can't remember why he ever loved her so much. Silly, pinch-faced old chatterbox, never sitting still, always dabbing at her nose with perfume that can't quite hide the liquor, pulling dollar bills from her pocketbook to buy off old promises, forever fooling with a compact or picking lint off her dress whenever he tries to tell her something. All he can think in her favor: how spindly her legs are, how sad to look at her big bony knees when she crosses them. But even as a ghost in that Albuquerque hotel room, she couldn't give him a little real attention, just sat there fretting about getting her house back or riding horseback or some damn thing. Ride on, Sally, old fool, ride on to the devil. Set his head in curls while she's at it. It. His mind strains for fairness to make his case even tighter. Who has ever looked upon him as a creature worth the time of day? Just say who. 2 faces and a cowboy song come to mind. The faces: he will not allow one owner in the loony bin, the other not a flesh and blood person for nearly 2,000 years, if then. And that leaves get along, little Doty, get along, get along. Woodsy Niles is clearly an exception. But what good is he here and now? The memory picture is too shiny, too brilliant to trust. Nothing but the tobacco-scented, guitar-strumming, grinning devil souvenir of a long-ago summer. So rare, much too rare to find a place in any useful view of the world. So the crazy, shining, blue-bearded face of Woodsy Niles and Sally Buck's big bony knees go outside his thinking. They're dangerous. They cause the anger to run out of him. And somehow, he knows if he's going to manage in the world, he'll need all the anger he can keep hold of. Joe finds himself working faster and harder in the Sunshine Cafeteria scullery. A kind of fever in the way he loads dishes into trays and throws them onto the conveyor belt, as if he has to feed just so many millions of dishes into the steaming jaws of that machine, and then it will be appeased and belch up enough money to— he isn't certain what the money is for. He only knows he has to get some together to cause something to happen. He goes about with the single eye of a man with a plan, but he doesn't quite know what the plan is. 3 mornings a week in a gymnasium, strenuous exercises, punching a bag, swimming the pool's length 8 times. He watches his body acquire new strength and agility. He massages his scalp, fools with his hair a lot. He becomes obsessed with acquiring a Western wardrobe, carrying night and day a feeling that everything will change for the better when he creates himself in a certain new image. He knows the image, a cowboy, but never presses himself on how that image will make life different. An Indian legend says that at a certain time a young man is given a dream in which he sees a mask, and when he wakes, he must carve that mask to wear into battle for victory. It's as if Joe has had such a dream, his life given over to carving the mask. He wastes little time now longing for company or brooding. If he has no kin, who is there to yearn for? But he does a lot of aimless wandering at night after leaving the cafeteria. To Joe, it's not aimless at all. Ask him, and he'd brush the question aside, as if his purpose lies deeper than questions and answers can penetrate. But he's clearly searching the town for something. His eyes stay wide open and alert, scanning downtown Houston's nighttime streets like a warrior scout. Very little seems worth remembering. Most leaves no more mark than images on a mirror's face. Yet 3 pictures from his many nights of wandering have somehow fallen through to a deeper level and show themselves over and over. One, a cutout image of a young Hollywood actor floodlighted on a movie marquee's suntan snarl in full color, 2 stories bigger than life, legs apart, pelvis thrust forward, in the act of turning a big gun on you. The barrel comes at you thick and gleaming, about to go off. The second, a brief scene on a street corner. A long white convertible stopped at a red light. The woman driving looks at a tall, handsome young man in Western clothes standing at the curb. Her motor dies under her. She keeps looking. She says she can't get it started without help. The young man says he'll bet she can't, honey. The third picture, the only one he can't enjoy looking at later. A large poster of that bearded young man in whose eyes resides all the sorrow of history. Above his head, a message attributed to him in large Gothic typeface. On the bottom, scrawled in raspberry-colored lipstick, "Fuck thee." These are the things Joe Buck finds as he seeks his way. The Greyhound bus's power impresses Joe immediately. During the first 100 eastbound miles, he gives it nearly all his attention, the sound of changing gears, the breathing of the brakes, and on the open road the deep bass hum of something not exhausted by the miles but thriving on them. An empty seat sits up front opposite the driver. Joe sits there smoking, fascinated by what passes between bus and highway, the way the road seems to enter underneath, miles disappearing into an enormous machine that only grows leaner and more fit. Before returning to his seat, he wants to remark that it's a powerful mother, but the driver doesn't look up. Walking back, Joe feels like a circus performer dancing on horseback. This great being through whose center he moves has something in common with him, though he's little better equipped to think about it than the bus itself. He feels it anyway, some kind of masterful participation in time and space, a moving forward into destiny. Back in his seat, he smiles at this new sense of himself, blows a kiss at his new boots, and before long his eyes close. He sleeps the deep black sleep of a creature not yet born. The first half of his big trip east passes this way. Sometimes his eyes are open, but even then he dreams himself into whatever landscape he passes, still so confident of himself and his future that he gives them scarcely a passing thought. On the afternoon of the second day, the day of his 5 p.m. arrival, Joe grows fretful. Perfection arouses his suspicions. He might be embroiled in some colossal confidence game where he's both victim and perpetrator. Exactly what in hell is he going to do in New York City? He keeps glancing upward at his black and white horsehide suitcase and all its fine articles. Every few minutes he touches the hip where his money rides. He searches other passengers' faces, wondering if someone might be an ally or if they're all strangers like him, uneasy at the prospect of arriving in the richest and tallest of all cities. The last rest stop is a Howard Johnson's in Pennsylvania. Joe takes his suitcase into the men's room and spends 20 minutes grooming for his arrival. He shaves, splashes Florida water, changes into a fresh shirt, gives a quick spit shine to his boots. Even with other men using the facilities, He can't resist using the mirror in his peculiar way, walking away, preparing his expression and attitude, then spinning around to surprise his image. What he sees comforts him tremendously. When he clicks out, other passengers are already returning. Two very young girls from the front seats, keenly aware of Joe throughout the trip, climb aboard just ahead of him. One, stimulated by his proximity, giggles breathlessly. Joe is as pleased as can be. Passing their seat, he tips his Stetson and gives them full benefit of his sweet, crooked smile. Their reaction turns wild and hysterical for miles. In heavenly hell, painful titillation, they stifle screams, hide behind damp handkerchiefs, strike each other. Joe feels reassured and can't remember what he worried about. What to do when he gets to New York? Head for Times Square and follow his nose. Suddenly the Manhattan skyline ahead, buildings like markers in a crowded graveyard. Joe's hand moves to his crotch. Under his breath, he says he's going to take hold of this thing, swing it like a lasso, and rope in his whole fucking island. At the Times Square Palace Hotel, a shriveled old bellhop who calls him Sir several times conducts Joe to his room and carries his suitcase. Joe gives him $1, closes the door, examines the room. Twice as expensive as Houston, but many times more pleasant private bath, freshly greened walls, spotlessly clean tan bedspread, maple furniture. Over the bed hangs a watercolor of the Manhattan skyline. Next to the bed, a telephone on a stand. Joe believes he's in a first-class situation. He unpacks, places his radio on the bedside table, lights a cigarette, sits at a small desk in front of the window. He looks back and forth in amazement at his two new worlds, 42nd Street out there, throbbing and rich and noisy, and this place inside where his hat will hang and his head will rest. He studies the bureau for a long time. For one crazy moment, he can't believe his personal belongings are still there, even though he just placed them. When something is out of sight, it loses existence altogether. He hurries across the room to the mirror. Relief he's still there, but he's not entirely certain until he waves, smiles at his image, blows a cloud of smoke at it. Then he checks the drawers and closet. Reassured, he crosses again, stopping to smile once more at his reflection, telling himself to take it easy, he's all settled in, about to get rich. He performs a little hip dance mimicking copulation, returns to the desk to finish his cigarette. He says New York City, looking at the street. A fat, incredibly sloppy old woman sits on the sidewalk under a movie marquee across the way, pouring something from a bottle onto her filthy naked feet and rubbing them with her free hand. No one pays much attention. A policeman watches with some interest but no concern, then moves on. He addresses his radio, calling it Your Room, turns it on, hoping its sounds will give him the feeling of truly arriving. A woman's high-pitched, somewhat hysterical voice explains her system, then giggles. A man's voice with electronic fervor marvels that when she has insomnia, she simply gets out of bed. She shrieks. Yes, loses control, he urges further. She says. She turns on her lights, gets dressed, does her work, maybe cooks or bakes. Overcome, she can't continue. He asks if she isn't very tired the next day. She swears no, suddenly dead earnest, as if accused of malingering honestly, not at all. Joe feels sorry for the lady but delights in what he hears. It bears out rumors about Eastern women. He says aloud that what's wrong with her is perfectly clear to him. Get him to that radio station, and he'll put her in shape. The woman says she'll probably collapse right at the microphone, then gives way to utter breathless hysteria. The announcer chuckles fatuously, hoping she won't collapse until she's sung for them. He plays a record of her singing My Foolish Heart in a quieter mood through an echo chamber. While she sings, Joe opens the desk drawer. He finds a ballpoint pen and 2 postcards picturing this very hotel. After study, he determines which window is his, encircles it, turns the card over, writes Dear in the message space, then stops. Dear who? Unable to think of a name, he tears the card in half and drops it out the window. The lady sings that this time it isn't fascination, this time it's love. Joe picks up the second card, encircles his window again, writes, This is me across the sky. On the message side, skipping "dear" entirely, he writes that he's settled in New York is not so much, but he's got his own place, very clean too. In the space for an addressee, he prints shit. He tears the card in half, says he's fucked if he came to this town to write postcards. Just as he throws the pieces out the window, he thinks of someone, his Negro colleague from the Sunshine Cafeteria scullery. He puts his head out, sees the fragments still floating toward the street. For a moment, one looks like it might drop right into a loitering sailor's cap, but the sailor moves on, joining a stream of early evening pedestrians. Joe adjusts his pace to arrive at the corner with the rich lady at the same moment. With luck, the light will be red and they'll wait together, and somehow a conversation will begin where she gets a chance to bid on his wares. Park Avenue isn't what he expected of the few people walking here at twilight. Not one gives him a second glance. His faith in himself and his project is a delicate thing at best, and he needs to be especially agile, avoiding any doubt that might bump into it and wreck it entirely. There's no single aspect of this rich lady that suggests any hunger for what he has to offer, but he knows that if he ponders even for a moment, her flawless, elegant self-sufficiency evident in every detail of her appearance, and every step she takes his resolve, will be lost at once. She's small-boned, brown-haired, medium height. As she precedes him down Park Avenue, Joe admires her ankles, slender, beautifully formed, seeming to say they're not very strong but strong enough, and rich. At 39th Street, waiting for the light, Joe removes his hat, holds it over his heart, begs pardon, explains he's new in town from Houston, Texas, and says he's looking for the Statue of Liberty. The rich lady continues presenting a perfect view of her profile. Fine, delicate, pretty, but gives no sign she's heard. When the light is red, she crosses. Joe follows. On the east side, she stops, turns, asks if he was joking about the Statue of Liberty. Her tone is direct, neither friendly nor hostile. He insists he means business. She forgives him, clearly unconvinced but going along for her own reasons, and smiles. Joe is suddenly touched by the very special beauty of a lady at the far end of her youth, old age just under her skin but not yet emerged, and by the still young blue of eyes more deeply sympathetic than truly young eyes could ever be. She faces south. She's never actually seen it except from a boat, but she thinks he takes the 7th Avenue subway to the end of the line, though she's not certain. He'd better ask someone else to play it safe. Joe is so taken with her, he hardly listens to the words. Each formed by her lips seems a miracle of beauty. He blurts that she sure is a pretty lady, surprising himself. She turns quickly, taken aback and blushing in a way that thrills him. She protests that he's not looking for the Statue of Liberty at all. He admits he's not. She calls it perfectly dreadful and asks if he isn't ashamed of himself, but she begins to smile, increasing the lines in her face and intensifying the blue and twinkle and sympathy of her eyes. Her face seems to say that they're wonderful people who understand beautiful things lost to others, but now that they've had this amusing secret moment, it's time to part. She simply says goodbye and walks away. He watches her leave, noting her trim rear end now intensely conscious of itself. This pleases him but also disturbs his stomach. He's always appreciated certain women's walking away the way they switch the fanny side to side in a carefully measured way, yet hold the head so high you're supposed to believe their thoughts are 7,000 miles north of the Arctic Ocean and as cool. But now, with the enjoyment comes weakness, anxious churning deep in his body. He has to tighten his thigh muscles to remain standing. His toes grip the soles of his boots. He calls her a cute lady under his breath, then adds rich too, following slowly on the opposite side of the street, admiring her more with every step. Too bad. She isn't the buying kind. He watches her turn and walk up the steps of a great brownstone house, open the front door, enter. Then he makes a sound that isn't a word as something cold and awful touches his heart. Her door is closed. He sits on a nearby stoop, continuing to watch the place, wondering at his sudden new suffering. Then the dark windows on the parlor floor silently and softly explode into light amber-colored, warm as flesh. He has no notion why it hurts so much to look at it. He only knows for certain that twilight has ended, and it's time for a good long drink. He forces himself to his feet and begins to walk. Pretty soon he comes upon another kind of rich lady altogether. The second rich lady is walking a white French poodle on Lexington Avenue in the 30s. Joe finds her looking at yellow pom-poms in front of a florist's window. The poodle is so small it looks like a wind-up toy, but the lady herself is very large, like some movie star who wrecked her career with food. Brunette, eyelashes sticking out 3/4 of an inch, lots of paint on her face, and fingernails. The ornamentation gives her the look of a marionette, inhabited not by a mere hand, but by an entire person. You see those little green eyes peering out of this big doll, and wonder who the tiny person inside could be. While she studies the pom-poms, Joe pretends to look at roses until it's clear she's keenly aware of his presence. She addresses the dog in animated irritation, hurrying it to do goody-goods for Mama. Joe holds his Stetson over his heart, begs pardon, explains he's brand new in town from Houston, Texas, hoping to see the Statue of Liberty. She looks at him with eyebrows raised and mouth open in disbelief. She repeats what he said. He puts out a smile to dazzle the moon, twitching his mouth slightly to make the smile appear involuntary. This somehow increases its worth immeasurably. She meets his eye, and holds it like a man, says the Statue of Liberty is up in Central Park taking a leak, and if he hurries, he'll make the supper show. Then she tells him to get lost. But just as she walks away, she winks at him and smiles in a distinctly provocative way. Perplexed, Joe watches her shimmy away up Lexington Avenue in her tight black dress and pink high-heeled shoes, the little dog racing to keep pace. At the traffic light she looks back, holds his eye for a count of 4, smiles, then stoops to pick up the dog and disappears around the corner, mouthing elaborate baby talk at the tiny beast trapped in her arm. Joe hurries to the corner where he can see her waiting for him under an apartment house canopy. Confident he's following, she proceeds into the building. In a moment, Joe passes through a pair of solid gold doors, perhaps not solid gold, but covered with some gold-colored metal that makes you feel once you've passed through them that money is no longer a problem. He steps into a carpeted elevator. The rich lady looks straight ahead, as if she has no notion of his existence. But the minute those doors make their soft, expensive collouche closing sound, her long tongue is licking his lips, her stomach rubbing against his. Even though she's a very large person, she smiles, as if she's very small, and says hi. Joe shivers. The poodle yaps. Another collouche. They step off into a private apartment with fluffy white carpets. She takes his hand, says she's got to make a couple phony phones, pulling him behind her toward a white and gold desk with a telephone. Dialing with one hand, she unbuttons his trousers with the other and begins to work with the zipper. The entire episode unfolds with speed and style far more amazing than Joe's best fantasies. Cass speaks into the telephone, her left hand busy inside Joe's trousers, asking for messages, getting a name Needleman and a number. Still holding the receiver, she disconnects with her thumb, looks down to examine what she's found, murmurs, "Ye gods," impressed, and hangs on as she dials. She asks for Mr. Needleman, pauses, lets go of Joe, lifts her skirt, turns around and backs against him, guiding his arms around her waist. She speaks to someone named Palm Bomb, asks for Maury, puts her ear in Joe's mouth, tells him to stop because she can't stand that. Her voice goes soft and sweet for Maury, luring a small child into a gas chamber with promises of candy. She explained she was walking baby. Hasn't been out but once. Yes, she did walk him earlier, around 3. Checks with the service, no message. She tells Maury he's making her mad and sick, that she's going to hang up and have all over the rug, that all he thinks about is one thing, so he can go screw himself. She giggles, calls him old goosey, asks when he can get here, turns her face toward Joe, and puts her tongue deep into his mouth. No passion, more like clinical curiosity about the shape of his back teeth. She withdraws quickly, tells Maury she's very disappointed, winks at Joe, shows crossed fingers. She'll nap for an hour, fix a TV dinner, take a long time getting dressed midnight at Jilly's. She makes an obscene sound into the mouthpiece, concludes in baby talk that he can only have one, and she loves him. Terrible much too. Then she hangs up and turns her full attentions onto Joe. The event that follows takes place in 3 rooms, most of it witnessed by the little white poodle. Commencing at the desk, the action moves to a cocktail table, 2 chairs, and a poof. Then to the kitchen drain board. The poodle loses interest and leaves. A few minutes later, Joe and Cass repair to the bedroom. Finding the bed occupied by the dog, they use the floor. Soon they fall asleep on the fluffy white carpet. While they nap, darkness falls. Joe wakes to an odd sensation, the dog nibbling his toes. He gently withdraws his foot, then feels a human hand on his ankle. He opens his eyes. The nibbler is Cass herself. He sits up and reaches for her, but she rises playfully, runs naked out onto the terrace. He follows, amazed anew at her size, delighted to discover this is an actual penthouse. He chases her around the terrace until she allows herself to be caught leaning breathless against a low wall protecting her from a 15-story drop. She shushes him, looks upward, makes a wish on the first star, then bends over the wall, belly resting on top in a way that invites him behind her. She whispers. She's so afraid of heights. Joe holds a buttock in each hand, enjoying their doughy pliability, and assures her he won't let her get away. She cries out, "Ye gods," calls what he's doing terrible, says she's never heard of such a thing, then stops talking. Joe takes one long north to south look at Manhattan, then happens to look upon himself here on the roof of a tall building, under the stars, naked, joined to a woman. He's moved deeply by a sudden keen awareness of the moment. It's as if he himself is one person, and the one he dreams of being is another, and these two have traveled separate paths until here and now, on this terrace and this night, they merge. He pauses to contemplate the marvel of meeting himself, and his eyes fill with tears. He's having a moment of happiness. Then Cass moves in a way that returns his attention to the matter at hand. Joe's first assumption about Cass's financial condition had been based recklessly on 2 factors. The tininess of her dog must cost a fortune, and the number and size of rhinestones at her wrists, which he mistook for diamonds. The estimate was further sustained by another shaky notion: anyone in a penthouse has even more money than an archbishop. At a few minutes past 11, while Cass showers for her midnight rendezvous with Needleman, Joe consults himself in the bedroom mirror. He rehearses telling her he's had as good a time as ever, a goddamn fact, and that's why he hates to bring up this business thing. Judging this a poor beginning, he starts over, leaning on the dressing table, swinging his eyes to the glass. Can she let him have 20? He imagines her saying, "Sure, take 50, although God knows he's worth 100. He purses his lips, sends a kiss into the mirror, smiles. Cass tiptoes in from the bathroom, fully made up but still naked, holding a towel in front of her in some curious after-bath modesty, telling him not to look. She heads for the closet. Joe says he sure enjoyed being here tonight. She calls him lover from behind the door, agrees it's fine. He believes it's as fine a time as he's had in his life. She backs out in a tower of black bugle beads and ivory, asks him to zip her dress. He does. Then he says he's in business. She says poor him. Maury's got terrible ulcers. He says he doesn't know what business Maury's in, but he's in a different business. She says he's plenty different than Maury in lots of other ways too. She studies herself in the glass, picks up a lipstick. He says, wondering if he can get the words out that he's a hustler. She murmurs something he doesn't catch, then clarifies that a person's got to make a living. Joe laughs, asks if she heard what he said. She gives no answer, rises, goes to a chest of drawers, takes out a gold lame evening bag, says she's only half here, and maybe he ought to run along. She opens the bag. Joe sits on the bed's edge, hides his pleasure by fooling with his boot tops. From the corner of his eye he sees her come toward him, lower the bag to eye level wide open, empty. Cass asks if he could let her have a little coin for the taxi she didn't get to the bank. She cups his chin, looks down seductively, calls him a doll, says she hates money, asks why he doesn't take her phone number anyway. The shock goes deep, but Joe recovers quickly. He laughs weakly, says funny thing she mentions money he was about to ask her for some. He starts to cover this with another laugh, but the sound freezes in his throat along with the air and everything else. A long, dangerous moment of locked eyes. Finally, in an impassioned whisper, still holding his chin, she asks if he wants money from her. Is that what he's doing? Asking her for money? Speech would be impossible for Joe, but Cass apparently finds an answer in his eyes. She calls him a prick, a bastard, a son of a bitch, accuses him of thinking he's dealing with some old slut, tells him to look at her 31. Just because he's hung doesn't mean he can get away with this crap. She says she'd like to kill him in cold blood. Tears squirt from her eyes. She screams, throws herself on the bed, saying she's never in her life, and other unintelligible phrases with fingers in her mouth. Joe gets to his feet. No notion what to say or do. He lights a cigarette, puts the match in an ashtray, pulls smoke into his lungs. He stands over her, studying her body for clues. Her bare shoulders heave with sobs, giving her the look of a bleached whale. In its death throes it amazes him how sadness can increase a person's bulk. He sits next to her, puts his hand on her back, rocks her gently, asks if she thought he meant that about the money. It was nothing but a big joke. He thought she had a wonderful sense of humor, shows how wrong he was. He gets up, pretends to dismiss her, says she's just putting on, asks how much taxi fare she wants. He takes out his entire wad, asks what she needs. 5? 10? Tells her to name it. He bends over, holds the money in front of her face, tells her to open her eyes. Would he be asking her for money with a wad like that riding on his ass? He's from Houston. His daddy's an oil man. He's never borrowed anything in his life. Will she quit bawling? Her misery increases. He gives her tissues. She clutches them to her face, but the weeping continues. Then very quietly into her ear, he touches her cheek, tells her she's a gorgeous-looking piece, gets a guy all horny just looking at her. She opens her eyes. He nods, says it's a fact. Then he takes a $20 bill and pushes it into the crevice between her breasts. Cass Trehune sits up and blows her nose. Leaving Cass's place, Joe goes to a nearby saloon. He's tired, his brain fogged. His thoughts keep returning to that terrible woman in the Texas whorehouse, Tom Baby's mother. He doesn't know why the hag's face keeps flitting through his mind, but it does, over and over. He takes a second drink, hoping it will rinse his brain and help him think clearly. Then he walks for a while, looking at street signs but giving no real thought to direction. At midnight he finds himself in another saloon, a great warehouse-sized place called Everett's on Broadway near 40th Street. A TV set and a jukebox bray at one another like electronic lunatics, bouncing noise off the gritty tiled floor and high tin ceiling, setting up an ungodly racket. None of the 20 or more customers at the bar appear to notice. Joe swallows 2 more straight shots of rye, chases them with beer, lights a cigarette, and casts his eyes about for a mirror where he might begin to see something that makes sense. Juanita Barefoot has by now moved into his mind on what seems a permanent basis, squatting there, gesturing like a devil chairing a meeting in hell. He can see her mouth going, hear the sound of her voice, but the words themselves are indistinct. He finds a small mirror on the cigarette machine, buys an unneeded pack of Camels, looks into his weary eyes, still thinking of Juanita. She's the one who put this entire goddamn New York notion in his head in the first place. So if she has any advice to pass out... Advice? He has to have some advice, that's all there is to it. The thought becomes an obsession. He won't do another thing in this town until he's found someone who knows the ropes and can give him guidance. Returning to the bar in this new frame of mind, Joe finds he's being looked at by a person who arrived in his absence, a skinny, child-sized man of about 21 or 22, who has taken the seat next to him. Catching Joe's attention, he grins and makes a small wave. He explains he was just admiring that colossal shirt, bobs his head in approval, bets Joe paid a pretty price for it. He speaks in a gravelly whisper with a definite note of conspiracy. Without even considering the matter, Joe is certain this kind of speech goes hand in hand with knowledge of the underworld. Joe says modestly that it ain't cheap, puts his fists on his hips, appraises himself. He'd say this is an all-right shirt, doesn't like having a lot of cheap stuff on his back. Suddenly, Joe knows exactly where he'll get the advice he needs. He thrusts his hand forward, introduces himself as Joe Buck from Houston, Texas, offers to buy a drink. They shake hands. The dirty, curly-haired little blonde runt introduces himself as Rico Rizzo of the Bronx. He has an air about him suggesting knowledge of everything worth knowing, and he knows how to listen. Big brown eyes, tough and wise and sympathetic, big ears sticking straight out, as if invisible hands cup behind them for maximum hearing power. As they talk, Joe keeps Rizzo supplied with drinks and smokes. Feeling himself the host, he's eager to honor his guest in every possible way, insisting on pouring all beer and lighting all cigarettes. Joe believes he's making a remarkable discovery about liquor. It has given him not only social ease but new power over his tongue. He lays open to Rizzo even the most subtle aspects of his dilemma, in a fashion that holds his listener rapt. When Rizzo indicates interest in Joe's present financial condition, the details are summoned with an accountant's exactitude, exactly $91 left, in cash, in his hip pocket the left one. Rizzo thinks they ought to count it, just to be sure. Rizzo gets distracted by the entrance of two young men. He shows interest in avoiding contact, suggests they move to a booth. Following Rizzo to the back, Joe notices two things. First, that he's a cripple. His left leg small and misshapen, probably from some childhood disease. His entire body dips to the side with each step, giving his walk a rolling motion like a lopsided wheel. Second, that the big ears sticking out don't seem at all the property of a man. Suddenly, the runt is a 12-year-old, and Joe has to restrain an impulse to tweak an ear or tug his filthy hair. As they sit down at a booth next to the blaring jukebox, Joe watches Rizzo take his left leg in both hands and lift it into place under the table teeth. Clenched, face pale with effort. For Joe, this is a precarious moment. The awareness that his new friend is in pain, probably lives in constant pain, threatens to wreck this brilliant hour. Liquor has given Joe special seeing powers, and he sees now a truth about life, heretofore hidden, that always, in even the finest hour, lurks this potential sudden ugliness. You could be going along just great with somebody, and a new piece of information would turn everything blue and sad. This, and the knowledge that there's nothing he can do to fix the bad leg, induces fierce anger, so fierce he can't maintain focus on its object. Then his eye catches the jukebox. He begins shouting obscene names at its noises, sees in his mind's eye a quick movie of a tall cowboy kicking hell out of all those colored lights. He rises to bring this image into reality when something in Rizzo's face stops him, surprise and a flicker of fear. Joe smiles a puzzled apology and goes to the men's room. On the way, he realizes the liquor is having undesirable side effects: nausea, dizziness. He has to hurry to the toilet to avoid being sick on the floor. Later at the sink, he rinses his mouth and gives himself a talking to in the mirror, surprised to hear coming from himself the voice of Juanita Barefoot, much deeper than his own, saying to cool those drinks, there's work to do. He tells the old witch to shut up, that he knows what he's doing, trying hard to sound like himself. Returning to the table, he announces he's had enough of that liquor. Rizzo, filled with some other thought, nods and looks at Joe through narrowed eyes. He says he's got this thing figured out. Now Joe's in luck. He asks for a cigarette. Joe hands him a Camel, lights it, feels he's about to experience an important moment, takes one for himself, sucks deep, leans forward. Rizzo lets out a cloud of smoke, does some more nodding, looking always at Joe Buck, murmuring several times, each time seeing Joe's face in some new way. What Joe needs, he says at last, is Mr. O'Daniel. The jukebox rampages. Joe misses the name. Rizzo is busy removing tobacco from his tongue. Joe grabs his wrist, shouts what he needs. Rizzo repeats the name. Joe asks who. Rizzo shouts management. Does Joe know what management is? Joe says he's listening. Rizzo leans forward, and somehow Joe hears every word. The chicks who want to buy it most are older, rich, very dignified, social register types. They can't be seen trotting down to Times Square picking out merchandise. They need a middleman, an agent, a representative. Is Joe with him? Joe nods vigorously. Rizzo concludes, Mr. O'Daniel is the guy. That's it. Joe feels all his muscles relax. He rests against the booth. The seat is hard but feels like down. He shakes his head, smiles, says she. It then laughs happily. Rizzo says, "He placed a fellow with him about 2 weeks ago. He's doing fabulous today. Lots of new clothes, drives a car, goes to the bank every goddamn day to make deposits. And far as he knows, he's not that much of a stud, just a very ordinary guy." Joe wishes he'd bumped into him this afternoon. Rizzo agrees. It's a shame a guy like Joe passing out $20 bills to fat ladies is crazy. Not that he blames him. A woman cries around him. He gives her anything. One tear and he starts carving the heart right out of his chest. A new voice calls that a very minor operation. The 2 young men from earlier are standing next to the booth. The taller one, shiny-faced, blue-eyed, looking like a farmer but with eyebrows plucked into a careful narrow line, says cutting that little thing out of him would be no more serious than lancing a boil. Rizzo suggests they get out of here but makes no move. The young men are blocking his way. The tall boy says he'll do it right here with his fingernail file, Blue Cross not needed, and asks what Rizzo thinks of that plan, calling him Ratso. Rizzo corrects him. The tall boy says that's what he said. Joe Buck gets to his feet, movements laced with a slow mixture of menace and benevolence learned from Western movies. He smiles at the tall young man in a way that says he's not a real killer. But then again, if he's pressed. Both boys look at him with considerable respect. Joe simply shakes his head back and forth slowly, magnificently, suggesting immediate cessation of all hostilities. Rizzo says it's okay. He's used to types who pick on cripples. The sewers are full of them. The farmer-looking boy addresses the cowboy with great politeness, asks if he may ask one thing. Joe lowers his eyelids in slow, strong assent. The boy asks if Joe sits here, and Rizzo sits way over there. How's he going to get his hand into Joe's pocket? He shrugs, says he's sure Rizzo has that all figured out, then tells Rizzo good night, sweets. The 2 young men leave. Rizzo looks at Joe with wide eyes, sober expression. He says now Joe probably thinks he's dishonest, then adds that he is, so if Joe wants to cut out, it's a free country. Joe declares he isn't going anywhere. He doesn't walk out on a buddy just because he finds out he's got some little bitty teensy something wrong. In his mind, he sees Juanita barefoot briefly. She's looking at the sky and yawning. He ignores her, adding that Rizzo knows the ropes, and what Joe needs is to get hold of those ropes and get out of this pickle. Rizzo relaxes a little, licks his lips quickly, admits that seems a sensible way to look at it. Joe leans across the table, asks if Rizzo will take him right now to this Mr. Oh-Who's-It. Rizzo shows surprise this time of night. He frowns, seeming to turn it over, then challenges Joe to tell him why he should. Because Joe's a nice guy? Because he bought drinks? That's great. But Rizzo points out how long it'll take him to find this bum walking a lot with his gimp takes time and is no picnic. Meanwhile, he's not doing himself any good tired, his pocket not getting any fuller. And tomorrow, while Joe's laying up in some Fifth Avenue townhouse getting his back scratched, who knows where Rizzo'll be? The automat, probably. Joe is indignant. He tells Rizzo to hold it right there. Does Rizzo think he's the kind of son of a bitch who'd take everything and keep it? Does he think Joe won't let him have a piece? He waves his hand to dispel the nonsense. Rizzo thanks him, says Joe just proved he's a nice guy, but he doesn't do anything on spec. It's a matter of principle. Joe declares he didn't say anything about no spec. He said he was going to give Rizzo a piece, so name what cut he wants. Rizzo explains he doesn't trust anyone to give him anything later. No offense, Joe looks honest, but so does Rizzo, and he's crooked as hell. So why should he trust Joe? Joe thinks, frowning, puts out his cigarette, reaches into his hip pocket, and says he'll give Rizzo something right now. Rizzo tells him to use his head, puts on a sad, pained look as if causing him agony. He makes himself small, looks up with eyes so wide the lids might tear at the edges. It would be so easy to clip Joe. Joe waves the thought away, spreads his money on the table, asks what would be a fair amount. Rizzo leans in, ready to do business, leaves it up to Joe. Joe wants to be hard-ass and figure it out right. What's he at to clear from a night with one of these rich ladies? Rizzo says Mr. O'Daniel doesn't book one-night stands. He'll find Joe a position. The first dame may or may not work out permanent, maybe not the second or third either. For a permanent setup, you have to hit it off just right. But the audition alone will net 50 or 100, maybe more. Joe asks about the audition. Rizzo explains the trial run, the trial night. Joe is impressed. $50 or $100? He taps the table where his money sits, asks how much. Rizzo wants 10. Rizzo makes a deprecating little laugh, smiles indulgently, asks if Joe knows what he could make in the time it'll take to find this guy. Then he says easy, he'll take the 10, handling the bill as if worthless. But when he hands Joe over to Mr. O'Daniel, he'll need another 10. Is that fair? If not, forget it. Joe asks what the chances are of this bird putting him to work tonight. Rizzo says chances have nothing to do with it. Joe will be working tonight. Fact. Joe just doesn't understand New York, the situation here. He asks if Joe knows the expression a seller's market. Joe shakes his head. Rizzo explains. Demand is far greater than supply. Joe frowns. Rizzo puts it another way. More women than studs, so Joe can have all the work he wants. Joe is on his feet at once. Walking up Broadway toward Times Square, Joe observes that Rizzo's leg serves him well enough in an open stretch. He'll catch a target with his eye the next corner, then set himself in motion, falling into a crazy wheel rhythm that rolls him toward his objective at such a hell-bent pace. One wonders if he'll stop at the traffic light. At 42nd Street, Rizzo says they'll try his hotel first. With fantastic luck, they'll find him in his room. They weave through crowds of people whose complexions appear never to have seen real sun, only the topsy-turvy daylight of neon and electricity. A light that penetrates the first layer of skin and cosmetics, illuminating only troubled colors underneath weary blue, sick green, narcotic gray, sleepless white, dead purple. Rizzo mutters that O'Daniel probably won't be there. He expects he'll have to drag this leg into every bar in the West 40s, and frankly, he doesn't know why he bothers. He doesn't need a buck that bad. As they enter the Times Square Palace Hotel lobby, Joe says this is where he lives. Rizzo halts, looks at him carefully, asks if he lives here in a small, high voice. Joe nods. Rizzo asks if he knows anyone else who lives here by any chance. Joe doesn't guess, he only checked in today. Rizzo asks if he's sure. Joe is sure. Rizzo's smile is weak coincidence. He picks up the house phone, asks for Mr. O'Daniel, winks at Joe, shows a circle with forefinger and thumb. He speaks to O'Daniel, identifies himself as Enrico Rizzo, says he remembers O'Daniel many times, unforgettable. He explains he's got a young man here, a very fine young cowboy, just in from the West, needs O'Daniel's help bad. Could O'Daniel work out something for him tonight? He's never seen anybody so anxious to get started. He covers the mouthpiece, whispers to Joe that O'Daniel is dying to get him started tonight up to here with orders and nobody to send. Is Joe sure he wants to? Joe nods with such vigor that his entire upper body moves. Rizzo tells O'Daniel, yes sir, room 317, thanks. He hangs up, says O'Daniel, is very excited to meet him already. Joe asks what to do, just go on up. Rizzo tells him room 317. He steps back, appraises Joe from head to foot. Fine. Now he needs that other 10. Joe hands him a $10 bill, takes hold of Rizzo's arm with both hands, one at the wrist, one at the elbow, and says he appreciates this, and furthermore, when things work out, he won't forget him. Rizzo can bet his bottom dollar on that, and Joe means it. Joe insists Rizzo does owe him. He wants to know where to find him because he's going to make this thing right. Rizzo tells him to quit it. Joe keeps insisting. Rizzo finally says he's at the Sherry Netherland Hotel, then tells Joe to get his ass upstairs. O'Daniel is waiting. Joe releases Rizzo's arm, closes his eyes, presses his temples, repeats Cherry Neverland 3 times, says he's got it. When he opens his eyes, Rizzo is already passing through the glass door and scuttling toward the street at breakneck speed. Joe uses the mirror next to the elevator door. Finding himself somewhat pale, he leans forward from the waist, dangling his head and arms toward the floor, hoping to bring color back into his face. Then he combs his hair, tucks in his shirt, fiddles with his cuffs, makes a few reassuring clicks with his boots on the tile floor, smiles at himself, and boards the elevator. The minute the door opens, Joe begins to feel like a small child. The man in room 317 is clearly somebody's father, the age of a father, old but not really old, wearing a fancy cheap worn-out bathrobe that looks like a long-ago Father's Day present. Mr. O'Daniel is fat, with great sagging pouches in his face, the look of a man on a diet or one recently sick. His eyes are his most commanding feature, dark sacs below, heavy brows above, faded blue like an old sea captain half blind from questioning the horizon. Standing there in his bathrobe with lips slightly parted, looking at Joe with searching eyes, he might be a shipwreck survivor who hasn't yet heard the fate of his children. Are they alive? His eyes demand. Are you one of them? Joe acts as if he's trying to answer when he introduces himself. Mr. O'Daniel nods, repeats Joe's name, nods again. His eyes say this is an ungodly hour to get home, but thank God you're alive. Aloud, he repeats Joe Buck. Joe feels he's being appraised and tries to squeeze Worth into his face. O'Daniel asks if he's a cowboy. Joe surprises himself by telling the truth. No, then, inspired to show humor, adds that he's a first-class fucker. This doesn't earn the hoped-for response. O'Daniel is plainly shocked, says there's no reason to use that kind of talk, and tells Joe to come in. Joe feels at once the dreariness of the room, dirty green walls, a single window giving onto an airless air shaft, a smell of dampness, and something that died at the bottom. It never occurs to him that O'Daniel would stay in such a room out of poverty. He must have some sly motive relating to his profession. O'Daniel sits on the bed's edge, says Joe is in the mood for plain talk, that's why he came up here in the first place, or O'Daniel misses his guess. Joe agrees, feeling he only half understands, but it seems important, especially after that first blunder, to appear intelligent and agreeable. O'Daniel says Joe is a little different than most boys who come to him. Most seem troubled, confused, whereas Joe seems to know exactly what he wants. His voice has some old-fashioned element, riverboat orators, elongated vowels, medicine man's persuasion, but mostly sounds like a plain person from Chillicothe or some such place. Joe agrees. O'Daniel declares he'll bet Joe has one thing in common with them. He's lonesome. He asks if he's right. Joe stalls, says not too, a little. O'Daniel says there he knew it. That's always the excuse, lonesome, so I'm a drunk, a drug fiend, a thief, a fornicator, a whoremonger. He says poop, says he's sick of it, sick to death. Joe suddenly feels he has a grasp. The man is no doubt a whopper of a pimp, as Rizzo promised, but also a little bit crazy. Joe wishes he'd been forewarned. O'Daniel recites from the Beatitudes, "Blessed are the poor in spirit, they that mourn, they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake." He asks if Joe heard anything about the lonesome, not a purr, and he knows why there's no beatitude for the lonesome. The book doesn't say they're blessed, not once. He works himself into anger. Lonesomeness is something you take. He hugs himself like a person taken with sudden chill. The news has arrived. The word on those children in the shipwreck all drowned. He rambles about people doing this and that, living the life of Riley, following every whim, thinking it's fine because they were lonesome. But it's not fine at all. His voice suddenly tires. The oration is over. Rising from the bed, he paces, speaking quickly and quietly, telling Joe to read Matthew 5 and 6, then getting down to business. He asks about the cowboy again. Joe confirms he's a cowboy. O'Daniel says they need cowboys. Everybody they can get, a nice-looking, young, strong, presentable fella like Joe. There's no end to what he can do in this work. Joe is relieved and grateful to be accepted. He bursts into a smile, begins to relax in the presence of this crazy, fatherly, important person. O'Daniel asks if Joe knows what he thinks they ought to do. Joe says whatever it is, he's ready. A heavy hand falls on Joe's shoulder. He's gripped by blue, moist, benign, searching eyes. O'Daniel has a hunch, just a hunch, that it's going to be easier for Joe than most. Joe agrees, says it'll be like money from home. O'Daniel is impressed by the expression, repeats it, looks at Joe as if he's discovered a major poet, says that's another part of Joe's power. His strength putting things in earthy terms an ordinary man can understand. He warns Joe he's going to use him. Run him ragged. Is Joe ready for hard work? Joe makes a fist, drives it into the air, throws his hands up in a "what more can I tell you" gesture. O'Daniel smiles too, calls Joe a wonderful boy, says he thinks they're going to have some fun. He puts his hands up like a politician waiting for attention, then whispers, "Why don't they get right down on their knees?" How does that strike Joe? A long moment passes, no word, no motion, no breath. Joe knows now what he began to know when the door opened. The knowledge has been like something sickly green trickling slowly, irrevocably, into his bloodstream, too deadly to acknowledge. And even though he knows for certain, it's still too soon to act as if he knows. After the long moment, he asks, "Get down where?" His lips are dry, his voice small and puny. O'Daniel says, "Right here. This is a church. Every square inch of earth is a church." He's prayed in saloons, in the streets, on the toilet. God doesn't care where. What he wants is that prayer. Joe nods, and not knowing what else to do, decides to get down on his knees and pray a while. But he can't concentrate on it. Joe reviews the swindle in his mind. It doesn't seem believable, so he goes through it again, and a third time. Then he hears Mr. O'Daniel's words about getting Jesus into his heart, and suddenly, the reality of what happened gets through to him. He rises without a word, and runs from the room, determined to right the situation. He doesn't look back when O'Daniel calls down the hallway not to be frightened. He doesn't wait for the elevator either. He runs down the stairs 2 at a time, out onto 42nd Street, all the way to 6th Avenue and back to 8th, knowing even as he searches that the odds against finding Rizzo are overwhelming. Even as he tries to remember Rizzo's hotel, he knows it's useless. Joe doesn't want his $20 back anymore. What he wants now is revenge that will make him feel less of a fool. Standing on Times Square looking up Broadway toward Duffy Square, he has a fantasy. A grotesque little form wheels around a corner and slips into a cigar store doorway. Joe runs across the street and traps him there. Rizzo has no contrition, he sneers. Joe takes out a knife, intending a neat fatal slitting operation, but even in fantasy he can't get the knife to penetrate the boy's skin. He drops the knife and chokes Rizzo to death with his bare hands. The murder draws a crowd. The police come. Then Joe sees a photograph of himself on a newspaper's front page. He stops, blinks, looks again. He isn't imagining it. The newspaper is as real as his own boots. There's the news dealer with his little green shed and stacks of papers. On one tabloid's front page, a young man is led away between 2 policemen. Joe thinks it can't be him. He didn't kill anybody. But there's the photograph. He buys a copy, hurries into a pizza place, examines the photo. The young man, while close enough to pass as a double, is someone else, a West Virginia mass murderer who killed 11 family members with a shotgun over a harmonica. Joe is considerably shaken by seeing his own likeness led away by police in such an official document. He leaves the restaurant, searches for a mirror, finds one on the front of the place. He tells his reflection he didn't kill anybody and isn't going to kill anybody. He shakes his head gravely at the image, then walks away, hearing his own clicking heels, a distant sound now, without much meaning. A few minutes later in his room, he looks into the mirror over the bureau, studies his face as if meeting himself for the first time. Not the kind of person who kills people, he thinks, but in his eyes there's a question being asked. He sees the question, but thinks, no sir, not even rats, not even Ratso. That's what them fags called him, Ratso Rizzo. To hell with Ratso Rizzo. That night he falls asleep with all the lights on. The next morning Joe experiences several awakenings from sleep, putting off the final one until afternoon. Even then, he lies for a while in an imitation of sleep, unable to fool himself. That day, and for the next several days, he enjoys a kind of somnambulism, walks, talks, performs ordinary creature functions without using his head much. He knows his money is running out at a rate that makes the matter urgent, but he doesn't truly feel the urgency. Not even at the end of the following week, when he receives a special note from the hotel manager about his bill. In bed at night, he dreams of every form of peril passenger in berserk cars, object of monstrous pursuits, dweller in high dangerous places, exhausted swimmer in endless oceans. But in his waking hours, he goes about numb, insulated from his situation by layers of unrelated thoughts, fantasies, and tiny preoccupations. He wanders endlessly in and out of Broadway's side streets, head tilted toward his little transistor radio at his shoulder, feeling contained in some fragile safety by his participation in broadcasting's unseen worlds. He likes talk stations best, and often enters the conversation arguing with a petulant old man about poltergeists, telling a sing-song ancient voice about rheumatic symptoms that he's the boss, and she it, switching stations, bantering with a candy-voiced man and a great-grandmother about whether she can really take it standing up, and so on. One day at Rikers, a globe of ketchup spills onto his beige leather jacket, leaving an ugly stain. Joe develops certain ways of standing and walking to conceal this flaw. Then he conceives the notion of getting more ketchup and painting a deliberate design over the stain. He steals some ketchup, takes it into a cafeteria men's room, but can't decide upon a pattern. This indecision consumes the better part of an afternoon, typical of the paralysis his mind has fallen into. One evening early in September, something jars him into keen alarm. He returns to his hotel and finds himself locked out of his room. The clerk explains they keep his things nice and safe in the basement. When he pays his bill, they hand them right over. Joe tries to bargain, even offers all his belongings if he can just keep the suitcase itself and the packet of letters Sally wrote him in the army. The clerk refuses. They keep the whole thing. Now Joe has the worrisome problem of finding a place to sleep, but that's not the worst. They kept his horsehide suitcase. He goes into the subway arcade under Times Square, where many mirrors sit on vending machines. He has to look into his own face to discover whether this new turn is actual or imagined. One glance tells him. He tells the dazed young man in the glass that enough of this Herlihy. He knows what he has to do. He nods at himself. But does he have to? He wants his suitcase. He nods again. Then go do it. All the street boys on 8th Avenue and 42nd Street get looked at often enough. That's not the trick. The trick is adjusting your mind and therefore your entire attitude, physical movements, eyes to just the right degree of disinterest that makes them come up and talk to you. Give them the nerve without causing them to lose interest. Then another skill enters what to say, what not to say, when to close the deal, when to hold out for more. Joe is inexperienced in these arts and has no special gift. Also, he can't give full concentration. The sadness of what he's doing has gotten through to him, a sense of what this night is the first phase of, a leaden paralyzing knowledge that in this pursuit, success is even worse than failure. But then there's the suitcase to be redeemed. Standing, leaning on the drugstore window, he tries to think about the suitcase and the letters in a new way, as valueless objects. With the letters, he succeeds. He knows them by heart anyway, and has long since drawn all the value off them. After so many readings and feelings, they've gone fairly dead on him. But the suitcase is another matter. It became worth a king's ransom the moment the hotel locked its door on it. He tries to think why he cares so much. In his mind he opens it and looks inside, though he finds nothing but darkness. This is the very thing that gives it inestimable value. Some special quality of darkness, sweet and warm and elusive. Most of all, the suitcase is somehow a place to be. He keeps slipping inside it in his mind, pulling the lid down over himself. Gradually he thinks he recognizes certain smells: horsehide to start, then manure, and all the ranch smells of boyhood Sundays, chocolate candy and chewing tobacco, the Rio Grande, Sally Buck's pocketbook, somebody's '36 Ford. There's no telling how this suitcase purchased in Houston a few months ago could have trapped all that sweetness and value. But it has. Nothing in the world is more important than getting his hands on it again. In 2.5 hours of waiting, Joe talks with only 2 prospects. He finds himself telling them about his suitcase and this seems to cause alarm that makes them lose interest. Or perhaps $27, the amount the hotel claims he owes, is too large a sum to ask. By the time he speaks with a third person, the fat, bespectacled, frightened college student who looks no more than 17, Joe is ready to accept a compromise amount, but the student surprises him by offering the entire sum. Joe is both sickened and relieved to have come to terms at last. Having learned suspicion, he asks where a kid like that got that kind of money. The answer from his mother. A quarter hour follows in which this youngster with his schoolbooks leads the tall cowboy through Hell's Kitchen streets, claiming to know a place. On a side street beyond 10th Avenue, the student turns and enters a tenement building. The reeking lower halls had assaulted Joe Buck's nostrils so badly he could have sworn mad old women were boiling cat piss behind every door. But climbing to the 5th floor, then the 6th, and finally the roof, the stench gave way to good air, soft, September sweet. Up there, on perhaps the most beautiful night of the year, beneath a harvest moon's amber glow, an urgent and sorry business unfolded while Joe stood waiting, trying to fix his mind elsewhere. Then the tall, fat child vomited at his feet, and the cowboy held his head. Joe expressed deep regret that the kid got sick, but he couldn't change it, and reminded the boy he still needed the money they'd agreed on. The boy confessed he didn't have it at all, that he'd been lying, and then asked, terrified, what Joe planned to do to him. Joe studied him hard, fighting a violent urge to slap his face. He ordered the boy to turn his pockets inside out. The kid obeyed with a frantic eagerness that seemed to please him more than the earlier act had, but the pockets held nothing of value. A cheap wallet with family photos, a dirty handkerchief, 2 subway tokens, yet a wristwatch circled the boy's wrist. Joe pointed and asked its worth. The question sent the child into a panicked whimper. He couldn't go home without it. His mother had given it for confirmation. She would simply die, and she'd kill him. He dropped to his knees, begging not for the watch, offering his books instead. Joe walked away. Even from the stairs he could still hear the boy's repeated, pleading apologies. Joe believed him. He walked aimlessly for a long time, hoping to find a place empty of other people, a rare thing in New York, unless you could pay for privacy. Heading west, he remembered a river somewhere over there, a river that connected to other rivers, and even to the old Rio Grande. He imagined sitting at its edge, dangling his feet, but when he reached the westernmost point, steamship company buildings blocked all access to the water. So he walked south beneath the West Side Highway and soon found a parking lot packed with trailer trucks. He entered that maze, discovered a truck with its tailgate open, hoisted himself up, and sat with his legs swinging over the edge, pretending it was moving. Then he lay down to watch the sky. After a while he removed his boots and sniffed them. They'd started to smell. The realization settled in, he wouldn't be able to properly care for his boots for some time. As he idly considered the state of his feet, the sky's color, and how dirty the truck floor might be, a much larger awareness began seeping into him. He was a nothing person, belonging to no time or place, worthless to anyone. The knowledge was too terrible for his conscious mind to accept, so it found other corners and crevices of his being to nest into. Meanwhile, Joe continued his musings, wondering if anyone had ever counted the stars, or if they might be solid silver to explain that shimmering, and who those 3 silver-haired women from his childhood, before Sally Buck, really were just a houseful of whores, perhaps. The little radio resting on his chest, rocking with each heartbeat, suddenly grabbed his attention. Relief flooded him. At least the sons of bitches hadn't gotten that. It was right here, but needing to save the battery, he couldn't turn it on. Instead, he sniffed its leather casing and crossed his arms over it. For a while, lying under the stars and moon, he lost his grip on reality. Wide awake, he felt as if he were only dreaming of himself. And this truck, the truck seemed unreal. It could have been any remote midnight place, a cave on some unheard-of satellite's dark side. Lying inside it, he was nameless, not a person at all, just some elemental being with no true kinship to anything. The yellow globe in space appeared to be Earth, so the scene became like his old recurring dream, all the people marching in a ring around the world. But this time, One difference stopped him cold. There were no people to be seen anywhere at all. With no sense of his destination, Joe Buck drifted deeper into September. Soon cold weather would become a problem, and even sooner, his money would run out. For now, he stayed warm enough, and he rationed the remaining $7 with a widow's caution, buying only necessities, skipping even many of those. He learned cheap ways to eat. The automat served beans or mac and cheese for 20 cents. The AEP gave him raisins and carrots for a quarter. He could steal apples on 9th Avenue, along with plums and peaches, and Jewish bakers weren't possessive of their onion rolls and bagels. Already lean, he lost only a few pounds and stayed physically fit, but blue shadows crept under his eyes, and his eyes sank deeper into his head from sleeping poorly in trucks, theaters, or on benches at Penn Station and the Port Authority bus terminal. His face now held a quality of almost saintly sadness. He avoided mirrors that felt like a shameful failure to him, yet he worked just as hard at grooming, keeping himself cleaner than before. Carrying soap, a disassembled razor in his pocket, and a toothbrush in his sock, he used cafeteria and saloon restrooms. He washed his private parts regularly, and nearly every day found a way to remove his boots and lift his feet into a sink. When other men walked in on him in those public restrooms, Joe bore the embarrassment by concentrating even harder on the need to be clean. Somehow, he'd come to see his survival in terms of soap and water. All in all, he kept busy as a gypsy. He seemed to waste time loitering in a dime store, admiring stacks of clean socks, and thinking about stealing a pair, or leaning against a barber pole weighing a haircut against other costs. But nearly always, he was engaged in some small pursuit that had grown important to him. Thoughts of getting a job drifted through his head, but having little in common with him, they left quickly without making a strong impression. Yet Joe did feel some interest in work, maybe even a kind of longing. On his walks, nothing caught his attention so reliably as other men laboring. He watched pizza making through a Broadway window, as if it were an intricate performance whose meaning eluded him. Why did a man work? For money. What did he spend it on? Rent, food, a family. Simple as that, and therefore all the more baffling, because the truth was, Joe's mind had fallen into a state of wondering where all ordinary sense turned hollow. Beyond whatever answers he could give himself, another, more important one always seemed to hide in some corner of his mind, and if that answer ever revealed itself, it would prove to be like a light that made everything else truly worthwhile. One rainy night, his last alone for a while, Joe Buck spent 65 cents on a place to sleep, a 42nd Street movie theater playing a science fantasy film. In it, Earth people landed on a distant planet ruled by a disembodied voice. The movie looped all night, and Joe's dreams synced perfectly with the screen. Whenever that voice called out, "Earthling! Earthling!" Joe jolted awake, as if it had said his own name. After he'd slept enough, he stayed to learn who the voice belonged to, half hoping the answer would clarify something else. But it turned out to be just some outlandish movie prop. That day, wandering brought him a strange, enjoyable new perception, how people, even himself, connected to the planet, how they came from it, belonged to it, lived off it, busied themselves upon it. Whenever his attention landed on someone, an old woman in the street, a running child, a jeweler at work, he whispered "Earthling, Earthling" under his breath, and through this new faculty sharpened in the night, he saw their features, limbs, skin, and hair, as if for the first time. In that same mood, quite by surprise, he stumbled upon himself in a building entrance on 8th Avenue. A big-eyed, handsome figure, tall as a scarecrow, with the dark, purposeful look of a tireless hunter, came toward him. Seconds later, he recognized his own reflection, but out of some curious hope for an unnameable connection, he paused and silently called out, "Earthling! Earthling! It didn't work!" Nothing about him changed. Say Earthling all he wanted, he was still who he was. He walked on to 42nd Street, where in front of a bank stood Mr. O'Daniel, scolding a gathered crowd about their lonesome sins. The man proclaimed he'd traveled the whole country and found shocking conditions, streets filled with lonesome people, young boys, middle-aged men, women of every kind, all gripped by bleakest solitude. He'd seen schoolyards full of playing children, and their eyes carried the seeds of those same sins. The lonesomeness had been planted in them, he warned, and if not stopped, this nation would make Sodom and Gomorrah look like a Sunday school picnic. He urged them to read their Beatitudes. Joe could tell Mr. O'Daniel was fully wound up with no sign of slowing. As he walked away, he heard the man quote Jesus about being the salt of the earth, warning that if the salt lost its savor, nothing would be left, and cried out for Jesus to help them before lonesomeness took away all their savor. Joe kept walking until the voice blended into street noise. He turned for a last look, and noticed the evangelist wasn't actually looking at the crowd. His gaze floated above their heads, as if waiting for an arrival that hadn't come. It seemed to Joe the man was making all that noise for another reason, entirely hollering and waving his flag like a lost person trying to signal someone far, far away. But who? Some woman? A child? And from where? New Jersey, 8th Avenue, the West, or the sky? The whole spectacle, this crazy-eyed, fatherly-looking searcher flailing his arms, begging for a visitation from nowhere, disturbed Joe deeply. He shuddered, muttered "Earthling," and resumed his aimless gypsy business, eager to forget it. That very afternoon, something changed his entire life. He encountered the crippled swindler, Rizzo. Passing the 8th Street Netics in Greenwich Village, Joe noticed a pair of large brown eyes staring at him from behind a coffee mug at the window counter. Seeing Joe, Rizzo squeezed his eyes shut and froze like a man praying to turn invisible. But Joe, homeless and a stranger for 3 weeks, a long stretch by Limbo's clock, felt thrilled to see a known face. His whole being stopped short to absorb this unexpected pleasure. It took a moment to remember Rizzo was an enemy. Then Joe went straight for the door. When Joe's hand landed on his shoulder, Rizzo trembled, shrinking into himself, begging not to be hit because he was a cripple. Joe replied. He wasn't going to hit him, he was going to strangle him to death. But the anger in his voice was an actor's anger, because the sheer pleasure of seeing someone he knew wouldn't entirely leave him. He ordered Rizzo to turn his pockets inside out, starting with that one. Rizzo obeyed without a whimper. The search yielded 64 cents, 2.5 sticks of dentine gum, 7 crushed Raleigh cork-tip cigarettes, 1 book of matches, and 2 pawn tickets. Joe snarled, asking what was in the sock. Rizzo swore on his mother's eyes there wasn't a cent. Joe threatened that if he found Rizzo was holding out, he'd kill him quick as look at him. Then he pushed the pocket contents back across the counter, dismissing it as worthless crap he didn't want. Rizzo offered him the 64 cents, insisting Joe should keep it. Joe refused. The nickels were sticky, probably slobbered on, and he didn't want to touch them, so Rizzo should put them back. Having nothing to gain, Joe felt he should walk away from the filthy little rat entirely. But somehow, his feet wouldn't move. A new quandary reason told him this was an archenemy, yet he had no appetite for vengeance. Too much time alone had done something strange to his heart, a confused organ at best. It now held something akin to joy. Rizzo talked rapidly about that first night, swearing up and down, probably trying to lie his way out of the swindle. Joe cut him off with free medical advice, shut his goddamn mouth about that night. Rizzo agreed quickly and changed the subject, asking where Joe was living now, whether he was still at the hotel. The question made Joe remember something he'd been avoiding for days, his black and white horsehide suitcase locked in that hotel room. Clearer than reality, it now stood out in his mind, trembling with a quality of life it had never possessed before. In that moment, he knew he would never see it again. All the inappropriate joy he'd felt at seeing Rizzo turned suddenly to pain. He clenched his teeth to keep his face proper, then turned and hurried out of that Netics, across 6th Avenue, headed uptown. On 8th Street, a voice called his name. Joe turned to find Rizzo hurrying toward him, body gyrating grotesquely with each step, balance so precarious he seemed in danger of a bad fall. Joe wanted solitude, but he knew if he sped up, the runt would only scramble faster. In his current mood, he couldn't stomach that spectacle, so he slowed. When Rizzo caught up, Joe warned the pissant to keep away, insisting he meant it. Ratso asked where Joe was staying. Joe demanded to know if Ratso had heard him. Ratso revealed he himself had a place. Joe threatened to snatch him bald-headed if he came near again. Ratso insisted he was inviting him. Joe dismissed it as bullshit. Ratso swore he meant it. Joe asked where. Ratso offered to show him. They walked uptown together. Joe protested. He wasn't soft in the head enough to stay with Ratso. Ratso ignored him, boasting the place had net heat, though by winter he'd be in Florida anyway. Joe said he'd have to be out of his mind. Ratso would steal the teeth from his head while he slept. Ratso admitted he had no beds either, but enough blankets to smother a horse. Joe accused him of planning exactly that. Ratso added, he didn't bother with electricity, candles were fine. Bit by bit, Joe pieced together Ratso's living situation. In New York, tenement buildings emptied for demolition had large white X's taped across windows of evacuated spaces. Ratso had lived in a series of these X flats since leaving home at 16. He'd walk streets looking for buildings with those white X's, sometimes breaking a lock but often finding doors wide open. Occasionally a departing tenant left furniture. He'd move his meager belongings in and stay until management noticed or the last tenant left and water was shut off. His current dwelling sat in a largely Puerto Rican block in the West 20s. Ratso led Joe up 2 flights to an otherwise vacant floor, down the hall to a rear flat. Late afternoon sun still gave some light, and Joe found the place more welcoming than anything he'd slept in for weeks. Ratso's only furniture was a table and chair, but he had enough blankets to supply a rooming house. Joe's eyes went to a thick stack near the window, every kind imaginable: comforters, quilts, army blankets, Indian blankets spread neatly on the floor, making a good soft bed. Ratso eagerly demonstrated his situation's graces, offering Joe a chair, then working with a saucepan of water and canned heat to brew powdered coffee. Joe headed for the chair but walked right past it, lowering himself onto the blanket bed. He mumbled something about how hard it was, then fell into deep, dreamless sleep before finishing the sentence. Hours later, he woke lost, lying face to the wall in a strange, nearly dark room where a candle flame cast weird shadows. Where? He turned slowly and found himself on a makeshift floor bed. Next to him, clad in corduroys, a pair of poorly matched legs he began to recognize. Ratso sat there in candlelight, leaning against the wall, smoking, examining Joe's radio. Joe sat up and snatched it back. He turned it on to confirm it was undamaged, then switched it off and held it close. He demanded his boots. Ratso pointed under the table. Joe asked how they'd come off. Ratso said he'd taken them off so Joe could sleep. Joe looked at the boots, then at Ratso, questioning why. Ratso protested just so he could sleep, for crying out loud. Joe got up and went to the table, muttering the smart thing would be to haul ass out of there. He sat and began pulling on his boots. Ratso asked why. What was the matter? Joe held one boot between finger and thumb, swinging it slowly, and in a sense held Ratso the same way, with his eyes weighing one thing against another. Ratso was a thief, he thought, only dangerous if you had something worth stealing. If he stayed, he could put the radio under his pillow. As for the boots, what good would they be to someone with mismatched feet? What else could the kid be after? He didn't seem to be a fag. Looking at Ratso now, Joe saw nothing more frightening than a puny, crippled kid sitting on old blankets in a tenement flat, afraid of being left alone. So why not stay? He didn't know a reason, but it seemed like every simple thing he did ended up costing him his ass. Still, one good night's sleep wouldn't hurt. But first he'd scare hell out of the little son of a bitch on general principles. Joe told Ratso he wanted to tell him something for his own good. He asked if Ratso wanted him to stay the night. Ratso shrugged, saying he wasn't forcing him, but his voice lacked conviction and his shoulders barely moved. Joe knew Ratso was pleading despite his words, but still needed to assert control. He pretended he'd had the wrong impression. Ratso growled that yes, he did want Joe to stay. He'd already said that. Joe asked if Ratso knew what he was in for, that he was a very dangerous person who thought mostly about killing people. He watched for a reaction. Ratso simply looked back, betraying nothing. Joe pressed on, saying it was the truth, someone who did him wrong. All he did was think up ways to kill them. Now Ratso had been warned. Ratso said he heard. Joe accused him of not sounding like he meant it. Ratso admitted he was impressed, already dangerous. A killer. Joe nodded. Damn right. Then he asked if Ratso still wanted him to stay a day or two. Was that what he wanted or not? Ratso growled yes, god damn it. Joe held up a hand, satisfied, saying he just wanted to be sure because he wasn't taking favors off anybody. He dropped the boot and moved back to the blankets. Once settled, he looked around, getting used to his new whereabouts. They smoked in silence. Ratso asked if he'd ever killed anyone. Joe admitted not yet, but he'd torn up one fella something awful the night he beat Perry in Juanita Barefoot's whorehouse. He couldn't control himself when mad, didn't know his own strength. If they hadn't pulled him off, that son of a bitch would be a goner. Same with Ratso. He'd come after him with a knife that night, all set to use it. He paused to enrich the tale, claiming he'd spent the whole night in jail. If not for the cops, there'd be one dead Ratso about now. Ratso laughed, asking if Joe thought he'd mind that. Joe continued, telling Ratso to blow a kiss to every cop he passed from now on. He stubbed a cigarette on a jar lid Ratso kept for that purpose, then lay down, ordering Ratso to move the hell over. He was crowding him. Ratso moved as far as he could. Then Ratso asked for a favor in his own place. Joe refused no favors. His favor days were over. Ratso explained that in his own goddamn place, his name wasn't Ratso. It was Enrico Salvatore. Enrico Salvatore Rizzo. Joe said he couldn't say all that. Ratso settled for Rico. At least call him Rico in his own fucking place. Joe told him to go to sleep. The kid persisted, asking if that was okay. Joe lifted his head and barked out, "Rico! Rico! Rico!" then asked if that was enough. He turned his face to the wall and added one more order, keep his meat hooks off the radio. After a moment, Ratso said goodnight in a small, throaty voice. But Joe was far from ready to exchange any such niceties. He pretended to be asleep. This late September day marked the start of Joe Buck's alliance with Ratso Rizzo. That fall, the pair became a familiar sight on certain New York streets, the little blonde runt laboring like a broken grasshopper to keep pace with the 6-foot tarnished cowboy, both frowning their way through time like children with salt shakers stalking a bird, urgently intent on finding something of worth in Manhattan. Ratso chewed his fingernails, consumed all the coffee and tobacco he could get, and lay awake nights frowning and gnawing his lips. He was the natural leader, and on his head rested the responsibility for dreaming up survival schemes. Joe, in the fashion of a follower, simply expressed across-the-board pessimism about whatever was suggested, then went along with it. Once, Ratso heard about a Jersey town where parking meters were vulnerable to a common screwdriver. Joe was skeptical and said so often, but still submitted to hawking his radio for bus fare across the river. When they arrived, it became clear Ratso's information was out of date. The town had new meters no screwdriver could touch. Facing that disappointment, Joe managed magnanimity, at least to the extent of keeping his mouth shut while Ratso made excuses. But overall, this person with the sunburst on his boots remained cranky and disagreeable toward the little blonde runt. He knew it too. Joe realized full well he'd become a pain in the neck, and furthermore, he wasn't much concerned. There was a reason for his unconcern. He was happy. For the first time in his life, he felt released from grinning and posturing and yearning for others' attention. Now he had in Ratso Rizzo someone who needed his presence in an urgent, almost frantic way, a balm to something long exposed and inflamed and itching to be soothed. God alone knew how or why, but he'd stumbled upon a creature who seemed to worship him. Joe had never known such power, and was ill-equipped to administer it. All he could do was taste it over and over like a sugar-starved child on a sudden mountain of candy cuss, and frown and complain and bitch, and watch Ratso take it. That's how power is usually tasted in its abuse. Delicious and sickening, and he couldn't stop. The only thing the runt seemed to demand was the privilege of occupying whatever space he could find in the tall cowboy's shadow. casting that shadow had become Joe's special pleasure. He enjoyed listening to Ratso too. As they walked the city, shared coffee in lunch stands or cafeterias, or shivered together in progressively colder doorways, Joe heard Ratso's views on many subjects. Bit by bit, he pieced together a picture of Ratso's early years in the Bronx. Ratso was the 13th child of tired immigrant parents. He remembered his father as a hard-working bricklayer who, in off hours, slept whenever he found something even vaguely horizontal. His mother, a burnt-out childbearer usually sick, managed the family like a kindly befuddled queen, issuing contradictory mandates from her bedroom. Occasionally she'd pull a housecoat around herself and move through the flat trying to sort out the confusion. On one such tour, she found 7-year-old Ratso under the kitchen stove with advanced pneumonia. Surviving that, he contracted infantile paralysis weeks later. By the time he left the hospital the following year, his mother was dead. 3 sisters and 2 of 9 brothers had left home for marriage or other purposes. Of the 8 remaining boys, none took interest in cooking or housework, nor had Papa Rizzo ever given special attention to running a family. When he thought of the job at all, it was in terms of supplying food. Once a week he stocked shelves with saltines and canned pork and beans, the refrigerator with cheese, cold cuts, and milk. For 6 days the boys grabbed what they could, and on the 7th, Papa gave them a real Sunday dinner at a neighborhood spaghetti place. Earlier at Easter or Mother's Day, he'd hosted such dinners at the same restaurant, and the owner always made him feel proud of his enormous brood by calling attention that he required the biggest table in the house, announcing the Rizzo arrival, and that they'd take the largest table. Even with only 8 sons left, they'd shove 2 regular tables together. But after the first month, these Sunday dinners were poorly attended. The old bricklayer had developed a foul temper and used them for scolding and shouting. The boys, one by one, having learned to forage in ways easier than listening to a disagreeable old man's ravings, wandered away from home altogether. Finally, one Sunday afternoon, only Ratso showed up. When the owner led them to a table for 2, the old man was shocked, then embarrassed, then chastened. He ate in silence, behaving with almost ceremonial kindness toward the skinny, crippled 13-year-old runt of his progeny. He also drank a good deal of wine, and then came a moment when he broke the silence and ended the meal by landing one tremendous bare fist on the little formica table, shouting his own name and reminding the world and God that he was accustomed to larger tables, declaring he was Rizzo, and he took the largest table in the place. The owner came over and the 2 old men wept together and embraced. Then Ratso led his father home. Entering the flat, the old man drew back and let out a dreadful howl, as if he'd suddenly awakened from the longest of all his naps and found his family wiped out by bandits and the walls splattered with blood. Looking past Ratso, as if the boy didn't exist, the bricklayer sobbed, asking over and over where his sons were, where were his terrible boys. Gradually, perhaps only by default, Ratso became the favorite, and for a while, life was better for him. He got an allowance and was never scolded. Sunday dinners continued. Not much talk at the small table, but a silent intimacy grew between them. The atmosphere was affectionate and peaceful. Papa Rizzo, now a fat, benign, bald-headed old bear in his late 60s, drank a quart of Chianti alone, and on the way home from the restaurant he'd find opportunities to place his hand on his last remaining son's head, or, waiting at a traffic light, wrap a heavy arm around his shoulder. One summer Sunday afternoon, Ratso was undermined by the great weight his father placed on him, and they both fell to the sidewalk. When Ratso disentangled himself, he found the old man had died on him, right there in the crowded sunlight of the Bronx River Parkway. From then on, Ratso was on his own at 16, with no special training for life, but he had quick natural intelligence, and like most people raised in large families, he was a good, fast liar. With these assets, he took to the streets. Ratso could talk about the Bronx, Manhattan, and nearly anything under the sun, but his best subject was Florida, and though he'd never been there, he spoke more positively and with greater authority on this than any other. He studied color folders from transportation companies, perused travel clippings from newspapers, and owned a book called Florida and the Caribbean. In this splendid place, he claimed, the two basics for sustaining life, sunshine and coconut milk, were so abundant that the only problem was coping with their excess. All that sunshine required wide-brimmed hats, special glasses, and creams. As for coconuts, so many lay in the streets that each Florida town had to commission giant truck fleets to gather them just so traffic could get through. Coconuts were the one complete food common knowledge. Anytime you got hungry, you just picked one up, stabbed it with a pocket knife, and held it to your mouth. Ratso couldn't tell this without demonstrating with an invisible coconut, sucking air between phrases, explaining that your only problem diet-wise was warm milk running down your face and neck. Sometimes you had to exert yourself to wipe your chin. Could Joe stand that? Ratso could. As for fishing, he made it sound so simple, Joe got the impression you didn't even need a rod or pole. Without examining the picture too carefully for probability, Joe formed a cartoon image of the two of them standing near the water saying, "Here, fishy, fishy," at which point enormous finned creatures would jump into their arms pre-cooked. A silly, happy thought. He could smell the fish plain as day. Sometimes, to keep the pleasant discussion going, Joe would feed a question, "Where in hell would you sleep?" There were no X-flats down there, but Ratso had an answer for everything. He'd tell of endless miles of public beaches with hundreds of pagodas, pergolas, and gazebos underneath them, on sun-warmed sand or softly padded benches, protected from rain and wind. One slept the sleep of Eden. Most often under discussion, however, was their financial problem. Ratso belittled any so-called honest solution. Neither was presentable enough for a job paying worthwhile rates, nor had either been trained for such work. Besides, full-time employment didn't seem worthy of being called a solution. Such talk Rat, so considered frivolous, and had no patience with. Living by one's wits was just as problematical in its own way. Competition, overwhelming. One constantly had to look for a new angle and be ready for sudden obsolescence, like those goddamn parking meters. As for Joe Buck's earning potential, Ratso believed he hadn't a hope in hell of making a living from women. That profession was extremely specialized, requiring wardrobe, polish, and a front. The cowboy gambit wouldn't work on New York women. Not only was the costume an almost purely homosexual lure, it was severely specialized even within that group, attracting almost exclusively a very small masochistic element. Sometimes, against his better judgment, but in extreme hunger, Ratso would arrange a fast $5 or $10 transaction, requiring little more of Joe than standing still for a few minutes with his trousers undone. But these unhappy conjunctions usually left Joe depressed and disturbed. He felt as though something invisible and dangerous had been exchanged, something neither stated in the bargain nor understood by either party, leaving him sad, perplexed, and with an anger he couldn't reasonably place. Ratso agreed. This was a poor way to earn $1. He claimed prostitution had always been the hardest and most competitive profession, even worse today, when the commodity was being given away free in liberal quantities. The only way to do really well was to rob the patron, but that required adroitness and timing Ratso felt his cowboy friend lacked. Ratso credited himself with a needed wit and cunning, but his chances were severely limited by his leg. Very few fags wanted a cripple. Ratso had a specialty better suited to him, pickpocketing, but he wasn't very good. Too often he'd be caught by someone twice his size who could haul him to a policeman with no trouble, and Ratso would have to undergo the indignity of pleading for mercy based on his crippled leg. He was more skilled at a variation requiring greater time investment and apt to be less lucrative sitting in a bar, striking up conversation with a stranger, than watching for the moment to steal the person's money. Sometimes he'd lose an hour and come away with nothing more than spare change and a couple of beers. Joe was disgusted by this kind of operation. It made him puke, and wanted nothing to do with the gains from it. Ratso would have to invent some cock-and-bull story to explain that money, otherwise Joe would refuse to swallow so much as a hamburger purchased with it, and would go around for days with a face as long as time. But Joe was still in the early flush of his friendship with Ratso Rizzo. During these weeks, nothing seemed quite so terrible as the prospect of being totally alone again. Even though he'd stepped free of those lone years into this new time, they still existed somewhere, shadowing the present like a nightmare creature, black and ruthless, and many-armed, ready to snatch him back into more and more solitude. The pair drifted through October into foul November weather, with nothing remarkable happening. The sameness of their days, the feeling of being trapped with no real prospect of improvement, caused a growing restlessness in Joe, an agitation often downright painful, as if Manhattan were his cell, and the cell was shrinking at nightmare speed, and he was doomed to pace back and forth in ever smaller steps, until finally it pressed in upon him altogether. They suffered one cold after another. Ratso especially. His voice had taken on a basso profundo. Rattle Joe found comical in someone so small. He gulped cold remedies and cough syrup so heavily, he went about light-headed and drowsy, with no appetite for real food. Now and then he got down a few spoonfuls of soup or a candy bar, and coffee. He could always drink coffee and smoke. Whenever Joe watched Ratso smoke, he got the feeling there must be some special life-giving substance in the tobacco that only Ratso knew how to extract. November was cruel to people who hovered in doorways as much as they did cold, damp, windy. As the weather worsened, they seemed to spend more time in the streets. The temptation was to stretch nights out as long as possible, lingering in the X-Flats shelter. But each had developed a kind of fear of the place. Extra hours there were hateful, threatening too. Somehow, they knew that if you settled for this kind of hiding, there was no telling what would become of you. No wizard was coming to knock on the door with magic, or even food. They knew that so it was all right to lie down in such shabby, make-do safety at night for real sleep, but to be awake there in daylight, when the shadow of that big white X fell across the room like a message, was to indulge in a comfort so sinister it was actually tiring. This was never discussed. It didn't need to be. In any foul weather, no matter how sick they felt, or how grimly attractive the place seemed compared to their poor prospects on the streets, they were out by noon. Signs of Christmas appeared in store windows and streets, but such a holiday had nothing to do with either of them. The sameness continued. Ratso appeared one day with a big sheepskin-lined greatcoat, offering it as a present. He claimed an overstocked dealer gave it to him for a small favor, but Joe had reason to believe it had been stolen at the movies. Joe argued you couldn't go around stealing winter coats unless you knew for certain the owner had another one somewhere, and he made Ratso feel so bad about it that the kid hid it away in a cupboard. Joe kept wearing his catsup-stained yellow leather jacket. He claimed not to feel the cold, but he shivered a lot, and always found excuses to duck into stores, vestibules, and theaters. At certain odd moments, Joe knew the restlessness he felt had nothing to do with sameness. Somewhere in him was the knowledge that there was no such thing as sameness. You might do the same things and cover the same streets, and even think the same worrisome thoughts, but inside, deep where you couldn't see, things were changing, and working up to the point where they would come together and show, and then before long you would say something had happened, and your life would suddenly be so different. You'd hardly recognize it as your own. But Joe's wasn't the kind of mind that could take hold of such a thought with any firm grip and keep it. It would appear for a moment, or a split second, and then recede, as if it had a life and rhythm of its own. So to Joe, his own anxiety seemed most often a fear of nothingness. Only at these odd, unexpected moments would it be a fear of something. And then came a night in early December when this waiting time ended altogether. Joe was having coffee at the 8th Street Netics when he heard voices behind him, a boy and a girl. He turned to find himself being studied by two childlike young people in identical black turtlenecks and tight black jeans. They seemed brother and sister, maybe twins. Her hair was short for a girl, his long for a boy. Both were blonde, gray-eyed, and gently pretty. Neither wore makeup. The girl was clearly bolder. She took hold of Joe's chin and examined his eyes, then declared to her brother that definitely him. The boy smiled meaninglessly and handed Joe a small piece of thin orange paper rolled into a scroll, held together by a gummed silver star. Then they left. Joe, caught by something peculiarly calm and deliberate in their manner, watched until they were out of sight before opening the scroll. A hand-printed message in black ink said he was expected to appear before midnight at the Kingdom of Hell, a filthy loft on the northwest corner of Broadway and Harmony Street, where he would be poisoned. It was signed by Hansel and Gretel McAlbertson. Joe went outside and looked in all directions. No sign of the McAlbertsons. He read the note again, saw before midnight, and checked the clock on the red brick tower next to the women's prison, 11 o'clock. He lit a cigarette, contemplating the good fortune of being handed something by those strange blonde youngsters. Pedestrians trying to cross the street bumped against him as they avoided old snow piled at the curb. He read the note over and over. He realized he'd need help interpreting it. Ratso was probably working a certain 6th Avenue saloon. Joe crossed the street heading there when he caught sight of Ratso under a newspaper vendor's green awning, wearing the controversial sheepskin coat with a defiant look. Joe was pleased to see it getting somewhere. He handed Ratso the orange scroll, told him to read that if he wanted to read something, then explained how the note came into his possession. In that whole place, they'd given one only to him. He tried to hide his pride. Ratso pulled the great collar up around his ears and started moving, saying, "Let's go." Joe followed close, asking what the damn thing was. An advertisement, a religion, a what? They didn't know what they were walking into. Ratso called it a Halloween party. Joe protested it was December. Ratso said so, what it was, a party, and they were invited. Joe noted the invitation didn't mention Ratso. Ratso waved the thought away. Joe said they'd looked him over good before handing him that thing. They walked east on 8th Street toward Broadway. Joe thought about how they'd looked him over, one asking him, and the other saying, "Oh yeah, definitely." He wondered why they'd picked him. His boots and hat? Something about his face? Just sexiness in general? The thought of his sexiness, a suddenly remembered asset, made him smile and laugh out loud. Passing a bakery with an amber-tinted mirror, he swung his face toward it, hoping to catch some of that smile's goodness. He caught a little. He told Ratso it wasn't long ago. He'd been sitting in Sally Buck's living room watching TV in Albuquerque. Now he was in New York, getting picked out for all these goddamn. Couldn't Ratso understand? Ratso said no. Joe felt his thought was so clear to himself that Ratso's failure had to be deliberate. He accused Ratso of being out to fix this party tonight, a cranky little wop bastard. Ratso grabbed his arm, asking what he'd said. Joe said never mind. They might not let Ratso in anyway. Ratso wanted to bet. Joe wished the college people loitering in front of the bookstore knew where he was headed, but there was no sensible way to tell them. He promised Ratso he'd make them let him in, tell them they couldn't have Joe unless they took Ratso. Ratso dismissed it as a big fucking deal. Joe said not to worry. Ratso was as good as in, there was nothing wrong with him. If he had a haircut and some meat on his bones, he'd be all right. Joe said he'd tell them he didn't go anywhere without his buddy. They walked a block in silence. At University Place, a cold wind blew until they crossed where buildings protected them. Ratso accused Joe of not wanting him to go. Joe denied saying that. Ratso launched into a speech. Joe was very dumb, didn't know how to get in out of the rain, needed Ratso, couldn't wipe his butt without Ratso handing him the paper. Now Joe got invited to a party by himself and acted like the great man. Ratso didn't want to go to any cutesy-ass party with Hansel and Gretel McAlbertson. He said their names in baby talk and made a gagging sound. The only reason he'd wanted to go was thinking there might be a ring of bologna and some soggy crackers. Couldn't pass up a spread like that. But he'd lost his appetite. Goodbye. He stopped walking. Joe snatched the orange note from Ratso's hand and walked on, saying, "Give him that address." But he'd gone no more than a block when his anger petered out. He stopped at Broadway and looked back. Ratso was still there, standing in the middle of the sidewalk, huddling into his coat, watching. Joe signaled with his hand. Ratso started rolling toward him, hurrying, beating the air like a damaged bird. Joe wanted to shout, "Don't run," but turned away instead, purposely not looking. He heard the step drag coming closer. By the time Ratso caught up, both seemed to have forgotten their argument. They walked down Broadway to Harmony Street. In the outer lobby of a big loft building among several small signs, one read the McAlbertsons. 2 flights up. Before climbing the stairs, Ratso leaned on the banister. His face and hair were soaked, and his breathing made a peculiar noise like a thin organ note. Joe had grown so accustomed to Ratso's sneezes and coughs, his voice like rocks dragged across an unpaved road, and so used to seeing discomfort and pain in his face, that he hadn't taken a really close look at the runt for weeks. Now he saw that Ratso's coloring beneath all that sweat was way off his skin, more yellow than anything else, but with gray and a greenish cast too, the whites of his eyes pale peach and lusterless, his lips lavender blue, edged with white. Joe asked what was wrong. Ratso shot back. What did he mean? Joe kept looking at him. Ratso grew agitated, asking if he was bleeding. No, Joe said. Not bleeding, sweating though. Didn't he have a handkerchief? Ratso wiped his forehead on his coat lining. Joe told him to dry his hair some. Ratso made a swipe with bare hands. Joe pulled out his shirt tails and ordered Ratso to come here. Give him his fucking head. Ratso growled no, but Joe was louder. Ratso bent forward and offered his head to be dried. Joe rubbed at it with his shirt tails, saying you couldn't go to a party with a wet head. He asked if Ratso had a comb. Ratso said he didn't need one and started working at his hair with his hands. Joe handed over his own comb. A few dozen cooties wouldn't kill him, he guessed. But the comb couldn't pass through such a thick tangle of unwashed curls. Several teeth broke. Ratso handed it back and patted his hair into some form, asking how he looked. Joe looked at him carefully for a long time. The bare fact was Ratso did not look okay. Joe was willing enough to lie and let it pass, but something else happened as he kept looking into Ratso's face. What was it? Neither really knew. Some vague, awful thing had come into evidence between them, hovering like a skeleton dancing on threads, something grim and secret that filled Joe with terror, making him feel locked out, alone, in peril. As for Ratso, the signs were subtle, almost not there. He simply turned his head away sheepishly. A stillness in his eye, a fixed look to his shoulders and the set of his head. Joe opened his mouth to speak, but Ratso made a quick, impatient gesture and started up the wide, dark stairway. Joe watched. When Ratso was halfway up the first flight, Joe called for him to wait. Ratso stopped and looked down. His eyes begged Joe not to speak, but he threw in a challenge. Were they going to a goddamn party or what? Joe felt too bewildered to move. Something awful had just taken place at the foot of these stairs. Or had it? He couldn't really be certain. He asked if anything was wrong. Ratso pleaded. Would Joe just come on, please? He waited until Joe began the climb, then took hold of the banister again and pulled himself up. The third-floor landing's banister served as a coat rack, piled high with sweaters, scarves, parkas, every kind of winter wrap. Ratso left his sheepskin on the stack and eyed the rows of boots and galoshes and rubbers on the floor, commenting he'd pick himself a nice pair when they left. The door stood wide open. Ratso led the way in. Joe felt painfully self-conscious, not knowing what behavior was expected. He walked with a swagger, frowning, not wanting to be caught without an attitude. The room was enormous, the whole length of the building, and as wide as a house. A good deal of noise, but not enough for such a large crowd. Laughter and conversation were self-aware. A timidity in the bongo drum, recorder and jug suggested the musicians hadn't hit their stride. One couple made an effort to dance, and an even greater effort to do so unseen. Many small groups, some standing, some on the floor, all loosely formed. Many people stood alone or near the periphery of groups that didn't quite include them. One couple college-age boys, one white, one brown, sat in the middle of the floor holding hands, but it wasn't so much interracial romance as a marriage of two shades of despair joined at the hands, but not the eyes, each frowning into his own distance. Many lone persons, male and female alike, seemed ashamed of their solitary condition. You could see them casting about for a place to lose at a drink, a cigarette, a corner, a conversation, a smile, a stranger, an attitude. Along one wall, a big table offered cheese, lunch meat, crackers, bread. On the floor next to it, washtubs filled with ice water, and beer cans. At the far end, Joe spotted the McAlbertsons sitting on the floor at the feet of a skinny painted lady with long white hair. Behind this trio, covering wall from ceiling to floor, several long strips of butcher paper painted with the legend "It's later than you think." Next to the sign, a bucket of black paint with a broom sitting in it, handle against the wall. Joe kept looking at the McAlbertsons. They sat before the sign like figures on an altar, quietly, with that same unholy tranquility that had caught his interest at Neddick's. The lady behind them was even more disturbing. He didn't like looking at her, but his eyes kept returning on their own. Something was wrong with her. She had a blob of dark paint on each eye and a little red mouth. She blinked. Often her eyelids seemed operated by strings controlled by someone whose attention had wandered. Her head sat on her neck loosely, precariously balanced, bobbing like a toy maker's trick. Seen from a distance, she might have been inhuman, something pasted together by those two silent, sinister children at her feet, an effigy of a missing parent made from sticks and straw, candy sacks and crayons. The boy had jars in front of him. He was shaking something out of one, a spider, a worm, and handing it to a beautiful black girl. Whatever it was, she popped it into her mouth, downed it with beer, then gave a comic imitation of sensual pleasure, stretched her arms, wiggled her lean jersey-clad body, and danced across the center of the room into the arms of a splendid black giant, gaining nearly everyone's attention. But Joe watched the McAlbertson boy, still preoccupied with those little jars. He drew closer, hoping for a look at their contents, when Gretel caught his eye and beckoned with her head. Joe turned for guidance from Ratso, but Ratso was busy at the refreshment table, furtively stuffing his pockets with salami. Gretel rose and came toward Joe, face and voice completely without expression. Up close, she was less sinister. Her tranquility might even have been simple boredom. She acknowledged his arrival and asked if he needed anything, beer. And she opened a fist to show a big brown capsule. Reading the question in his face, she called it a bomber. Good for about 4 hours. Joe looked at the capsule, then at her, smiling to cover his ignorance. She frowned slightly and told him to take it, her tone between a command and a dare. He took it, popped it into his mouth, worked up saliva, and swallowed. Proud of himself, he smiled and looked for appreciation or approval, but his bravado only seemed to deepen her boredom. She pointed a languid hand toward the refreshment table, saying beer was all right with it this time, with something like gentleness in her voice. Ratso approached with 2 open beer cans, handing one to Joe. Joe tried an introduction. This was Ratso Rizzo, but Ratso corrected him Rico. This routine was clearly too taxing for Gretel, who had already wandered away. Joe took a deep swallow of beer and wondered what to expect from the capsule. Ratso offered his take on the brother-sister act. Hansel was a fag. Gretel had the hots for herself. Who cared, right? He pointed a thumb toward the refreshment table. They had salami up to there, so Joe should put some in his pocket already. Joe felt someone staring. He turned to find a girl in an orange dress standing in front of the bathroom door, smiling at him in a dark, provocative way. She leaned on the doorframe as if the bathroom were her own tent on a technicolor desert, or perhaps she shared it with harem members. She met his eyes boldly, opened her own even wider, bared her teeth, and gave a mad little trill of a laugh. Running her fingers through rich black hair, she came toward him. Joe liked her body, slim-legged but thickly sensual, built close to the ground. She declared she could tell, couldn't he? Joe faked agreement, saying hell yeah. She asked would they do leave now? Did he have a place? She had a damned roommate but could fix it due to an arrangement. The second she looked at him, she knew. Did he know right away that they were going to make it? Ratso spoke up, asking if she really wanted to do business. She hadn't noticed him. She looked with surprise, asking who he was, then panicked that they were a couple. Ratso announced he happened to be Joe Buck's manager, and Joe happened to be a very expensive stud. Expensive? Her mouth dropped open. She looked away, blinked, looked at Ratso, then at Joe, asking if this was true. Joe began to hedge. She cried out that it was true. She couldn't believe it. She wandered away, not escaping but stupefied, opened a beer for herself, leaned against the refreshment table, looking at the tall cowboy, shaking her head, blinking. Ratso pronounced her hooked good for $10, but he'd asked for 20. Joe told Ratso that money or not, he could use some of that. Ratso agreed. He was rich, told him to go talk to her, and walked away. Joe began feeling weightless. He rolled his shoulders in slow circles, testing his ability to move, and discovered a new possession of his body. It had become remarkable again, a thing of grace and power. That old longing for a mirror returned. The black-haired woman appeared at his side, looking up, as if there were a vast difference in height between them. She expressed terrible excitement. This was the first time she'd ever been confronted with the mere existence of such a situation, and she couldn't wait to tell her man but didn't have an appointment until Monday. She speculated about what would happen if she said she was buying. The woman shuddered. Her fine, handsome nostrils dilated. She breathed in short gasps, embarrassed, insisting this wasn't Dexedrine. She'd had her weight in that and it never did this. She should take notes, breathing, heart, stomach, and look goose pimples. She showed him her arm. Joe smiled modestly. She guessed buying a man was the most thrilling thing she'd ever heard of, the absolute opposite pole from virginity. She was a long way from that years ago. She'd thought she had to marry everyone she had an affair with. After 3 husbands, her man finally got through her thick skull that she was a living example of Bronx morality in its most stifling form. Then breakthrough. She began acting as if she had to have an affair with everyone she went to bed with, just a transparent extension of the same old morality. What was wrong with just plain sex? She was sure that's what her man had been getting at, but they never say it straight out. It has to come from you, which, if you're as dumb as she could be, can be terribly expensive. She'd tried walking through a few things and couldn't even reach a climax. Tonight, when she came out of that bathroom and saw him pure symbol, nothing more, nothing less, she knew she was going to make a real breakthrough. No thinking, just feeling. She'd never walked up to anyone like that before. She simply had this feeling and couldn't do anything about it. Didn't want to. Eventually, she'd have to ask herself why she chose a cowboy, and second, why a cowboy whore. But not tonight. Being analytical during was the kiss of death. She asked him to kiss her right now, before they talked the whole thing away. Would it embarrass him if she turned on a great big glaring ceiling light over her bed and looked at him all over? Weren't peculiar requests part of his profession? And incidentally, how much was this going to cost her? Joe watched her speak, but his hearing wasn't working in a usual way. All her talk might have been rain with glass between them. He heard her words and saw them, but they never reached him. What he did hear had to do with the capsule. He'd swallowed a high, thin, private sound, not really a sound at all. He could just as easily picture it a high wire he'd flown to at some altitude that caused a blending of all the senses into one. At one such moment he chose to see the party from this altitude, saw a cowboy himself looking past a jumble of faceless party figures toward the end of the room, where 2 young people in black sat on the floor at the feet of a woman. But from his point of view, these 3 people were not 3 at all. They were 4, and one of them was himself. He belonged there with them. He was Joe Buck the cowboy, and there was his blonde, sitting with the 2 beautiful children. Now it was clear why he'd been invited. He was the missing member of something, always had been, but now everything would be straightened out. A commotion arose at the other end. Heads turned for what appeared to be some sort of entertainment, a drum roll, and a recorder's attempt at a fanfare. The McAlbertsons helped their lady to her feet. She seemed drunk or drugged, but once standing she walked under her own power, giving the effect of an imperfectly operated marionette. Costume jewelry clanked and jangled as she pushed dozens of bracelets up her wrists and made her way to the center of the room. Joe believed this was the moment when the evening's purpose would be made clear to others as it was to him. A kind of wedding was taking place, a reunion where the principals had a deeper, more mysterious kinship than usual. The fact he'd never actually seen these 3 people before didn't seem contradictory. His chimerical vision made any rupture in usual logic achieve a new and higher order of fitness. What happened next was in a certain sense impossible, but nevertheless, he saw it. The white-haired woman took one sweeping gaze at the gathered people, and as she did, her eye touched upon Joe's for a moment, then moved on. He trembled. His entire body went cold with shock. In that moment, he had been looked upon by Sally Buck. She was much older now, and more outlandish than he remembered, but still she was Sally Buck. He knew now that it was his grandmother, returned from the grave, who had sent those two sad as death, poisonously pretty children into the streets to search for him, to tell him something urgent. And here it was, the message was about to be spoken. The McAlbertsons, looking for all the world like dream children, slender and neuter in tight black clothing, clearly the sort you'd send as messengers from the grave, drew close to the old lady, perhaps to catch her if she fell. She raised her hands for attention. When everyone quieted, her hands flew to her face, and she began giggling and coughing. She seemed to have forgotten what to say, and huddled quickly with the McAlbertsons. The woman in orange asked why he was perspiring. Joe didn't seem to hear. She told him he ought to eat something. The trick was to keep eating. She offered to get a sandwich. He said something to her and she went away. Now both the old lady and the girl pointed at Hansel. Every eye followed as he painted a great black X on the sign, canceling out "It's later than you think." He replaced the broom in the bucket and joined his sister. They nodded at the old woman, restoring the room's attention to her. She made more noises with her bracelets and coughed up phlegm, spitting into a handkerchief tucked into her waist. Then she held up one hand for silence, waited, got it, and spoke in a loud, flat, shaky Midwestern drawl that wasn't later than you think. Not anymore, it wasn't. She paused, sucking in her cheeks and pursing dry lips, the effect of quick, desperate kisses sent into the party air. Gretel gave her a sip of beer. She licked her lips, gasped, then suddenly shouted, "Time!" holding both hands motionless in the air. Another series of coughing spasms followed. The party waited in silence, but murmurings started and grew. Joe heard a man say she'd rather be here than in some doorway, and she was too far gone to know what they were doing to her. A woman answered that she did know it was cruel. These people still had minds no matter how far gone. The old woman huddled again with the McAlbertsons, obviously being coached. Then she faced the gathering and shouted that time had run out on them. There wasn't any more of it. Her lips rolled back, showing small yellow teeth and a mechanical smile that appeared only to display the very last trick of the marionette master. She looked at the McAlbertsons for approval. They both nodded vigorously. Then her top half fell forward. In a jangle of metal she was taking a bow. The McAlbertsons applauded. Everyone joined in. The noise grew to absurd, thunderous proportions with whistles, shouting, foot-stomping, even 2 or 3 screams. Ratso nudged Joe's elbow, asking why he was clapping. What the hell was that supposed to be? A song and dance? He thought they were going to make her bite the head off a chicken at least. Joe moved away from Ratso, threading through the noise, stepping over spread-out legs and crossed knees, past cocktail tables and benches and musicians, closer to the old woman, who had returned to her chair behind the McAlbertsons. The dark lady in orange suddenly appeared in his path, holding a big, thick sandwich in both hands, saying she thought he wanted this. Joe said thanks but didn't take it. He touched her shoulder. She stepped aside. He continued toward the old woman. He felt the party had suddenly gone wrong. A moment ago, he had known something important about his life had come clear, and then he'd forgotten it. Or perhaps he'd only been on the brink of knowing, and it had been withheld from him. By this old lady. Who was she? From close range, he found her even older than she'd appeared during the entertainment. She was apparently in pain, seemed knocked silly by it. Her forehead was creased with tensions and lines. Face powder covered some kind of skin eruption. Her eyes, blinking constantly, seemed never to have known rest. They were the quivering blooms of endless suffering, whose beginnings had long been forgotten. At odd moments, an inner contraction caused her to wince, as if kicked. Her eyes would close for a moment, and her face would buckle into a mess of painted creases, like an exploded candy sack. Joe tried to remember what he'd come to ask the old lady, or the McAlbertsons. He stood right in front of them, but they paid no attention. They seemed unable to look upon anything or anyone except one another. Joe himself could no longer see them from high up. His special sense had gone dead. He felt no kinship with these people anymore. They were just a pretty boy, and a pretty girl, and a sick old lady trying to have a party. He'd always wondered about parties, and now that he was attending one, he didn't much like it. If this was any sample, parties were even sadder than the streets. A big man with a shiny round face grabbed Joe's arm and asked if he hadn't heard what Mother Ceres said, that he'd ticked his last tick-tock, so lay down because he was dead. The man laughed and moved on to someone else, repeating his line. Joe moved quickly to the man's side, took hold of him with both arms, and demanded to know why the man had picked him. The man asked what he meant. Joe insisted he wanted an answer. Did the man think something was wrong with him? The man called Joe crazy and told him to let go. Joe said he wasn't hurting his arm. He just wanted an answer. Gretel McAlbertson appeared, thanking Joe for coming but telling him they wanted him to go now. Ratso was there too, asking if Joe was bombed, then explaining to the McAlbertsons that he was just bombed. As Ratso led him from the room into the hallway, Joe insisted he wasn't bombed. He had been, but wasn't anymore. Ratso's coat had gotten buried. He began rummaging. Joe announced he was in a big mess and needed to fuck his way out of it. Ratso said he felt crummy and needed to lie down. The woman in the orange dress appeared in the doorway. She asked if she'd asked how much, and Joe told Ratso to tell her. Ratso said $20. The woman said sold, announced her coat was the dyed mouton under the gray herringbone, and told them to go. Ratso demanded taxi fare for himself, 20 for Joe, taxi fare for him. The woman told Ratso he ought to get lost, bad lost, like dead. Ratso agreed, and charged $1 for that service. The woman took $1 from a small roll in her bosom and handed it over, then began counting to 10. Ratso started down the stairs. Joe helped the woman into her coat and asked her name. She loved that he didn't know his name was Joe, which was fabulous because Joe could be just anybody. Kiss me, Joe. Hold me, Joe. Move over, Joe. Go away, Joe. Marvy. A perfect name for a male person, sort of like Rose for a girl. Below them came the sound of someone falling downstairs. Joe ran down 2 flights, 2 steps at a time, and found Ratso on the first floor struggling with the banister, trying to pull himself up, then taking a second fall. Joe picked him up, and Ratso gave instructions on how to be lowered to the floor onto his stronger leg. Ratso clung to the newel post, teeth clenched, face dead white. The woman arrived on the second landing and descended, asking what was wrong. Joe said he fell. She asked if he was all right. Ratso mocked her, then demonstrated he could walk 3 steps, catching himself at the door. Joe said yes, but to the subway? Ratso imitated a damsel, saying he was infirm and would never make it, calling for someone to carry him. The woman said he had taxi fare, and told Ratso he was all right. Ratso shouted. He'd said yeah already. The woman told Joe Ratso was all right, let's go. An hour later, the woman lay with her head on her elbow, touching Joe with her free hand. She said what happened. Happened. Not to worry about it. Maybe they should just lie there and see what happened. Maybe even nap a little. Joe reached across the bed for a cigarette and said that had never happened to him before, asking where the matches were. In the top drawer. While he lit his cigarette, she suggested that maybe if he didn't call her ma'am, things would work out better. Joe lay on his back, blowing smoke upward, saying it was the first goddamn time that thing had ever quit on him. She gave a short laugh. He looked at her quickly, asking if she thought he was lying. She straightened her face, saying no. Something struck her funny. He pressed what? She said it was nothing. He insisted. She admitted she'd put herself in his shoes and realized being a professional must really bother him about something like this. Not that it should. It was merely human, but she'd had this sudden awful picture of a bugler without a horn or a policeman without a stick, and she thought she'd better shut up because she was making it worse. Joe's mind worked hard, turning over all the possible reasons for his failure. thinking of how he'd been weakened and wearied since arriving in New York. Thinking of it, he felt the weakness, the weariness, running through him in place of blood. Little by little, the city had been drawing all that good juice from him, a little here, a little there, everything going out, nearly every second of the day. The sidewalks drawing something out through his feet, traffic noises sucking at his ears, neon signs pulling something vital from his eyes, and nothing much coming in. Coffee here, soup there, now and then wet spaghetti, a hamburger of spiced sawdust, a bottle of beer. None of it nourishing anything in him except this weariness. When he woke, streaks of daylight showed at the edges of the window shades. The same thoughts of being weakened rushed through his head with dream continuity. He saw himself drained and robbed and swindled in 1,000 impossible ways. Every smile cost him some ungodly sum. Every nod to a stranger exacted a vital substance. If a clock ticked or a breeze blew or a wheel turned within range of his senses, it seemed to have stolen his energy to fuel itself. Nearly overwhelmed, he was surprised to discover his power had returned while he slept. He put his hand on himself, touched deeply by relief and good fortune. But this passed quickly, giving way to a desire for vengeance. He wanted to say something with his power, make it count, use it as a protest, write his initials across the sky with it, and a warning in black letters that would make them tremble. The woman slept on her back. He reached out, cupped his palm and fingers over her great warmth. In a moment they were together, and she cried out with every breath. He drove at her, in a measured, systematic way that seemed calculated not for his pleasure, but for her punishment. But she liked this game. She bit his shoulder to earn more of this splendid wrath. He cupped his hand over her mouth and pressed hard to muzzle those teeth, continuing to work. The woman's eyes went wild. She moaned through his hand and slobbered into his palm. With her body she met everything he had to say with hers. They established a dogged, laborious, insistent fight. But she wanted more anger and clawed at his back with her fingernails. Joe knew she'd drawn blood. He was being drained again. Now they were taking his blood, but this time he'd caught them in the act. He drove at her harder, deeper, and deeper. Tears came from her eyes. All her breath came and went with some animal noise more vicious than a growl. He took his hand from her mouth and looked at her. Her face was something terrible, so he called her something terrible. That helped her. Something broke inside. She began laughing and crying, alternating rapidly like a madwoman. Joe understood. She knew she was going to have her freedom. He labored with greater insistence to deliver it, not because he wanted her free, but because he wanted to feel himself the deliverer, wanted to know that power again. Then came a long, low cry like a deliberate scream. He kept on for a moment, as if to sign his name in blood with a flourish to what he'd done. In doing this, something unexpected happened. He himself was set free. Then he let all his weight rest upon her. She kept her arms around him, smearing the blood she'd drawn from his back, and kept repeating the most common name for the act they performed, as if the experience might be improved, or prolonged, or even immortalized in the dirty naming of it. As Joe lay upon her, eyes deep in the pillow, two young people in black walked into his mind, slender and blonde and plain as day, the McAlbertsons. For a moment, while the woman recited her obscene litany of small words, he looked at these children in his mind, and entered their mystery, saw them come into being full-grown before his eyes, saw them walking hand in hand against a backdrop of nothingness together, but unjoined, motherless and fatherless, and without real gender, unconnected to the world, or to who they themselves were, or where, or what. Saw them wandering in search of others, passing through the same empty regions, others born loose and alien and unconnected as they themselves were. In this brief clarity, Joe Buck had a sense of knowing just who the children were, his own offspring, born full-grown from this very night's union. When Joe left the woman's apartment that afternoon, his stomach was full of food and hot coffee. He was freshly bathed and shaved. He had poured expensive-smelling cologne into his boots to counteract the odor, and he had $20 riding on his hip. At Times Square, he bought socks and clean underwear, and changed in the Automat men's room. The old ones were in sorry shape, feeling extravagant. He flushed them down the toilet. He decided to spend 50 cents on a boot shine, and while they were being worked on, he counted his money and considered his options. It occurred to him he should have bought underwear and socks for the runt, plus food and medicine. At an 8th Avenue drugstore, he bought aspirin, cough syrup, and vitamin pills. Then at the Army-Navy store, he purchased long underwear and 2 pairs of red wool socks, one large, one small, to accommodate the difference in Ratso's feet. Hurrying down 8th Avenue with these purchases, Joe sang the last roundup in double time, oblivious to stares. The afternoon sun melted filthy snow along the gutters. He stepped deftly over soft slush to preserve his boots' new shine. Store windows and mirrors gave him reflections of a cowboy passing in splendid style at some. He paused to smile at himself and tense his buttocks, savoring the power he had in there. His final purchase, a carton of hot chicken soup, came from a good Jewish delicatessen near 30th Street. Arriving at the X flat, he stopped on the stairs to check his parcels. Something about the socks stopped his mind. He placed the other packages on a step and removed the socks, holding 1 pair in each hand, looking at them for a long time, straining after some thought. He pondered the peculiarity of Ratso's foot sizes, but that wasn't it. He wanted something that would clarify a feeling about all these purchases, not just the socks, but whatever it was wouldn't stand still. He gathered the packages and climbed to the flat. Ratso had wrapped himself in blankets, teeth clamped to stop chattering. He swallowed 2 aspirins with water, but couldn't get soup down until the chills subsided. By then, Joe had to reheat it over canned heat. Now Ratso was sweating and wanted to remove all his blankets. They quarreled about the wisdom of that, and also about the name for Ratso's complaint. Joe wanted to call it Cat Fever, Sally's label for disorders he'd suffered in childhood, based on the theory all sickness came from cats, but Ratso said he hadn't been near a cat. What he had was the flu. While Ratso drank soup, Joe showed him the socks and long underwear. Ratso looked and shook his head. Joe asked if they were wrong. Ratso said no, but while Joe was buying underwear, he could have hooked the socks. That was okay, though. As an afterthought, he added thanks. Then he extracted a promise Joe wouldn't get sore, and admitted he didn't think he could walk. He'd been falling down a lot. He was scared. Joe asked of what. Ratso said he'd already told him of what would happen. What they did with you if you couldn't, the cops or whoever. Joe asked if he meant if you couldn't walk. Ratso nodded. Then what did they do with you? Ratso nodded more. Joe got to his feet and shouted, "What did the cops have to do with that? It was none of their fucking business who walked and who didn't." He told Ratso he talked like a person with a paper asshole. Didn't he know what they were going to do? They were going to Florida. Ratso dismissed Florida, told him to cut the crap. Joe insisted it was just a matter of bus fare. He'd been figuring the main thing they broke their ass for up here was keeping warm. That's why Ratso was shivering. Second was food. In Florida, coconuts and sunshine and all that, you didn't break your ass at all. They'd talked about it plenty of times. He took out his money and spread the bills like a poker hand. That was the start from last night. Tonight he'd make the rest. It was all set. He'd just been waiting to tell Ratso. Bus fare was 38 apiece. Times 2 was how much? Ratso asked if Joe was really going to take him. Joe nodded. 76. Ratso said he had 19 in a shoe. He'd gotten it going through the coats at the party. Joe pulled out the money. With that plus his 9, how much more did he need? Ratso closed his eyes and said 50. Too much? Joe said too much phooey in the mood he was in. It was nothing. He'd see Ratso later. At the door he told Ratso to get into the long johns and the socks. They weren't hauling ass onto a bus with stinking feet. Ratso stared, unable to believe it. Then he leaned forward, asking Joe not to do something really dumb and end up with his ass in a sling. Joe fired back. Couldn't Ratso just once shut up and let him do something? Was there a law saying Joe Buck couldn't have one lousy idea without getting his ass in a sling? Just one puny little idea? He came back into the room and flopped into a chair, feet landing heavy, announcing Ratso had shot his whole mood right in the ass. but he rose at once and returned to the door, insisting he was damned if Ratso had. They were leaving town tonight. He slammed the door and went down the stairs 2 at a time. Joe scanned the doorways, theater lobbies, and penny arcades of Times Square for a money-making opportunity. For the first 2 hours, nothing much happened. It was too cold to stand still for long. He wasted 15 minutes in Duffy Square on a prospect too frightened to speak, and another chunk of an hour following a pretty woman all the way to Grand Central, only to watch her board the train for New Haven. He walked back to Times Square, up Broadway to 50th Street, over and down 8th Avenue, across 42nd again, then covered the same ground a second and third time, warming up between trips in a dirty bookshop and at a game room called Fascination, where he lost $1.20. Around 8 o'clock, having forgotten the object of his hunt, he was looking idly into a 7th Avenue magic shop window when he realized the liveliest possibility of the evening had shown itself less than 3 feet away, looking into the same window. This was a red, white, and blue person of about 50, stocky, almost fat, with very black eyebrows. He had a pleasant round face that seemed always to be smiling even in repose, though his eyes were anxious and uncertain of everything. The most vivid aspects were those musical comedy American colors, the red of his complexion, the pure white of his hair and silk muffler, and the lively blue of his eyes and overcoat. Joe had been taught you weren't supposed to speak first. You let them do that. Speaking first showed eagerness that lowered your price, and if your prospect was an undercover cop, he'd arrest you for soliciting. But Joe felt the necessity of making a strike before the cold really got through to him. At a certain point on these winter nights in Times Square doorways, his face became numb and pale. He couldn't think clearly or behave with any ease. From then on he'd look and act like a loser, and no one would want anything to do with him. So he threw caution to the wind, screwed up a big smile, and swung his eyes onto that red, white, and blue face just as the man spoke up first. The big face broke open, showing still more red and white and gums and perfect teeth, as the man asked how he was, and clasped Joe's hand in both of his. From his first words, he established an extraordinary intimacy. A stranger might have thought 2 old friends had reunited after years of agonizing separation. His voice, he started talking at once, as if he might never stop, was deep, rich, vigorous, and oddly prissy, giving him the aspect of a hysterical, somewhat sissified bull. Introducing himself as Townsend P. for Pedersen Locke of Chicago, call him Townie. He said he was in paper and had come to New York for a manufacturers' convention, and frankly, to have a little fun, damn it, like a person putting his foot down. He declared this was his first night, and he'd consider it a ghastly omen clouding his entire 10 days if Joe didn't consent to have dinner with him. It was awfully important. Would Joe say yes? Joe found his assent wasn't really needed. He'd hardly begun nodding when he found himself being almost forcibly conducted up 42nd Street. Townie never stopped talking. What's more, he wasn't the kind of talker who required any sign of listening. He flitted topic to topic: Chicago, food, his mother, the convention, New York, people in general, cowboys, the need for fun, his mother again, the Midwest, restaurants, religion, Michigan Avenue, the art of conversation. At one point he called Joe a wonderful conversationalist, which made Joe's eyes go wide as he nodded in amazement. Townie gave Joe his choice of all restaurants on the entire East Coast Chambord, 21, the luau dismissing concerns about dress because they knew him. He'd say Joe was with the rodeo. Besides, Joe looked elegant, and really good places never fretted over neckties or nouveau chichi crap. But then he snapped his fingers. Damn it all, they'd have to eat in his room because he had a phone call coming at 9:30. His mother always called at her bedtime, and at 94 you damn well had to be there when they called to say goodnight. Wouldn't that be nice, dinner sent up? He had a modest but pleasant suite at the Europa near 9th Avenue. His fancy friends stayed at the Pierre or the Plaza and could have it. 50 years ago, the Europa was the only hotel in Manhattan, those high ceilings, marble bathrooms. He had an eye for real quality as opposed to mere fashion. Then he squeezed Joe's arm. As they turned into the lobby, a young man with a thin, cold, dedicated face, pressed a paper into Joe's hand, saying Jesus was the only possible fireman. Joe crumpled it into his pocket. Townie invited him to look at the magnificent lobby. The Europa's lobby had become an arcade for small enterprises, a passport photographer, a health club, vending machines for candy, soft drinks, cigarettes. The cracked tile floor had been recently scrubbed in slapdash fashion, leaving dried dirt streaks and faint ammonia. The room clerk Gray Small, not really there, seemed selected for his ability to project profound lack of interest in guests' comings and goings. They took a creaking, slow, self-operated elevator up to the 5th floor. Townie talked all the way up and down the hall, listing aspects of New York that delighted him most: Macy's, the park, the village, the lights, millions of strangers from everywhere, utter and total privacy, the madly forward thrust of everything. His sense of time here was completely altered. Chicago was no mere cowtown, but here there was this grinding forward of every second. Could Joe hear it for himself? Time was a colossus marching up Broadway. They stood in Locke's sitting room at the window overlooking 42nd Street. The sound could be heard, an all-pervasive throbbing roar, as if millions of machines and people were united by a central rhythm, a single being of tremendous force. Locke found it exciting that he and Joe contributed to it, his heart going tum-ta-tum, the theater projector clickety-click, each car going grrr-hoo. Just thinking about it was more than he could stand. He offered a drink, nice gin, or if Joe preferred something else they'd sent it up. Joe said gin was fine. Locke continued, this time thing in New York was unbearably exciting, but the same awareness could hurl him into the abyss. He was manic with hairy depressions, all having to do with time. In Chicago, he often felt time had stopped 20 years ago, and everything since was a hideous mistake. Wasn't that morbid? In that mood, it seemed grotesque that this white-haired gentleman existed. There'd been a war, a handsome young man in uniform with quite black hair. He was supposed to die but didn't. Some idiot mistake in heaven, and he was still here. But that was enough about him. He was through talking for the evening. He handed Joe his drink and announced he wanted to hear all about conditions out west, what was happening in cattle, for heaven's sake. But first, a confession the West held. Tremendous power over him, the vastnesses, the romance, that whole society of tumbleweed and leather. Even if Joe weren't an exceptionally fine person, which he knew at once, gifted, sensitive, unusual, he would still have felt this rapport simply because Joe came from the Great West. His mother shared this. She would adore Joe. When she telephoned at 9:30, Joe should get on the wire and say hello to Estelle, that Townsend was being a very good boy. He'd introduce Joe as a cowboy, and she'd be thrilled. 94 years old, and a mind like a steel trap. Did Joe want to hear what he'd done for her on her birthday? He caught himself, assuming Joe couldn't possibly care. Joe assured him he wanted to hear all about that. Joe sensed some advantage in keeping the man talking. He needed to think. There was money connected with this man, not millions perhaps, but plenty. Joe guessed he'd chosen this hotel over better ones because it afforded freedom to indulge special appetites. They were seated now. Joe on the couch, Locke in an overstuffed chair. Joe wondered how long the talking would continue, how long before the man made the inevitable trip to the couch, lowered his hand to the knee, and what strategy to follow then. Straight business was easier to manage. There was something likable about the man, but he tried not to notice it. Locke continued the birthday story. There stood a string quartet, the Vienna String Quartet, at his mother's bed, playing Happy Birthday to You. He sang a chorus. Tears filled his very blue eyes. The night before, they'd played Beethoven to 2,500 people. That was the kind of thing he did for her. How else could you amuse a woman 20 years older than time? And of course it made his life so rich. People said he was so good to Estelle. Nonsense. He was good to himself. He leaned forward, explaining that his mother was an exceedingly rare human being of the most extraordinary sensibilities. The privilege of enjoying her company was worth any sacrifice. He was usually silent on the subject because the average person having a limited concept of the human spirit's real possibilities, couldn't grasp it. Very close friends called this relationship sick because he hadn't married. Why in heaven's name should he? This thought silenced him. He seemed to have forgotten Joe's presence, staring at an arm of the couch, frowning, teeth clenched. Then suddenly aware of his drink, he raised it so abruptly, he spilled some on his trousers, smiled, wiped it off, proposed a toast to the Wild West, and began speaking again. He was passionate on the subject, and they lived in an age where all passion was suspect. All the old values had ugly clinical names. Now loyalty was fixation, duty was guilt. All love was a complex. Estelle was so amusing on the subject. It was rarely the psychiatrist who talked such nonsense. It was your best friends. Didn't it take a tiny mind to hand down judgments on another's secret heart? A real analyst, $50 per hour, said it was an extremely successful relationship because it worked. It was very simple. The infant's ideal is to maintain its mother's love forever. He had done this. He had lived this ideal existence. The problems were relatively minor. First, she would predecease him. Perhaps that was one of the marvels of his mother's character. She wouldn't die. These women of her breed refused to die. They were on the side of life. They wouldn't say yes to death. That was how this country was traversed in covered wagon days. The men were supported, cajoled, driven on by these women, and that was how the primitive was conquered. His mother went to Minnesota in a wagon. In her lifetime, this country had gone from the pioneer stage to this complete flowering. He and Joe reaped the harvest every day in this garden spot of the world. These women planted the seeds, they owed it all to them. And not only did they do their job, but think of the speed. No country in history had progressed from brute to utterly civilized with such dispatch. He pointed coyly to Estelle's picture and winked. The old lady in the photograph appeared modestly accepting the compliment. She was cute, the dead image of Queen Victoria. Their entire home was Victorian, pierced rosewood and red velvet, in a glorious tower overlooking the lake. He took her to the theater and concerts in her wheelchair when she was up to it. He blew the picture a kiss and declared it was time to eat. A long telephone conversation followed, in which the room clerk told Locke there was no restaurant in the hotel. Locke tried assiduously to convince him he was mistaken. There had to be a restaurant because he was hungry. He cupped his hand over the mouthpiece to describe the impasse to Joe. Could Joe believe it? This poor man had got it into his head. There was no restaurant in the entire hotel. There was no reasoning with these people anymore. The railroads were the same way. See why he was forced to fly? The clerk finally admitted. There was a Chinese restaurant in the next block, and promised to send someone for chop suey and egg rolls. Before, during, and after this meal, even while picking and sucking his large white teeth, Locke continued spewing words. He seemed to be building something with them, a nightmare construction, constantly undermined at a slightly greater rate than he could build. This one had to do with Joe Buck's identity. Even though the conversation had little to do with Joe, it proceeded on the assumption that Locke's guest was an ideal, perfect being composed of Gary Cooper's manliness and heroism, combined with Ronald Colman's culture, sensibility, and compassion. Locke seemed afraid that if his visitor were allowed to speak one full sentence, the construction would topple. The party in the sitting room had long since stopped meaning anything to Joe. He didn't bother tracking the conversation, just tilted his face, raised one eyebrow and smiled when anyone else did. Every so often a fragment floated through someone's mother hating depressing things, a paper merchant deferring to cattle people, a theory about brutes and women, but none of it stuck. His mind kept circling the same problem, how to turn this evening into money. He was getting nowhere. The host's voice worked like gas, slow and numbing, and Joe had to keep moving, shifting in his chair, rubbing his neck, cracking his knuckles, squinting just to stay conscious. Past 11. The telephone rang. Joe seized the excuse and slipped into the bathroom. Through the door, he heard Locke shouting into the receiver, a one-sided mess of a conversation about coincidences and a mother who couldn't hear him, the word disgust getting spelled out letter by letter in frustration. Joe didn't bother following it. He splashed cold water on his face and neck until the fog in his head lifted, then leaned into the mirror, inches from his own reflection, and whispered a command to himself the second that bastard got off the phone. He had to move. That was an order. He looked around for something to lift. An electric razor sat on a toilet tank, but it was too big for his pocket, and even if he took it, where would he plug the thing in under a palm tree? The medicine cabinet held nothing worth bothering with. He helped himself to more cologne instead, pulling off his boots, opening his shirt, sloshing the stuff over his skin. Then he pressed his ear to the door. Locke was still talking. No sign of stopping. Joe turned back to the mirror and started rehearsing in a whisper. He'd tell the man his kid was sick as hell polio when he was small, now a busted leg and everything else, and he had to get south fast. He'd say he'd enjoyed the night, every pissy-ass second of it, but now it was time to listen. He needed money quick. If the guy wanted to swing on this thing, he'd better shut up and start swinging. Back in the sitting room, Joe found Locke perched on the couch edge, one hand on the receiver already hung up, the other over his mouth, eyes wide with worry. The man admitted he'd behaved childishly, shouting, being nasty, wondering whether to call his mother back and apologize. She despised extravagance but adored luxury, he explained, making such marvelous distinctions. Then he pointed at the gin bottle and suggested a drink. Joe poured half a glass of straight gin and handed it over. Joe stayed standing directly in front of Locke, his hips level with the seated man's face. Silence stretched out. Locke's attention drifted back from wherever his mind had gone, and suddenly he seemed very aware of Joe's body looming there. His face showed plain agitation. Joe fixed a smile in place and held it. Locke looked up, met his eyes, gave a small laugh. Joe nodded. Then he asked what the man wanted. Locke's eyebrows went up. What? Joe made a loose, shallow cup with his hand near his crotch and asked again what he'd been brought up here for. Locke cried out, pressing a hand to his heart. He said it was so difficult, impossible, that young people didn't know what they did. He called Joe's beauty agonizing, said he'd known Joe was a splendid person the moment he saw him on the street, but this obscene gesture paired with innocence, it was more than he could bear. He admitted he should never have invited Joe up. He had wanted so badly to be decent this trip, not to disgust himself. He had hoped for communion through conversation, for the older person to pass on impressions of the world, some higher level of exchange. Ridiculous, he knew. He took a long swallow of gin. Then his voice went dark and vehement. He loathed life, every moment of it. He tried to laugh it off but gave up. He asked Joe to go, to please leave while he still had the scrap of strength to ask for it. Joe repeated the word back. Go? You want me to leave? Locke said yes. Please understand, he wanted Joe to leave. He reached out and squeezed Joe's hand between both of his, pleading for help, being good. He didn't want to be like he was in July. Joe understood the plea. His own disappointment sat heavy, but he nodded and started to walk away. Locke held onto his hand. Would Joe come back tomorrow? Promise? Joe asked. What would be happening tomorrow that wasn't happening tonight? Locke insisted he wouldn't be the same tomorrow, different, less nervous. He couldn't express how awful he felt suddenly, like a bomb was about to fall, which he wanted terribly. He was just nervous about the timing. He tried to laugh, failed, and pressed Joe's hand inside his jacket to feel his heart pounding, the traffic noise, the inedible room service slush, the disastrous phone call from Estelle. But please say, you'll come back. Joe pulled his hand away and headed for the door. He said he was going to Florida. He had to. Locke rose and followed, calling it terrible that he'd finally met someone who understood him like no one ever had, and now off he went. Wait. He wanted to make a present. For the trip? Would Joe let him? He hurried into the bedroom. Joe was astonished. The tension drained out of him, replaced by a keen, waiting pleasure. He wondered how large a gift was coming from the man whose tower overlooked the lake and who hired musicians for his mother's birthday. Kencher. He heard a drawer open and close. Locke returned smiling, one fist outstretched. He said he'd count it an honor. Joe tried to find gratitude even before he saw it. Locke uncurled his fingers near Joe's face. A St. Christopher medal. He urged Joe to take it. You didn't have to be Catholic. The saint was patron of all travelers. Joe shook his head. But Locke insisted he wanted Joe to have it, for helping him be good. Joe let the medal be dropped into his pocket. He kept shaking his head, even after Locke asked what was the matter. The walk up to the X flat felt heavier than the stairs deserved. Joe wasn't sure he had enough left in him to invent a story for Ratso. On the third-floor landing he stopped by the window, looked at the winter moon, and tested names under his breath. Rico. He'd call him Rico. He pictured the lie. The night had been a bust, a bum lead, but he had things lined up for tomorrow, and they'd be on that bus in 2 days at the latest. Even to himself it didn't sound good. Maybe he'd say he'd raised part of the money and the balance would come tomorrow. Another 20 and they'd be on that bus. He walked in ready to tell it, but Ratso was already awake on the floor, staring at the ceiling. No questions, no movement. Joe stood over him. Ratso wouldn't meet his eyes. His voice came out small and soft, stripped of its usual gravel, saying he'd had shitty dreams. Joe asked if he wasn't going to ask how the night went. Ratso looked at him with just his eyes, his face blank, something vital missing from his gaze. Not sight itself, but whatever made sight valuable. He said he didn't care about going anywhere. Florida? No. He told Joe to get some sleep. Joe looked at the warm spot next to Ratso, thought about lying down. Then he looked at that damp, wasted, bone-colored face, the eyes sunken deep, and in his mind he heard the sound of a drawer opening and closing back in Locke's bedroom. He knew then he was going to have to get into that drawer. Simple as that. He announced that if that didn't beat the devil, he had everything arranged. 1 stop, 2 minutes, then the next bus. But hell, if Ratso wasn't interested, he'd have to go alone. He looked around the room, said he didn't suppose there was anything he wanted. He had his ass, and his elbows, and that was about all he needed. He walked to the door and said he'd see Ratso sometime. Now Ratso sat upright, mouth and eyes wide. They looked at each other. Ratso said so long. Neither moved. Joe asked again. Didn't he care at all about Florida? Ratso licked his lips, frowned slightly, and said no. Joe moved fast. He told the pissant to get his shoes on. Time was wasting. Ratso threw off the blankets and scrambled across the floor. They took a taxi to the bus terminal. No luggage. Pockets stuffed with odds and ends from the flat. Ratso carrying an Indian blanket. On the ride, Ratso breathed hard and kept complaining about the heat in his eyes, asking what made them so hot. Joe helped him onto a bench in a waiting room. It would have been easier to carry him, but Ratso wouldn't allow it. Joe told him to wait. 10 minutes. Ratso worried about loitering. Joe said he was crazy. Getting the 1250 to Miami wasn't loitering. Ratso asked, what if the guy didn't give him any loot? Joe fired back. You don't trust me? Just say it. Ratso said he did, only Joe cut him off. At the door he looked back. Ratso was wrapping himself in the blanket. Joe waited until Ratso looked at him, then waved. Ratso waved back. Joe hit the street and broke into a run. He ran all the way to the Europa Hotel and up the stairs to the 5th floor without letting himself think. Thinking would ruin it. He knocked on Locke's door and leaned against the frame, catching his breath. A small yes from inside. Joe called out Townie. Locke asked who was there. Joe said it was him, the one who was here before. The safety latch rattled. The door opened. Locke stood in a dressing gown, barefoot, apparently naked underneath. Good heavens! Joe said he had to talk. Locke's eyes twitched. He glanced at the latch like he regretted opening it. He said honestly, it was so late. Joe said it was important. Locke asked what in the world it could be about. Joe said he couldn't talk out here. Locke said he couldn't ask him in, not at this hour. Joe asked, didn't he say they were friends? Locke said of course, but Joe stated he didn't mean it, and walked past him into the sitting room. Locke stayed at the door, frowning, telling him to just say what it was. Joe told him to shut the door. Locke drew a careful breath and closed it. Joe said he had to have some money. Locke smiled. Of course. He was sorry to make Joe ask for it. He understood these things. It was perfectly reasonable. Income. He'd been selfish. Just 1 second. Wait here. He went to the bedroom. Joe followed. Locke opened the drawer between the twin beds, took out a wallet, removed a bill, and replaced the wallet in the drawer. Then he saw Joe in the doorway. His hand flew to his throat. He stepped back, bumping the table, nearly knocking over the lamp, catching it in time. He said Joe had frightened him. He thought he was waiting in there. Joe said he figured he'd save him a step. He looked at the $10 bill. Asked if that was for him. Locke said yes. He'd more than earned it for putting up with an objectionable old gentleman, so don't even thank him. Joe said he was afraid he'd have to have more than that 10. Locke's voice went thin, barely audible. He said it was a pity, because he didn't have any more cash. Money. Joe said he had to have $50. Locke said 50. Joe pointed out it had been a pretty long evening, even if he did decide to be a good boy. Locke said he simply didn't have it. Joe said he didn't have time either. No time to sit here all night while he tickled himself to death looking. He had family. God damn it, and he had to get them down to Florida. Now reach in there and peel off $50. Locke backed against the drawer. He said he understood and agreed with everything Joe came toward him. Locke gasped, asking what he was going to do. Joe said get out of his way. Locke said he was wasting his time. There was nothing. Joe hit him across the face with the back of his hand. Locke fell against the bed, more from overreaction than force. He pushed himself upright, dropped to his knees, threw his arms around the night table, blocking the drawer with his body, and started whimpering like a woman or a child. Joe grabbed a handful of white hair and turned his face toward him, telling him to let go of the table. Locke refused, insisting there was no money, just private things. Joe hit him again with an open palm. Locke whimpered but didn't move. Joe struck harder with a closed fist. Locke cried out and said he deserved it. He deserved it. His moaning continued in a higher key. He clung to the table with both arms, saying he'd brought it upon himself. Joe should hit him again. His thoughts all evening had been disgusting. Hideous. He tasted the blood from his nose and thanked God he was bleeding. He deserved to bleed. Joe told him to turn loose the fucking table. He sensed he was dealing with something beyond a man protecting his money. There was glee in Locke's refusal, almost fervor. His eyes shone. His mouth and teeth clenched in a stupid smiling position, face deepened in color, blood running from his nose into his mouth, over his teeth, down his chin. Joe picked up the table lamp and held it high, asking if he wanted to give $50 or have his head broken open. Locke's expression made his preference clear. He looked at the lamp with longing, his body still pressed against the table. Joe began to feel sick. The position seemed reversed, as if Locke held the weapon and Joe was being threatened by it. If further violence happened, it would be against himself, but upon Locke's body. He asked, "Please let go of the table." Locke shook his head. Joe swung the lamp down toward Locke's face, stopping inches short. Locke cried out in pleasure. His body went limp. He loosened his grip. Joe didn't understand at first. He hadn't struck him, yet Locke had given up. Then he looked down and saw the evidence of Locke's gratification. The man was still in the throes of some emotion, laughing or crying. Joe couldn't tell, but he knew exactly how he had just been used by the red-faced, white-haired, blue-eyed man from Chicago. He removed the wallet from the drawer. Inside $121. He put the entire amount in his pocket and left the room. Behind him, Locke said, "Thank you." Leaving the bedroom, Joe registered an image that stopped him. Locke on the floor, head against the bed, mouth stretched in a weird blood-covered smile, and on the night table beside him, a telephone. Joe hurried back. Locke was scrambling to his knees, reaching for the receiver. Joe called out. Locke spun around, surprised. They looked at each other like both knew the worst part of the night was still coming. Locke said he hadn't been going to call anyone honestly. Joe told him to keep still. Locke started again. Joe shut him up. He tried to think but saw only lock and the phone and lock. One or the other had to be put out of commission long enough for him to leave the building. He went to the night table and pulled until the metal box broke free of the wall, but the connection held. He set the phone down, ripped the cord loose from the box, then picked it up again. Silent. Locke used the moment to run into the sitting room, nearly reaching the hallway. Joe, still carrying the phone, shouted and threw it at Locke's head. Locke turned just in time to take it in the mouth. His dentures dislodged. He gagged and spat. Then a set of teeth emerged and he fell to his knees chasing them. Joe still held the image of man and telephone and man. In his confusion, subduing both still felt necessary. He pushed Locke to the floor, sat astride his chest, and shoved the receiver into the toothless mouth. Blood on his hands. Foolishly, instinctively, he wiped them on his jacket. He stood and looked around. Locke's blood seemed to have spread impossibly over the man himself, the carpet, the woodwork, like something terrible had raced through the room, leaving its imprint everywhere. Joe ran for the stairway. Last thing he saw the man from Chicago rolling onto his side, half naked, clinging to the object in his mouth like an enormous child with a pacifier. On the bus they rented pillows. The driver climbed into his seat, closed the door, and announced through the microphone regular rest stops. An enjoyable trip, arrival in Miami, Florida in 31 hours. Joe listened not for the facts, but for the comfort of that voice, its strength and kindness. He told Ratso these guys were good drivers. Ratso agreed. They had to be. Then his teeth started chattering again. The bus moved. Ratso noted it was moving. Joe said yeah. 31 hours. Ratso said 8:30 in the morning, not this morning but the next. The bus wound out of town, entered a tunnel, then hit a speedway. Joe asked if Ratso believed it, that they were on their way. Ratso could hardly believe it. Joe couldn't either. They rode in silence. Joe turned to look at the other passengers. The ones he could see looked all right. Plenty of empty seats, places to stretch out. He asked what their first thing would be. When they got there, Ratso figured hook a bathing suit. Joe said just go right on over to the beach and start in being there. Ratso asked what the hell else. Joe said he didn't know. He wasn't the expert, just asked. Then told Ratso to quit shivering. Ratso said he couldn't help it. A few miles later, Ratso mentioned the first palm tree came in South Carolina. Joe asked how he knew that. Some guy told him, Ratso said. Joe said to hell with South Carolina. They were going to Florida, and if he had to shiver, why not pull the blanket up? Ratso asked what was the matter with him already. Joe said nothing. For the next mile, he felt Ratso's eye on him. Then Ratso leaned in close, beckoned. They put their heads together. Ratso whispered, "You didn't kill him, did you?" Joe backed away just enough to show urgency in his eye as he whispered "shut up" 3 times. He glanced at the woman across the aisle. Asleep. Ratso said he could tell him. Joe leaned in again and whispered all he did was stick the phone in his mouth. Made a noise with his tongue dot. Like that. Ratso said he knew, but Joe had blood on his jacket. From his nose, Joe said he had a bloody nose. Was Ratso trying to get him nervous? Ratso just wanted to know. Couldn't he ask? Joe asked why. Did blood have to mean somebody was dead? A moment passed. Then Joe asked if a guy could get a telephone stuck in his mouth and choke to death. Ratso said no, an impossibility. See how his mind was? He shouldn't think about that. Think about Florida. Ratso pulled the blanket up and settled in. A few more miles. Joe said day after tomorrow, the day after to goddamn morrow, they were going to have a miserable pair of sunburned asses. Didn't that grab him like it did Joe? Ratso was silent, frowning, touching his teeth with his fingers. Joe asked what was the matter. Ratso just wondered. What? How he'd gotten it past his teeth. Joe was furious. His teeth were out. Ratso asked if he'd knocked them out. Joe took a deep breath. They were false, jackass. False. No more talking for a while. An hour later, Ratso was perspiring, pushing the blanket away. Joe put it back, thinking he was asleep. Ratso opened his eyes and said he'd been thinking. Joe said he had to keep the blanket on, Ratso said he hoped they wouldn't have trouble about his name down there. What was the point of the trip otherwise? New York was one thing. But could you see some guy on a beach, suntanned, swimming, and somebody hollers, "Hey, Ratso?" It sounded like shit. He wasn't going to have it. He was Rico altogether. Didn't Joe blame him? The blanket was making him too hot, sweating like a pig. Joe said, "Well then take it off. Take his shirt off too. Open the window. Maybe get a good case of pneumonia." Ratso said he didn't say he was going to take it off, just that he was sweating. But it was agreed they'd tell all the new people his name was Rico? Joe nodded. He closed his eyes and tried to sleep. All he got were foul dreams. He couldn't quite tell if he was asleep or not, but the dreams came anyway. Wild, ugly, vivid. Many of them replayed the night's violence. He'd open his eyes in horror just as the lamp stopped short of crushing Locke's skull. In each awakening, it was always a relief to find himself on the bus at Ratso's side. Joe drifted into half-awake dreams where Sally Buck's old boyfriend, Woodsy Niles, was a dead man. These dreams unfolded right there on the bus and felt completely real. Woodsy's corpse went through every kind of caper in one. It propped itself in the driver's seat and piloted the bus on hairpin roads while passengers screamed that the driver was dead. In another, the bus arrived in Miami. Everyone took their suitcases and left except one passenger. The driver and Joe recognized himself as the driver went to wake him and announced he believed he had a corpse on his hands. He picked up Woodsy's body and sang the last roundup to it, soft and slow, half lullaby, half requiem. After these death dreams, Joe would wake and check Ratso for signs of life, putting his hand under Ratso's nose to feel his breath. At one such moment, Ratso woke and asked what the fuck he was doing. Joe just laughed. Around 3:30 in the morning, the bus made its first rest stop somewhere in Maryland. Most passengers slept. Ratso wanted to stay on board. Joe got off and brought back coffee in cartons. They sat smoking and sipping. Ratso said they needed to talk. When Joe was gone, he'd tried to get up, but he shrugged, shook his head, his face grave. He couldn't. He said it was serious. He couldn't get up. Tried and just couldn't. Joe nodded. Ratso asked what he was going to do. Joe said when they got to Miami, they'd carry him right to a doctor. Ratso shook his head quickly, grimacing. Doctors couldn't do anything with legs. They'd just tisk and shrug and take $10. Joe said the thing he tended to forget was all that sunshine coming tomorrow. Ratso admitted. He knew a dozen ways to cheat a doctor out of his fee, but what did that have to do with sunshine healing benefits? Hell yeah, Joe said. After a moment, Ratso asked, "What if?" Joe guessed they could get him he didn't know what. "A crutch?" Ratso said. Joe looked at him quickly. Said that was up to him. Other passengers were returning. Ratso asked, "What if he didn't want one?" Joe opened his mouth and found nothing. After one or two false tries, Joe said Ratso Rico when they got to Miami, he was fixing to go to work. Joe hadn't known he was going to say that. His thoughts and speech had coordinated in some surprising way. What he said was as new to him as to Ratso. The bus moved again. He kept talking. He had to work because he was no kind of hustler, not even a good bum. The way things had been, he wasn't even nothing. So he'd sweep, wash dishes, some damn thing. They wanted things nice down there, didn't they? It wasn't going to be all coconuts, just the usual crap. Besides, he didn't want to sleep on a beach. He wanted a bathroom and bay rum in the medicine cabinet, toothpaste, a change of shoes. He was so sick of looking at his goddamn boots. He'd throw them in the ocean. He wanted everything new. He didn't care if he had to pick fly shit out of a pepper box. Ratso watched him with a serious expression, nodding a lot. Joe laid a hand on Ratso's knee and looked past him out the window at the dark, rushing landscape. His point was working. He'd be able to look out for Ratso too, not just himself. Okay? A moment passed. They crossed a river. More dark, moonlit trees rushed by. Finally, Ratso said, "Okay." Each careful not to look at the other, they settled into their pillows and closed their eyes. Joe was astonished at what he just promised, and even more astonished to realize he meant it. Now here he was with this burden responsible for a sickly, crippled person. Oddly enough, he liked the feeling. A curious burden that made him feel lighter instead of heavier, and warm. The seat became exceptionally comfortable. His head fit the pillow better. He felt joined to everything that touched him. Soon he fell asleep, dreaming his golden people dream. But there was a startling difference. The golden people marched to rodeo music, a wild march beat. The rope of light binding their trip around the earth was tonight of special brilliance and clarity, so Joe could see actual features on the marchers' faces. The one that caught his interest was a cowboy swinging a lariat made of the same golden stuff. He looked hard at that face, longing to get his attention, disturbed by an ever-increasing sense of familiarity. And then he knew the face was his own. He was in the line with everyone else. Finding himself in such a remarkable situation surprised him awake. A cool wintry dawn washed through the window. Ratso was wide awake too, in considerable distress. His face wet with tears, misery written all over it. Joe asked what was the matter. Ratso looked at him quickly, then away, and said softly he peed. His pants. He was all wet. His seat all wet. Joe said, so what, was that so bad? Ratso said, he was going to Florida, his leg hurt, his butt hurt, his chest hurt, his face hurt, and like that wasn't enough, he pissed all over himself. Joe began to laugh. He knew it was inappropriate, but he felt good, and it seemed very funny. Ratso said he was falling apart, that was funny. Joe nodded. Soon Ratso was laughing too. Joe said Ratso had just had a little rest stop that wasn't on the schedule. They laughed like it was the funniest remark ever, for several miles. Ratso's face turned blue, his eyes wild and bloodshot. Laughing hurt him, but when he showed signs of letting up, Joe added some new comment about the scatological aspects of the misery, and they laughed more. The last few remarks weren't funny at all, but they enjoyed the laughing anyway. Then Ratso started to cough and choke, leaning forward while Joe patted his back. After the seizure, Ratso was weak and drowsy, his spirit quieted, but exhausted. Joe said there were plenty of empty seats, and they'd find a dry one at the next stop. He promised in one of these towns they could buy new trousers. He convinced Ratso everything would be all right eventually. By the time the bus stopped for breakfast near Richmond, Ratso was fast asleep. Joe drew the window shade to keep the sun off his eyes. Stepping off the bus, Joe was surprised to find the special quality of the dawn spreading into the entire morning. He remembered a splendid dream, but couldn't recall details. The day had an almost painful prettiness, even the air was pungent with it. He supposed it was just being out of New York. In the restaurant, he ordered blueberry pancakes and coffee. While waiting, a swift and profound emotion came over him. He mistook it for sadness. It became so intense he thought he'd vomit. He hurried to the men's room, locked himself in a booth, bent over the toilet, put a finger down his throat. Nothing came out but air. Then he started to cry. This surprised him. What were these tears about on a day he'd been feeling so good? They stopped. He blew his nose, went back, ate his breakfast. The pancakes were good, but after the first bite, he forgot to savor them. The morning special quality had seeped into the restaurant all through eating. He thought about the day instead of the food, leaving half his coffee to go out and get into the thick of it. It was an awesome thing this Saturday morning. It had simply taken over everything. Joe felt he could reach out and close his fingers around it. But what made it this way? He walked to the edge of the parking lot and looked at the ground, hard brown mud covered by stubborn, colorless weed winter couldn't kill, and in the distance, a row of ordinary naked trees with nothing special about them. The sky had a very soft blue you could look at without squinting. The air was cool but not cold, so breathing it felt like breathing the soft blue itself, and you knew you were getting the good of it inside you. Joe stood there crying some more, shaking his head in puzzlement at the tears streaming down his face, full of wonder at this perfectly ordinary weather, and pondering the freakish sadness that had come upon him. The fact was, it wasn't sadness at all, but he had no way of knowing that. He wiped his face on his jacket sleeve and got back on the bus. Ratso was still sleeping. They rode on through the southern morning. The odd intensity of the day continued. Each little town had its Saturday things happening. people hauling Saturday-sized groceries, children running and bicycling and skating, gorging on freedom, young women already in curlers and lipstick heading to Woolworths for more beauty things to wear for their Saturday, young men who filed in and out of barbershops or stood on sidewalks jingling pocket change, waiting for a shine or new cleats, impatient for Saturday night coming at them slow as a clock. But they believed in it. They could sniff it in the air. Saturday's old women appeared in twos and bunches on corners, clucking their teeth and speaking of death, while an occasional old man strutted by to confound them with his survival. Joe saw all this, and at Raleigh, North Carolina, he was happy to step right into it. He bought new corduroy trousers for Ratso at a dry goods store near the depot, and for himself a cheap make-do jacket dark blue with white buttons. He told himself it was make-do, but he liked it all right. He threw the stained one in a trash receptacle. Joe tried to get Ratso off the bus to help him change in the men's room, but Ratso wouldn't wake. Joe mentioned South Carolina and the first palm tree, but Ratso was unresponsive. He opened his eyes for a moment but seemed to see nothing. 2 hours later in Bennettsville, with most passengers off the bus, Joe carried Ratso to the back seat. The long underwear was wet too, and removing it was hard work. Ratso was helpless as an infant. Joe had never seen him naked before. His sex looked pathetic and useless, just something to pee through. His right leg was skinny and twisted like an old man's cane, marked from hip to knee with black, green, and purple bruises from recent falls. He looked like a plucked chicken that had spent its life getting the worst of barnyard scraps, and finally quit. Joe read that history on his body with a feeling for its sacredness. For a moment he pictured himself wrapping this naked, badly damaged human child in the blanket, holding him gently for the rest of the trip, but he snapped that image off fast. They settled into the dry back seat and rode on through more miles of this Saturday day, rich and mysterious as a memory. Ratso slept the deepest sleep. Joe told himself it was healing sleep. By Savannah the sun had set, dinner time came, and Ratso still slept. Joe didn't leave the bus. He wasn't hungry. He stayed at Ratso's side, feeling and savoring the day's special qualities even after dark. He thought about the astonishing remarks he'd made getting a job, new shoes, a regular life with its own bathroom. He knew it was true he would have those things one day, real Saturdays like the one he'd watched through the window. Probably he'd wash dishes or work a short order counter. Other people would work alongside him. At first they wouldn't look at him, wouldn't realize he was just like them, but gradually they'd get the idea. They'd notice his regular shoes and somehow know he had his own place with a private bathroom. Dropping in and visiting would start. In due course, there would be a woman not necessarily blonde or any particular kind, but she'd have lipstick and curlers, and she'd be glad to have a man to take care of her, one good at lovemaking. Ratso would be like a child to them. They'd make him wash his hair weekly, or do it for him. The whole trick was to work hard and wait. You couldn't just say it would never be. You kept on until it was, even if your feet hurt, and you grew a long white beard to the ground. He'd taken on a plan once before, back in Houston, deciding to become a hustling cowboy and seek fortune in the East. He'd carry that out. There just wasn't any fortune, but he'd sought it. That was the point. Now this time, maybe there wouldn't be any ordinary life either, but he'd do some seeking anyway, stubborn and hard-assed till the day he died. It occurred to him he was doing some thinking without a mirror. He wondered if that wasn't some kind of improvement. He slept through the rest of the night's stops. He heard a driver call Jacksonville, then a new driver announced Daytona, but he was only half awake. He was sleeping pretty deep, considering it was a bus. The only things he remembered from the night were those two town names. Yet come morning, it was not surprising to awaken and find what he found. Ratso's body had an abandoned look. Rear end half off the seat, back bent at an awful angle, head slumped to the side in a breakneck position, arms splayed like useless sticks, eyes wide open, and seeing nothing. Whatever had been in charge was gone. Ratso was dead. And of course it had to be a beautiful blue sky day with palm trees swaying everywhere, exactly like Ratso's folders had pictured. but to hell with all that. The thing to do was get him buried, no doubt costly. Joe counted his money, $48 and change. It would probably cost some fantastic sum, but if you were the kind of person who went around offering to take care of people, you damn well had to look out for their corpses when they died. His thoughts didn't seem right. He thought he ought to get upset. Maybe hysterical, help my friend is dead, and I am all alone. But he didn't feel that way. That was all there was to it. It was as if he'd known it was going to happen. Someone, Ratso, had been whispering it to him for a couple of days now, in a kind of death language you weren't supposed to understand until later. You got the idea somehow, but didn't know you knew until it happened. Now, it had happened. So there would have to be a funeral. He'd have to make a deal with an undertaker who'd do the job right but cheap and on credit. No, first he had to get the body off the bus. Then the bus people would steer him to an undertaker, and he'd make a deal to get Ratso buried on the installment plan. Then he'd get a job, and keep it. That was the thing. Gradually pull together enough nickels to put a stone on the grave. Nothing wild, just a stone with the name Rico, not Ratso. He couldn't spell Rizzo, but he would find somebody who could. The spelling had to be right on the marker so that when people passed by later they'd say, "Oh, look who's buried here, Rico Rizzo." Who was going to pass by and say that? Never mind, there'd be somebody around who could spell it. That wasn't important. The important thing was what to do first. Tell somebody. The driver seemed to be the person in charge. Joe walked down the aisle and stood next to him, leaning down to look at the Sunshine Parkway. After a moment, the driver acknowledged him. Joe said his friend was dead in the back seat, but he didn't know how to spell his name. The driver repeated that his friend was what in the back seat? Joe said dead as a doornail. The driver asked if this was some kind of a looked at Joe quickly, then turned his eyes back to the road. He checked the rear-view mirror, slowed down, pulled to the far right lane, and stopped the bus. He climbed out of his seat and followed Joe to the back, announcing in his official driver's voice that everything was fine. They'd be in Miami in less than an hour. The other passengers knew it wasn't fine. Many craned their necks but saw nothing. Those nearby could have seen something but didn't want to be caught trying. The driver looked at Ratso, nodded at Joe, started to take off his hat but didn't follow through. He asked if Ratso was kin. Joe nodded. The driver asked, didn't he want to close his eyes? Joe asked what? The driver said just reach over and close them, that's all. Joe closed Ratso's eyes. The driver said uncomfortably that he guessed they'd just drive on nothing else to do. Joe agreed. The driver made another announcement, just a little sickness, nothing serious. They'd be in Miami in 40 minutes. Joe went through his plans in his mind, once, twice, 3 times, until he was certain he'd done everything there was to do up to that moment. Then he did something he'd always wanted to do from the very beginning, from the first night he'd met Ratso at Everett's bar on Broadway. He put his arm around him to hold him for a while, for these last few miles anyway. He knew this comforting wasn't doing Ratso any good. It was for himself, because of course he was scared now, scared to death. The end. Thank you for staying with this story until its final moments, for allowing it to unfold with patience and curiosity. James Leo Herlihy wrote Midnight Cowboy from raw personal experience. Having moved to New York as a young actor, working odd jobs, sleeping in cheap rooms, and feeling the city's crushing indifference, he wanted to explore how loneliness drives people toward impossible dreams. The mid-1960s was a turning point in America. The promise of the Kennedy era had faded. Old notions of masculinity were crumbling. Herlihy captured that cultural fracture, asking whether true connection can ever survive in a world built on performance and survival. Before finding success, Herlihy faced rejection. Publishers didn't know how to market a novel about male vulnerability and friendship on the margins, but he refused to soften the material, believing its honesty would eventually find readers. The story's power lies in its contrast, the glittering fantasy of Manhattan versus the gritty reality of its forgotten streets. It's a meditation on identity, shame, and the quiet redemption that comes when 2 broken people stop pretending. Herlihy later explored similar emotional territory in All Fall Down and The Season of the Witch, though Midnight Cowboy remains his most searing achievement. When director John Schlesinger adapted the novel for the screen in 1969, he faced a nearly impossible task, translating the novel's raw interiority into visual storytelling. The film remains remarkably faithful to Herlihy's core relationship, Joe Buck, and Ratso Rizzo, but it softens some of the novel's darker psychological edges, compresses timelines, and allows for a more cinematic, dreamlike New York. Shooting on a modest budget, the crew faced relentless difficulties freezing New York winters, guerrilla-style location shooting without permits, and the challenge of capturing authentic street life without modern crowd control tools. Schlesinger solved this by embedding his cast in real neighborhoods, letting the city's chaos become a character. Jon Voight, as naive Joe Buck, spent weeks walking Manhattan in character unrecognized and ignored. Dustin Hoffman, as the limping, consumptive Ratso, stayed in character off-camera, even refusing to bathe. Their discomfort became authenticity. Schlesinger, an outsider himself, navigating Hollywood as a British gay director, recognized the story's subtext about alienation and hiding one's true self. His visual choices, jump cuts, hallucinatory flashbacks, gritty handheld realism were revolutionary for American cinema. Schlesinger later directed Marathon Man and Sunday Bloody Sunday, but Midnight Cowboy remains his boldest statement, a film that broke Hollywood's rules about what a mainstream story could show or say. The famous, "I'm walking here" line Hoffman's character nearly hit by a taxi was completely improvised when a real cab drove through a closed set. Schlesinger kept the camera rolling. Midnight Cowboy remains the only X-rated film to ever win the Academy Award for Best Picture. The rating, originally given for homosexual content, unintentionally made the film infamous and unforgettable. The original novel still holds layers that only the written word can fully reveal. Herlihy's prose carries an ache and a tenderness that no camera could ever quite capture. If this retelling moved you, subscribing helps bring more stories like this to listeners who crave depth. Share your thoughts in the comments, what you felt, questioned, or remembered. And if you know someone who needs this story, pass it along. Some stories end. Others keep breathing through readers, through viewers, through the quiet spaces between strangers who, for a moment, recognize each other. Thank you for listening.